Hey, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm excited to share a full stack project I've been working on, Canva clone. Built with a modern web stack such as Next.js 15, React.js, Tailwind CSS version 4, ShadCN UI, and Fabric.js powering the canvas. Under the hood, I am using Zustand for state management, Convex as the backend for real-time data and autosaving, UploadThing for image uploads, Auth.js for authentication, Stripe for monetization, and other tools to round out the dev experience. Feature-wise, this editor lets the users create and save designs in real time, undo, redo actions with persistent history, upload images and use them as canvas backgrounds, add and manipulate objects such as text, rectangles, triangles, images, and much more. Export designs as PNG, JPEG, WebP, or JSON. Lock objects and disable tools when offline to preserve user flow. I have also implemented smart syncing with Convex to autosave on canvas changes, conditional UI rendering based on connectivity, and a bunch of utilities tools to give a seamless editing experience, all optimized for performance. Let's jump into the demo, and then I will walk you through the code and how all the pieces come together. So now we'll see how we can design this YouTube tutorials, the YouTube thumbnail. So we'll start by creating the YouTube thumbnail design, and then after that we are going to select our background image, and then as it is selected, you can see I click the button to make it as the background image, and after that I delete the image. And then after that I select our first screenshot, that is the home page of this tutorial, all this project. And then after that I will put the image at the center so that I can start modifying the image to meet my needs. That includes increasing it, that is its height, and then after that also adjusting the image that is the image radius, that is the borders, that is the corners. And then after that I'm going also to rotate the image so that it can actually look amazing on this page. And then after that I place it as where I need it, and then also increase its size so that it can actually be on the size of this canvas. And then after that I would like to select that is my second screenshot, that is our canvas. And then after that I repeat the same process, that is include resizing, rotating, that is the whole thing, that is which is the modifying the image. Okay, and then after that I would like to align both our screenshots so that you can be able to see both screenshots. Okay, and then after that I add text, and then change the text color. Okay, which is I make it as white, and then after that I make it bold. Okay, and then after that I will increase it font size, so based on where I need it to be. And then after that I would like to actually rename it to build and deploy canvas, but for now it can be build and deploy. And then after that I can actually try to reduce the font size and also align the text center. And then now we can choose the font. Okay, where I choose my desired font. And then after that I can duplicate it so that I can have another text whereby I will have the name clone. Okay, and then after that I place it where I would like it to be. Okay, and then here I'm going to select the canvas logo so that it can be something like build and deploy Canva clone. Okay, so here I am moving the text and the image so that they can fit to as I desire them to. Okay, or they can be placed as I desire them to. Okay, and then after that I'm going to select that is my tech stack tools, all that is the packages that I'm going to use. So I select all of them. Okay, so that we can be able to show which packages or which technologies we are using on this project. Okay, I select all of them as it is easier to do this. So as you can see, I select all the images, okay, all the tools that will be used for this project. And then after that, I will start resizing them and also pressing them as I need them, okay, and then also adjusting their borders, all their corners, okay, and then pressing them as where I need them to be. So this, I repeat all of these to all the images, and then align them accordingly. So it will just take a moment to do this. So you can see how I fit them together. And then last we have Convex and Fabric.js, okay. So here I see that Canva is not visible as I would like, so I delete it, and then as I had uploaded another logo, here I place another logo, okay, and then I align all of them as I need them to be. Lastly, I adjust the stroke width of our screenshots and also give the stroke some colors, and finally I export our canvas as PNG. So here is the demo of the project. So here is the home page, okay, so the home page, and here you have some some templates, that is some published templates, and then here you can see I am signed in. I can also sign out, okay, and then the page should actually just reload. Okay, it did not reload, and then you can actually log in from there, or you can just click one of these buttons and you can log in with either Google or GitHub. Okay, we don't have continue with email, but we'll have it on our maybe on our next project. So it just take a moment. After loading, it will log in the user, okay, and then after that we'll come back to the pro part of this project, but for now let us start designing. Here you will be able to see that we have some that is some buttons here you can click to have some the canvas with these sizes. As you can see here, I can hover and you can see some sizes here, okay. So here I have some already, but for now I would like to choose that is YouTube thumbnail. So after that, it should be created, and then I should be redirected to my page here. So here let us start with the first thing here, whereby here you will be able to see that we have the templates, that is the pro and the free templates here that you can load from here, okay. But let us continue. So then after that we have some elements here, okay. So here you have something like rectangle, circle. Let's choose rectangle. You can choose either, it is going to work. And then after that you can see that you can be able to lock it, have some color. So here all of these tools here are the one that you can be able to apply to this element. Here you cannot be able to see tools that can be used with that is, tools can be used with text or images. You won't be able to see them here. So let's check. Let's see what we can do. Lock, okay. So here you can see you can be able to highlight it, but you cannot be able to select to move it. You can even see the cursor. The cursor have changed, but when I unlock it, you can see that the cursor changes back to where I can move it, okay. And also when I move, you can see the canvas is automatically saving my progress, okay. Then I can give it some color, can choose that one, okay. You can see here some color of red. You can also give it some gradient, okay. Can give it some gradient, you can see there. So you can also have some gradients here, you can improve them, and then you can maybe align them like this, okay. So can also give it maybe something like this. So okay, you can be able to see that you can give it some, that is the angle that you want the gradient to be applied. So can even choose a different color so to be applied, okay. So here it is, but you have to move these buttons here. You can even delete them if you want, okay. You can even delete them like that, okay. So great. So what we are going to do next, we are going to see how we can actually apply some stroke color or give it some stroke color. But first, let us increase the stroke. So here you can see we have two types of stroke, but let us increase the one that we have, like that. Then we give the stroke some colors. You can give it red, and you can give it some gradient if you want. Okay, and then after that, you can see here we have some different type of stroke. You can select it, then increase it, and then you'll be able to see that stroke there. Okay, after that, maybe you can give it some corners. So let's see, let me take it back to the normal stroke, this one here. Okay, so you have to select, and then you can give it some corners like this one here, so like that. Okay, so the next thing we are going to apply is bring forward and send backwards. So I'm going to add another item or element. Let's add triangle like that, and then we move it here. So right now it is forward, so let's bring it backwards. So you can see now it is backwards. Let's bring it forward. Okay, you can see both buttons are working very well. So another one we have here is duplicate. So when you click duplicate like that, you'll be able to have another item. Okay, and then also you can be able to delete. Okay, just like that. Okay, so I think I clicked duplicate more than once. So here then we have opacity. You can be able to work with opacity. Okay, and then after that you have the delete that you have seen. Okay, so when I select both more than one item like that, another button will appear here, which is to group. You can see group, you can see they are automatically grouped. Okay, you can see it is one element right now. You can be able to ungroup it also. Yeah, you can see now it is they are two different there are two different items. Okay, so we are done with the elements, so I will just delete them like that. So you can see like that. So here, as I indicated that it was saving, let's check out if it is saving. So here I have one element, and I will move it to the center like that. Okay, and then I will move backwards to the dashboard. Okay, to the dashboard, and here you can see the image of our canvas. So here we'll be saving our image every time we make any changes. Okay, to make sure that we have current image of the canvas. You can see even for the others they have the same canvas. Okay, you can also be able to delete them if you want. Okay, you can be able to do that. So let's continue. So here we are done with the elements, so I just delete it, and then after that I will be able to come back here to the text. We have text that is text box, and then also we have the normal text. So the difference between these two texts here is that when I minimize this one here, we will see that it is shrinking. Okay, but for this one here, we will see it is going to, let's say it is like this. Okay, you see it is actually responding based on the size that it has. Okay, so now you can see that we have different buttons here that I can work with. So something like this one here, that is the font. You can be able to increase the font size. Okay, just like that, and also you can be able to actually give it some different, so it is just hover, you can be able to give it a different font. Let's see something like Georgia. You can see, okay, you can see you can be able to give it different fonts. Okay, so you can also be able to give it strokes. Okay, if you want, you can also be able to give it strokes. So if you come here, you will see that when you increase the stroke, it will actually be increasing, and when you choose stroke color like red, you will see that it changes. Okay, so you can be able to undo. Okay, you can see that we can also be able to undo. Okay, and then you can also be able to undo like that. Okay, so after this we can try to bold it. Okay, you can see now bold is applied, italic, then underline, strike, and then item. Right now item is on the left. Okay, item is aligned on the left, but you can do center. Okay, then we can do that is right. Okay, so we have already talked about the others. Okay, so the same things that we have applied to this one here, you can also be able to apply it here. Okay, you can see, can also be able to apply it here. Okay, so you can see the only thing that is changing here is the font. So let me delete all of this. Okay, so you can still see the canvas is saving. And then right now we can talk about images. So I'm adding another image. So let me so this one here is a very big very big image. So I'll just minimize the image. You can see how you can do this. You can see how smoothly you can be able to do this without any hiccups. Okay, so here we have the image the way we want. So you can have size. Okay, you can have your own size like that. Okay, then after that you can also be able to rotate the image if you want. This works on all elements that you have on your canvas. Okay, so for the image you can also be able to apply some radius. Okay, so you can see some radius is changing here. Okay, and then also you can also give it some stroke, that is some stroke color. So when you increase the stroke like that, and then you come here and give it something like red, you will see that you have some stroke. Okay, and then after that you can also be able to apply filters, so something like brightness. Okay, and vintage. So every filter that you can see here is working. Okay, you can see every filter we have there is working. And then after that you can be able to apply the image as the background like that. So you can see the image that we had is the background. Okay, and then when you select anything so that the tools can appear, you can also be able to remove the image from the background. Okay, so also the image can be used with the tools that you can be able to see here. Okay, so you can delete the image like that. So I hope I haven't missed anything. So when I add an image, you can see the tool that it's duplicate, and also when you highlight more than one element, you will be able to see the group button. So you can see you can also be able to work with that one. So after that, here we are going to have some drawing. So you can choose the color that you want to draw with. Okay, and then after that you can be able to choose the brush width. Okay, and then enter. That is enter. So let's see, that is enter drawing mode. Okay, and then after that you can cancel drawing mode. So here you can see you can be able to draw. Okay, just like that. So let me cancel the drawing mode. Okay, you can be able to highlight all of these. Okay, and delete them like that. So here I actually did not select the right way like that. Okay, then enter drawing mode, and then here you can see that is because it actually removed the setting that I had earlier, because I had hovered here, and then it did reset itself. Okay, like that. Okay, you can see it is working. So now we can cancel drawing mode. Okay, and we can highlight all of that. You can see you can also be able to group with that one. So perfect. So right now we are going to use Resize. So Resize is actually working. So here you can have 900, and then you can see Resize is working amazing, very well, that is. And then after that you can also be able to give your background some colors if you want, and then also you can be able to take it back to the size that we had earlier. Okay, and then after that you can also be able to give it some gradient the same way we had with the element. Okay, and also give it some angles. Okay, and then some stops like that. You can choose your own color here. Okay, then you can choose your own colors. Okay, you can see it is applying. So great. So right now you have been able to see all of that. So here you can also be able to rename this one to your desired name, like that, and then it should be renamed. Okay, and then you have seen how we can be able to actually undo, redo all of that. Okay, you have seen all of this. Okay, and then also you can also be able to export it with all of this. And then so let's export this one here, JSON. Okay, so right now we have exported it as JSON. So then I'm going to undo until we have the previous background, like this one here, so that we know the JSON that we have exported. Okay, and then after that I'm going to load my JSON. Okay, so I'm going to go to my downloads. Okay, and then I'm going to choose the JSON that I downloaded. So you can see even loading JSON is working perfectly. So the last thing I want to demonstrate is actually publishing. So publishing, you can be able to publish your project by clicking publish like that, and then the project will be free because you haven't made it pro right here. Okay, if you make it pro here, it will actually publish as pro. So let's click it like that, and then when you hover here, you should be able to see your template. And then you cannot be able to use it because it is your own design, because you can also be able to access it on our dashboard. So now actually loading templates from template, that is the published templates. So you can see that I cannot be able to use my own templates. Okay, but when I click this one here, because I am basically required to be a pro member to do this, we can actually subscribe to be a pro member. So I'll be redirected to this Stripe page here. So here I will just put my email. Okay, and then I will put the card information, and then after that expiration date, and then CVC, and then card holder's name, and then after that I will click that is pay. So it will just take a moment to actually process everything. So then I should be redirected to my page here with some confetti, and then here you see that I am a pro now. So when I head over to something like the home page, and then here I click this template here, a new template should be created for me with the template that I have here. Okay, so that's how you can be able to use pro membership. Okay, not a lot that I have added there, but basically only pro templates. Okay, so make sure you subscribe to the channel. Okay, and as you subscribe to the channel, make sure you comment on this video, as this one here is a request made earlier on. So right now I'm fulfilling these requests made earlier on, and then also make sure you like the video and share to your friends. So now I'm going to show you how you can actually set up any project, and then after this I'm going to show you how you can set up for this particular project. So what to do to set up for any particular project is just create a folder and then drag and drop it inside your favorite code editor. Okay, favorite code editor. Okay, and then after that you just need to open the terminal by hitting Ctrl J. For my case, that is VS Code, is Ctrl J. Okay, and then after that you can search for this blog here, that is build an app with Next.js and burn, and then just copy this command right here. So you should be prompted with a few questions, but first we need to configure something. So since now we have the folder, we just need to direct where to set up the project, and we want to set up the project inside this folder. So just hit dot, then forward stroke. This direct the burn to set up the project inside this particular folder. So then hit enter. Then we will be prompted with these questions. We are going to use TS, that is TypeScript, and then you are going to use ESLint to make our code, our project very clean. And then after that, we are going to use Tailwind CSS to style our project. And then after that, we don't need a SRC directory, since it is just an extra folder which you don't need. And then after that, we are going to use Router, of course. Then after that, you're going to use Turbo Pack so that to make our development smoother and much faster. Hit yes. And then I forgot to tell you how to move between yes and no. That is the left and the right arrow keys. Okay, just like that. And then for import, that is import alias, we don't need to customize it. We just need to use the default one. And then give it a moment to actually install everything necessary, and then we'll be back after that. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to set up ShadCN UI. So you can hit Ctrl K. So here, Ctrl K and search for installation. And then click enter. Okay. Ctrl K, then installation, then click enter like that. Then you should be able to be directed to this page here. Here where you should choose Next.js. Okay, and then here you should note that this is for version that is version 4. If you are using version 3, you should use ShadCN UI, that is version 2. Okay, but for us, we don't have to worry about that versions issue. We just need to set up. So just copy this command here. We'll be using ban for our case. If you want to use npm, it is still there, but for our case, we are using ban. So come here, clear the terminal, CLS, then paste the command, then give it a moment to actually install the ShadCN UI. And then after that, we should be able to be prompted with a few questions, and then we should be good to continue. So let's see. So as I said, after this, we're going to see how we can set up for our own project. But here you should the project folders are going to be the same here. We are not going to change a lot of things. We are going just to change, maybe to have our own public folder whereby we are going to have our images and folder. That is our images and the favicon. And then inside here we are going to have our routes. So as you know, I'm going to explain that in deeper conversation after when we reach there. But for now, you can know that we'll be having our routes inside here, and then everything else will be creating those folders. Don't worry about anything else, since we want to work with those ones. Okay, so here you just need to actually choose the base color that you want to use. You can choose neutral, it is okay, and then just give it a moment to install the dependencies. So just pause the video for that to finish. So the installation is done here, so you can clear the terminal. Then after that, here down here, just after the installation part here, how to add a component, your first component into your ShadCN UI. After adding ShadCN UI, so just copy the command and then come here and then paste the command. Okay, so after like that, so it should just actually add this command right here. And then after that, you should be able actually to have your that is your button. So just take a moment, and then now you have your component here, and then you have your button inside UI. Okay, so that's how you can add your command. And then how to use it, let me close it. You can head over to your app, and then inside there you should find the only page that is there that indicates that it is the home route. Okay, and then here you want to corrupt this one here and then delete it. Or you can, on my case, I just hit Ctrl T then Ctrl K. I don't know if it is working. Okay, like that. Then I will have something simple like div. Okay, like div here, like that. And then here you should be able to see how you can use your button. Just need to import it like this, and then head back here, import it like that, So sorry, paste it here, then we need to import it like that, and then you just paste the command. So with that, you have added your component. And then to run the project, for my case, I just run burn dev. Okay, so if you want to actually install burn, you can search for burn and you should be able to do so. Burn here, and then just click the first link. Okay, and then for Windows you copy this one, then for Mac OS and Linux you copy this one here. Okay, it is that simple. And then here you can see used by Tailwind, used by Typeform, Midjourney, and many others. Okay, and then to run the project, you can run localhost like that. So just give it a moment. So that's how you can actually now have your component inside your own, have your ShadCN UI component inside your own project. It is that simple. So it is done. Okay, this one here is not saved, so it should just take a moment because we don't have a lot of things here. So here is the button. Okay, and then for the button here you can be able to add a few things, something like the variant, okay, which you'll be using a lot. You can have something like ghosts, which you'll be using a lot actually. So here, there it is. And then after that you should be able to use something like secondary. Okay, and you should be able to see how it looks. Okay, that's how secondary looks like. And then there is something like size. Okay, where you have icon, which you'll be using a lot. Okay, for the icon it is very small. Okay, just like that. So you can head over inside your button. Okay, so inside here, if you search for, I don't know if it is there, but if you search for cursor pointer, you won't see it, so you just need to add it, but we will be adding it in the future if you didn't add it here, but you can add it there, because when you hover here you can see you don't have the cursor pointer. So you can just add it there, but we'll be adding it later on because I'll be changing the button to something else. But you can do that here, and then you can see how it looks like with the cursor pointer. You can see, you will be able to see why I want it to have cursor pointer. So a lot of commands here are running and are done like that. So when you hover here, now you should be able to see the cursor pointer. So that's great. So here there is one thing that I should mention, which we won't be doing, but it is important to know, is that you can add your own variants. Okay, you can add something like icon. So here I have autocomplete, and then maybe I can choose something like icon variant here, variant, and then when you save you should have something like that. Okay, so I don't know what autocomplete added for me, but you can have something like that. Okay, and then for the size here, you can see how simple it is to have it. You can have any size and have anything that you want. You can see here they have a lot of command that like for SVG is added there. You can do that if you want, but for my case I like it the way it is. Okay, so I just close the project, and then here you can just say home, just like that, and then move this, or you can just say RAFCA. Okay, so there you can just say home. So if you want you aren't able to see that, you can head over to your extensions and then search for RAFCE. Okay, sorry, that is ES7. Okay, you can search for ES7. Here it is, and then you can just install it, this one here. And then also furthermore you can also add something like, okay, so you can also, okay, here let me remove this one here. You can add also, so something else that we'll be using is the Tailwind IntelliSense. I will be using Tailwind IntelliSense. I may repeat this in the future because it is very important that you have Tailwind IntelliSense installed. Okay, and then also something like Prettier, so that you have your code formatter. When you save, your code is formatted correctly. And then I use dark one. I use one dark pro font. Okay, and then for the icons, I use Atom. This one here, I use Atom. Okay, so that is it. And then for now, I'd like to show you how we will be setting up our own project, whereby we'll be doing something different. You can head over inside your package.json here. Inside here you can remove everything like that, and then inside my GitHub repo that I provided for you, you will find this same package.json, and then copy everything. Okay, and then paste it here. Okay, and then save. Okay, after that just close the project like that. That is Control C, and then clear the terminal, then write burn add, or you can say burn I, then hit enter. So everything that is here will be installed. Okay, everything inside here will be installed. It is very important that you do this, because for the versions that you see I am using here, that something like Convex, something like Fabric, okay, which is very important, and some others which I won't be using. This one I won't be using, you can remove it if you want, and the day picker also. Okay, and this one here also, you can remove the one that you won't be using, something like chat. So let me do this. Control J. So I actually forgot to do this. I was supposed to do this. Okay, I was supposed to remove something like chats, panel resizable. Okay, we won't be using something like hook form. We won't be using this one here, that is Zod. We won't be using the picker. Okay, so for your case you want to have to do this, because I'm already doing this here. I forgot to do this because for my project I installed everything, and then this one here, and then for the rest I think I removed that is the radix component that we never needed. Okay, and then you can just save. Then now you can say burn add, or you can just say I, then hit enter. So all these packages will be installed for this particular project, and then we'll continue after that. So my installation is done, as you can see. So I will clear the terminal. So, and then I just hide the terminal. So now as I said earlier on, that we'll have a few, I will change a few folders and files. So let's do that. So the first thing I want you to do is start at the top here. So here we won't need the favicon, so you can just delete the favicon. We'll be having our favicon inside here, and then also we need to replace the global.css with our own that has some custom classes. So here they are. So later on we'll just talk about them. Okay, so here are some of them. Later on we'll talk about them and what they are doing. And then after that we just need to have our own components. So that is because I have already shown you how to add your own component, but for this case, because we are working with our own components that we have already that I have already added, and we just don't need to repeat that once, that process. So that's why. So I'm going to remove this UI. So this one will help us so that we have the same designs, the same icons inside our UI component. Okay, so I'm just going to drag and drop the folder. So you can get all of this inside my GitHub repo. Okay, So here you can see all of them that we'll be using. Okay, so you can make sure, so when you come inside here, you will see that some of them are different from the current ones. So that's why I also talked about the version. That is very important. So, and then after that, I'm going to add the lib. So for the lib, what we need to change is basically one thing, and that is the util that we just need to replace. Okay, that is the util. So it is done. So here you can see we will be talking about these ones when we reach at this point. So these are just the filters and the case. So you can see they are being repeated, and only the this part here is being changed based on the case. Okay, so you can see, okay, based on this part here, you can see is the one that being changed, and there and some custom classes here that I generated them using ChatGPT. So I just close this one here, and then also the next thing that we need to replace is the Fabric folder. So you can just drag and drop it there, and then say copy, and then replace. Okay, so here you will see that we only have these images right here. Okay, and then after that we just need to add another folder here. So that is, those are the types. So here you can see the types, and then after that here are some of the things that we'll be using here. So this one here you can remove. So here you can see there are just some arrays, some dynamic, some static data that we'll be using here. Okay, so you can see nothing of logic here. So some logic are only happening inside this lib here. So this lib here, so there are only the logic happening here, and most of them are repeating themselves. That's why I thought it would be boring to actually continue repeating all of these. Okay, so we'll talk about I will explain them when we reach that point. Okay, and then with that, now what we need to do is make sure our project is still running. So you can do npm dev or ban dev. Okay, so let it finish. So I've opened another project inside my 3000 route or port. So here you can change this one to, okay, not that one, but this one here. So we need to make sure that the project is still running just after all that changes. Okay, so don't worry about this part here. That is because I'm offline. That's why. Just need to make sure that the project is running. As you can see here, the project is running, and here you have your favicon. Okay, or we have our favicon. So here you can see the favicon. Can be able to change that. So the next thing that I want to explain is how you can actually change a lot of things here, because later on we'll be adding our convex. So for this part here, you can change the title and the description by just editing these parts here, whereby you can just say something like Canva clone. Okay, and then you can leave the rest, or you can add something else here if you want. Okay, and then for the font here, we'll be using font serif, and we won't be needing all of these here. If you want, you can just leave them and use them, but for Canva they usually use they usually use font serif, that is font serif. Okay, and with that you have your font. So for the next part of the video, you can actually set up Convex, and basically I think setting up Convex is the best thing to do next. Okay, so let's meet on the next part, on that part of the video. So we are going to get started by setting up Convex. So now we have the project running, so like that. Then also we should open another terminal here like that. So I'll hide my sidebar there. Then after that you should visit this link down in the description, or you can just paste it or just write it on your tab right there. And then after that you should, on the quick start section here, you should choose Next.js. Okay, and then after that you should scroll down, and then what you want to do, you want to start from here. Okay, that is because you have already done all of these 2 steps. And then this part here, if we, like for us, we are using Burn, we need to also have Node.js installed. So what you need to do is install Node.js, because they use Node.js internally. They use npx internally to run their command. So you need to install also Node.js. So for my case, I'm going to copy this. I have Node.js installed, and then I'm going to type burn x. So let me clear the terminal. I'm going to type burn x, then paste the command. So here I'm going to choose to log in or create an account. Then I'm going to give it the name. Okay, then I should have a link on this terminal right here. So yeah, and then I'm going to confirm. Okay, and then you can just close it, and then here you should be able to continue down here. And then for the project name, you can type the name that you want for, but for our case, since we want Canva clone, you can just hit enter, and then the project will be created. Okay, so I was able to sign in that fast because I had already signed in on my account right here. So you can also see the project have been created. Okay, so if you want, you can just visit the project. Okay, so here you can see the project, and then on the data section we should not be having any tables. Okay, and then after that we can continue with the setup steps. So this part here is done, but you can leave it like that. When you write, so I will explain that in a bit, but it is not a must you keep this running if you don't have any new functions. Okay, when you create a new function inside your Convex folder, that is when you need to run this command. I will show you the function later on. After that, you can head over here, and then here you can see to create a sample data for your database in a new terminal window. We need to create this file with some example data, so that we can be able to see how we can use Convex. Okay, like this way, this is how you can actually fetch any table inside your Convex folder. So this is the function that I was talking about. If you have this function, and you so let me just explain, but first let me close this one here. You will see why. Then here we create a new one. So let's do it first here. Okay, so let me come here, then I want to copy this part here, and then I will create a new function on the root of my project like that. Then I will come here and then copy these JSONs, then paste them there. Okay, and then close it, and then I can just copy this part here and then paste it, then hit enter. So what it will do, it will actually create a table called tasks, and then it will insert it will insert these 3 items. Okay, so you just see in a bit, but you won't be having any schemas here, so sorry about that. You won't be having any schemas here, so it will be like that. And then when you visit your project here, you will see that you have the 3 items here. Okay, so now we can continue, and then after that we need to create this function here. So these are the functions that I was talking about. You will see when you need to actually have the command running, and when you can actually just leave it like that. Okay, so let me clear the terminal right there. So after that, now we need to set up our that is our convex, so that you can be able to use a convex function inside our own project. So you need to create this function or component inside our component. Here we are going to create a folder calling it providers or provider, and then here we'll have the function. Okay, and then after that, here I'm going to copy everything here. So remember, here we are using Next.js, but this part here is not working with Next Auth. You will see that later on, but you can just copy it like that, and it will work if you are just using Convex. So let it be. So for the Convex environment variables here, that is Convex public, that is Next public Convex URL, it should be here. This one was created after we ran when our project was created. Okay, so you can close it. Then we can head over to layout. So Control P, then layout. We only have one layout in our project right now. So then inside there, we just need to wrap our project with the Convex that is Convex grant provider that we have just created. So scroll down, and then this one here, just need to wrap it with. We need to wrap the children with the Convex provider, Convex grant provider. So control spacebar to autocomplete, so that you can be able to see where the component is. So it is taking a lot of time. So that is because my Typescript are still running down here, but they are done now. So you can hit control spacebar. Then now you should have the that is the import like that. So then after that, you need to actually now have this part right here. So what you need to do, you can actually copy these two. Okay, so we only have one page in our project, so find it, and then here have it right here. And then for this use query, these are hooks. Okay, these are hooks that you need to make sure that they are run inside a use grant component. Okay, so what you need to do, you just need to convert this component to a use grant component. Okay, then after that we can actually, and you can see here they have already done that. And then after that, we just need to copy this function here and have it there. Okay, and then here you can just copy this part here. So here you can see here we don't have the task. Okay, so like that. So you can see we are getting a lot of errors, but when you come inside here, that is inside the Convex, then task here, you can see we already have it here, but here you can be able to see that we are getting a lot of errors. And when you run this project here, or when you just save here, you see that we get an error here. Okay, that is because we haven't actually run our project, or actually they are saying could not find public task.get. Do you mean to run convex? That is convex dev, okay, or convex deploy. Okay, you can run either two of them, either of those two commands, but for us we can just head over to the one that we have here, which is bar_next_dev. And then after that, when you refresh, you should be able to see that you have the necessary data or the necessary item, and then you can see the error have disappeared. Okay, and when it finishes here, we can reload our part here. When we refresh the page here, you should see all that is the tasks. Okay, and you come here, you should be able to see your task right here. So now with that, we have set up Convex, and we have seen how you can able to fetch all the items inside your own tables. So for the next part of the video, we'll actually set up Convex Auth. So let's meet on that part of the audio, of the video. But before I leave, basically I'm going to actually head back to where it was. Okay, and then I'm going also to remove all of these files. So let's meet on that part of the video. I'm going to so now we are going to set up Convex. So you can see here we have the same thing that we had earlier on. So what I removed was actually only the tables here. So now we have what we had initially. So you can click here on your tables, okay, to delete. Okay, but now to set up Convex, here you can see that here on this URL here, you can visit it. The link will be down in the description. Then you can read all of this if you want, but we need to head over to setup. Okay, and then to set up, we need to choose Next.js. Okay, creating a new project using Next.js like that. So we have already done all of this, and then what we need to do is actually this part right here. Okay, then we can head back here, open a new terminal like that. Then I'm going to run, that is bar_next, so that is bar_next, and then I'm going to paste the at convex-dev/auth, then hit enter. So you can just say yes, and then here it is going to tell us to choose our site URL. So for our site URL, it is going to give us to show us an example, and that example is going to be a localhost one. Okay, and then here we need to choose this one here. So we need to be something like this, that is localhost 3000, without the rust forward stroke that we had earlier on. So it should not be like that, it should be like this. Okay, and then I just paste it right there, and then hit enter. So just give it a moment, to do its thing, and then after that we should be able to configure the that is, it will do this part here. We won't need to do anything, we just need to wait for it to finish. So it is going to create a few files inside here, and that will be it. So just give it a moment, and then here you can just scroll down here, choose Next.js, and then here you can see we need to wrap our project using that Convex provider, and then we need to change this part here. So here you can see now we need to change this part here, as earlier on it was something else. So we are going to do that. So let's see if they have finished. Successfully set up Fabric, that is private key. So all those keys are inside here. So let me show you where they are. They're inside your settings, and then environment variables. Okay, so for site URL you'll see this one here, and then for the others you'll here they are. And then so it is done. So here you can see that you have a few files here. What we'll need to worry about is this one here, where we'll be adding the authentications that we want to use, and then for the rest we just need to create. So I wasn't following this, I didn't want to do these parts here before I knew that we don't have the we don't have that is the schema. We need to create the schema. Okay, so that is the next step there. So that is the third step. We need to have the schema, then copy the schema, then paste the schema here like that. And then now we have the auth tables. Okay, and then for the other tables will come here. So just close it and then leave that one and close this one and this one. So what I want us to do now is head over to that is the layout. Copy this part here, and then inside the layout here we just need to wrap our project with this part here. So okay, just need to move this one here, that is alt, then upwards arrow key, then import this one here. So maybe you can just copy the import right here. Okay, so we already have Convex installed, so we don't need to worry about that. Then I just close it. Then we need to update our Convex current provider. So you can see here it is now we need to change everything. So here you can just copy all of this and then search for client, that is Convex current provider, then you can just press it like that. Okay, then you should be able to continue like that, then like that. So here, so it is saying, so okay, don't know where, maybe here. So you seem to have an error, that is node module nest was initiated because it was required from module project current provider.tx, but the module factory is not available. It might be later. Okay, so you can head over to current provider here. So let me see. So everything here is running as it should. Don't know why this one here is giving us an error. So okay, so now it is okay. You just need to refresh. I thought I didn't know what was going on because here everything is okay, and then here on our browser we are getting an error. That should not have happened. I don't know why it happened. So you just need to continue. So we have already done all of this. So what you are being left with is basically, so here you already did this part here. Okay, that is coming from Convex provider. Okay, so here we just need to create this middleware. It's on the root of our project like that, then copy all of this, then paste it here. Okay, so to protect our routes, we'll be doing that inside here later on when you have routes to protect. Right now we only have only the home page, so you can close that one and also this one here. So we are done setting up the Convex authentication. So now we need to set up that is the GitHub. Okay, so to set up GitHub, we just need to visit OAuth here and then GitHub. Okay, and then you need to scroll down, then you see the step you need to follow. But what you need to do, you just need to head over to this URL right here, that is your GitHub. You should log into your GitHub, then direct yourself to settings / apps, and then create a new app if you don't have any like me, then give it the name Canva clone. So after that, home URL, we give it 3000. Then for the callback URL, need to head over here. So first I do head over here and then copy this one here. Okay, then just paste it here. So we need to replace this one here with our URL. So inside your project here, then authentication, then you just need to copy this domain here, okay, and then just need to replace it here like that, and that is our callback, and that this one here is our callback URL. Then scroll down, and then for the callback URL, so you also need to have, so for the, you can see for all starred red, you need to have them, it is a must you have them. So here I'm going just to paste the callback URL, and then I'm going to scroll down. So I think I'm done, and then now I'm going to create GitHub app. So maybe we can use Canva clone. Okay, clone Canva. So we have that one. So now we need to get the, that is the client ID, and then also we need to generate the new client secret. So right click generate. So we have two of them now. So what you need to do, just need to follow these steps here. So we need to actually add this one to our environment variable, that is env. So here you can just say GitHub, then also copy this one here, and then like that. So that is our GitHub secret and our ID. So then you can just copy them from here. So this one here, you just you'll be able to see it these ones, and when you refresh your page you won't be able to see it again. So make sure you copy it. But if you refresh your page and you had and you didn't copy it, you just need to create a new client ID, client secret. For client ID you just need to copy this one here, then paste it here, and then save. So what you need to do to add these environment variables to your Convex here, you need to add them to your environment variables here. You can do that using by using this command right here, but the easiest thing to do is just copy all of them like I have done here, and then come here and say add, and then paste them there. So now you can see I have just pasted both of them, and then I will just save all like that. And then now just need to follow the steps to sign in. So here you can see like that, and then here we just need to head over to Auth, and then you just need to replace all of that, and then save. Okay, and then after that we just need to sign in. So here we don't have any part to sign in that shows us how to sign in, but basically when you scroll down here, that is authentication Next.js, and then here you can see how you can be able to sign in here. Okay, so they don't have that part. So okay, let's see. So just search here for sign in, that is sign in. Okay, this one here, and then here scroll down. Okay, it is proving difficult to find sign in. Okay, here, so that is Convex Auth sign in. Then maybe scroll down. Okay, so sign in configuration maybe. So can actually use this one here. You can actually use this one here, but we need to actually be able to know where we should get sign in. So let's do that. So for this part here, what I'll do, I just head over to page, then that is app, then page. Okay, then I'm going to convert this one into a use grant. Everything that you use with Convex should be I think almost all of them should be used inside a use grant. Okay, so after that, what you need to do is actually import. So import something here. So it will be, you need to have to import that is equal to, you can say use auth, that is auth actions. So let me first have the function here, then you can say use auth function, that is use auth actions. So Typescript is still running, or maybe here you can just search for auth actions. So here it is. So you need to use this one here, that is auth actions. So here it is. So you just need to use this one here to get sign in and to get sign out. If you are already signed in, to get sign, that is to get so to be signed out, to use sign out to sign out, and sign in to sign in. Okay, and then now we can just copy this one here, then you can have it here. So since now we already have our ShadCN UI buttons, you can just use them here, then import them, and then inside here we are going to have our first thing. So we're going to say sign in. Okay, and then here we are going to say on click, then here we are going to this one, instead of sign out, we are going to say sign in. Then we need to pass only one argument, which is GitHub. Okay, then you can also search for redirect. Okay, that is redirect URL, so that if you after signing, you should be redirected to which page. If you want, you can be redirected to dashboard or any other page, or onboarding, anything or something like that. So let's save. So after saving, you should be able to see your button here. So let's do something here. Let's justify them here. So you can have, and say flex like that, and then you can just say sign in. So here now you can be able to sign in. Okay, so when you come over to your Convex, you should be having this error right here. So this is because email was null. Okay, so for that error you need to head over to auth. Okay, and then on your docs here you need to head over to GitHub. Okay, then scroll down. So okay, GitHub. Okay, so sign in was actually here. So sorry about that, I had forgotten where it was actually. So this part here is what we need. After that error, you need to actually pass the email, but we don't have the email. So we'll say if we have the email, let me just copy it, then I can just show you. So like that. So here it should be node ID. Then we don't need the GitHub ID. Okay. And then for this here, for the GitHub profile email, you can say if we have it, we should pass it. Okay. And if you don't have it, we just need to pass an empty string. Okay, that is an empty string. like that. Okay, and then for the, that is for the picture here, it should be avatar URL. Okay, and then you should not be having any errors, so it should be like that. Okay, and then when you open here, so correcting TypeScript errors, something like that. So let it finish checking for indexes and all of that. So preparing convex function, so let it finish, then we can just click the button. So it is done. So now we can just try to sign in. So here you will see that we don't have any errors. And when you come here to your data, you will be able to see you have your user here. You have your user, but you won't have the that is the email. Okay, so that is great. Now we know how to set up our project using GitHub, and now we already know how to sign in. Okay, so for the next part of the video, we'll set up GitHub. That is Google. Then we'll see how we can sign out and how we can get current user. Okay, so let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So we should not close that. So we should head over here. That is, you should head over to your Google. So you make sure you are signed in. So you can see here I'm signed in, and here I'm signed in. So what you're going to do, you're going to choose the project, or select a project. If you don't have one like me, okay, if you don't have one like me, you can say I don't have one, just create a new one. Okay, and then you can say Canva clone, and then just create. Okay, and then select the project that was created. Okay, so like that. So like that. So here I had deleted another one, so choose this one here. Okay, so after that, what you need to do, you just need to head over to this navigation menu here, and then that is APIs and services, and then that is, you can choose credentials or that is Auth consent screen, something like that. So now here you should see this button here to get started. Click on it, click it, and then here give it a name, Canva clone, then choose the email that you are using, then next. Then here you will not be allowed to use the internal, so just click on the external and then click next. And then here for the email, I just have an email here. Okay, then next, and then I just continue here, then create. Okay, so here after this we just need to click create Auth client. Okay, so then here you just need to use what you are which framework you are using, or where you are building your project. That is application type, where we are building it on a web application. Then we give it the name Canva clone, like that. And then we need to add the URL, that is URI. That is okay. So here we need to add the origin. So for the origin is this one here basically. So when you add forward stroke, you will see you will not be allowed to do that, so just have it like that. And then for the redirect, sorry about that. So for the redirect URL here, you just need to head over to your docs here, and then choose GitHub, Okay, scroll down and then copy this one here and then just paste it here like that. Then we need to get the URL itself, the URL that was provided for us, so here, and then choose authentication and then just copy it like that. So make sure you click on it to copy it, and then you just need to replace it here, to replace this one here. Okay, and then you can just say create. Okay, so here now we have grant ID. You can just copy it and then you can just say click OK. Okay, after that just choose Canva clone so that we can get the secret. Okay, that is the current secret, which one? The one that is here on your right. So here you need to head over to our docs here, then scroll down, then we need to have our Google ID. So head over to your env, and then here you can just say Google, and then here you can have it like that. So here it is. Okay, and then here just need to have that is the Google secret like that. Then we just need to copy it from here. Just click on this one here and then paste on it like that. Okay, then save. So then you just need to copy both of them and then you need to add them to our project, that is environment variables, add, and then here we are going to have them here. So then we are going to say save all. So after that you should head over to our project here. Okay, so then close this one here, and then here, since we know we are already signed in, so what you can do, you can head over to our data. Okay, then for this user here you can just delete the user. So delete the user. Okay, for Auth verify, so make sure you have an empty project or an empty tables basically. So just delete all of this, just delete all of these. So confirm, and then all of this. Okay, Auth account, so we have one, and then we delete also this one here. Okay, then we head back to our project here, and then we duplicate this one here. Okay, and then here instead of Google we say instead of GitHub we say Google. Okay, and then we head over to our, that is to our GitHub here, and then here we need just to copy the import. Okay, like that, and then we head over, so save this one here, then we head over to Auth. Okay, and then after this one here just need to have it here, we need to have it here, and then for this Google here just need to have it here for as the second one. Okay, we don't need to have any other items because we will have the email for Google. You don't need to do that. So here, so let me head back here, then here we can just say GitHub, and then here we can just say Google, then here we can just say cup of 5, then we can just save. Okay, then here you can just click Google. Okay, so then we choose Google here, and then we continue. So now we are signed in. When you head over to your tables here, okay, so here you can see we already have that. So now we are signed in with Google. So for the next part of the video we'll see how we can get we can sign out okay, and then we can get the current user we can see the current signed in user and their information. So let me turn that part of the video. So let's continue. So basically now we are going to see how we can actually do all of this. So that is sign out. So for sign out, we can actually before we show sign out, we need to actually do this so that basically we know what to show when the user is authenticated and when the user is unauthenticated. So we do that. Then remember, we use them as tags. So here, if you want to show a loader, here you can show a loader, and then here you can just show all of this. So just copy these ones, and then here we just have this. And then if the user is unauthenticated, I would like to show these ones here, okay. And if the user is authenticated, maybe we can just show sign out, of course. And then also you can show something like image. So here, this one here will get the current user after that. So let's get current user first, then we can do that. But here now you can see signed out instead of sign in, so that means we are signed in, okay. So and then let's see how we can get current user. So scroll down, so not that one, so this one here, this is a function that you can use to get current user. So what you're going to do, you are going to copy these ones here, and then inside Convex, so you can see here they have specifically directed you to inside Convex. And then here you can just add user.ts, okay, and then inside here just paste that. So this is the current user, okay. Just save. So this one will give us current user details, okay, like that. So now we need to create a function to actually fetch these details. So what you're going to do, you're going to create a new folder here, calling it fetch, okay. Then inside there we are going to say use current user .ts, okay. Then inside here, what you're going to do, you're going to import the following. So the first thing we are going to get at that is we are going to get use query. So remember, we used use query earlier on to fetch tasks. So I believe it was use query. And then after that we need to import this API. So this API will help us to navigate to this user here. So I believe API is inside here, so you can see the API here. So you don't need to worry about generated. So what you need to worry about is schema, what your schemas, and then also authentication, this part only here, and then also your functions. Now the function that we'll be creating, for example, this function here to fetch current user, okay. So this is the one that helps us to get current user. Mostly this one you will use it a lot to make sure that you are getting the designs of the current signed in user. So let's continue. And then inside here we are going to say export const, then you are going to say use current user. And then inside here you are going to start by saying user. You can say user equals to use query, then we navigate to that is user dot current user, okay. Then we will not pass anything else, then we can just return user, okay, like that. So here you can just copy this one here, and then can come here and say const, and then inside here can have current, you can get the current user, So then here you can say user. Okay, so here when you hover here, you should see all of that. Okay, then now you can use it right here where it is user dot image. Okay, and then when you save, you should be able to get something like an image here. Okay, so you will not be designing anything here, but now you can see we have the you can get the current signed in user, and also how you can use the current signed user. So I will sign out, then see if we can be able to sign in. So let's sign in with GitHub. So GitHub, so can close everything. So you can see also I'm signed in with the with GitHub. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to head over to the page. Then this part here we won't be using it. This was only for demonstration purposes. For the next part of the video, we'll start by designing the header, then we can use all of this inside our project. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically what we are going to be doing now, we are going to build a header. We are going to work on this header right here. So here we'll start by actually running about route. Basically when using Next.js, the app folder itself is the home route, because inside there you will find you have page, that is page.tsx, the one that we have been using, this one here. You can see it is the home page. And then if you want to create a route, maybe you want to navigate the user maybe to something like onboarding like this. Okay, so basically you will try to navigate the user there like this, and you will be greeted with a 404 page because we didn't create a file inside there called page.tsx. So when creating a route, you need to create a folder, and then inside there you need to create a page.tsx. Okay, and then if you are later on, you will see that if you are working on APIs, you need to create a route if you want to use APIs. So here you can see a 404. Okay, but when I come here and create a new, that is a new page.tsx. okay, and then here we have RAFCE, and then you can say on, or actually okay, let's just continue with this one here. So and then you can just save. After saving, you will notice that the 404 page will disappear and you will have an onboarding right here. So just give it a moment to finish loading here. Okay, so give it a moment. So when you open your terminal, you will see it is compiling and have finished compiling. Okay, so here it is not okay, so something, okay, so they have not saved. So now it have finished compiling perfectly. So my TS was still running, that why and my printer was also still running, that why I could not save. But after this, I believe now the 404 page should disappear, and then I should have an onboarding right here. Okay, so here it is. So let's create a page that we'll actually use. So I wanted to rename this one here to something like we'll have design. Okay, we'll have design, and then here we can say design. Okay, like that. So my TS is quite running a lot, I don't know why. So but now here you can see I have a 404, But when I try to go to a page like design, I should actually be redirected to that page. Okay, so here you will see that I should be redirected to that page. Okay, after it finishes compiling. So that's how you can create a route using Next.js. And then there are other way to create routes. Maybe you want to group those routes. So here you can see you have the design. So maybe you want to create routes, you want to group routes together, and you don't want that folder to be on your route. Something you want to have something like browse section, and you don't want that section to be visible on your route or on your URL right here. So you can do that by creating a folder. So inside here, for example, we'll have browse. You can create it using any caps or small letters like that, and then inside there you can create a route. Okay, so let's create a route. Maybe we'll have dashboard for our case, so like that. Then remember, we need to create a page inside there, that is page.tsx, and then we need to have rafce FCE like that. Then here we can just say dashboard like that, and then you can just save. Okay, so when you navigate to something like dashboard, okay, you should be redirected to, okay, so here, okay, oh, here I have made a spelling mistake, so it should be dashboard. Okay, so you should be redirected to dashboard. That is the dashboard route. There it is, and then you can see you don't see the browse. Okay, that is the browse folder right there. So this is great. That's how you can create group routes. Okay, so inside this folder here is whereby you can have other routes that you want. Okay, but let's say if you want these routes to have the same layouts, so inside there you can create a file named layout.tsx. okay, and then here you can say rafce. Okay, and then you can say something like browse layout. Okay, like that. And then instead of having a dashboard here, you should be seeing that is the browse layout. Okay, so now to get the other layout, so to get these specific routes, you basically need to call them here. Basically, I mean them because you can have other routes inside here, so you need to call them by calling the children. Okay, so here you can say children. Okay, just like that. And when you save, you should be able to see dashboard. Okay, so that's how you can actually do this. So let me give this one here type say children. It should be of type react node, like that. Okay, so what I want to show you is how you can have the same layout for both routes that you want to have here. So for our case, we'll be having this dashboard here, and then also we'll be having the home page. So you can have the home page inside here. You can see here without having any folder inside here, and then drag and drop your page inside here, that is inside the browse. You will notice that this still will be the home page. Okay, this will still be the home page. So when you navigate to the home page, it will still be the home page. Okay, so okay, So it should still be the home page. Yeah, it did not refetch. Okay, so let's navigate to something like dashboard. So okay, something is wrong, so let me restart once more. Dev. So but this still will be the home page. Okay, remember this one here is not a route, and then here you don't have any other route. Okay, so that means this will still be the home page. Okay, and then as we continue, there is another route that we have not talked about, the dynamic routes. So let me refresh this one here. So the dynamic routes, we haven't talked about them. So basically dynamic routes are the routes that you can navigate the user to without knowing what ID they have, or maybe what or maybe any random number or random object they will have. So you can just redirect the user there without knowing. So and then you will be able to get that that specific ID or something else that you use to redirect the user there. For example, for us, we'll be using design, and then we'll be having design ID. So inside there we'll be having ID. So when you navigate the user to stroke design then stroke ID, we'll have to fetch this ID inside there. So we'll see how we'll do that. So I'll just drag and drop that design page inside there. Okay, so here now you can see you have the home page. Okay, and then it is still there. Okay, and then here I was talking about dynamic routes. So when you navigate to something like design, and then here we have this ID. Okay, that is home URL, design stroke design then stroke ID. So you should be able to navigate inside there, and then inside there you should be able to actually fetch the user ID. Sorry, that is the ID itself. So can come here and get the ID. But for us, we will not get it from the params. We will use the param as hook, because this page here we will convert it to use grant, because we'll be using a lot of hooks here. So you can just say use grant as early as of now, and then here we can use equals to use params. So this one here coming from navigation. Okay, and then here you can just have the ID, the structure there, the ID, and then you can just have the ID here. So it is a string. So remember, it is a string. And then when you save, you should be able to get the ID itself. Okay, so that's how you can actually create dynamic routes, and then how you can be able to get the ID or any other figures that you have passed inside there. So this idea I have written here, if maybe I change this one to something like design ID, you will notice that I will not be able to get the ID. Okay, so you'll see that I will not be able to get the ID. Okay, so you can see I don't get the ID. That is because the same name you gave to your dynamic folder here is the same name that you should use here. That is what you had inside your square brackets. Okay, that is what you should have here. So here you can see we have the ID. So that is very important. So with that, this is the layout of our project, and with that we will have covered the necessary or the basic or the important concepts of React routing. So I'll just actually I will just end this video here, so that on the next part of the video we can work on the header. So let's continue. So as we continue, I forgot to show you how this layout will be important for us, because I said that it will have the same layout, basically the same sidebar, the same header. So for our case here, we will be having the header. Okay, and when you save and navigate yourself to the home page like that, you will notice that we will have the header here, and then we will be having the home page right here. And the same way, navigate to dashboard, you will notice that we'll have the header, and then also we'll be having the dashboard. That is what I was talking about. You can be able to reuse this component inside there, so that you can have the same layout for your routes. So here for our case, we'll be having the header. So we'll create the header inside our components, then we'll create that is nav or navigation like that. Then inside there we can have the header.tsx, then we can have rafce. So I just remove this one, then save, and then so let me finish here, then you can close everything else. So here just want to import the header, so import the header like that, and then you should not notice any changes. Okay, and then here we can close the rest. Okay, you can say close others, and then here we can start by actually working on our header. I'll just copy all the imports that we'll be having, basically all the global imports, since we don't have any rock ones, except actually don't have any. So here are all the global imports, and then also we'll be importing the button coming from add components stroke UI stroke button. Okay, and then here we can get the button. Okay, like that. So the other ones we actually don't have them, we'll create them later on. So here we'll start by giving this header the following class name, which is header. Okay, and then inside here we'll be having the first thing, which will be the link. Okay, then we'll be giving it to the href, that is of the home section. And then inside here we'll be having a link, sorry, that is an image. And then here we'll be having the source, which will be the logo dot png, that is the logo.png, and then alt of logo, and then that is width of 100, and then height of 100. Okay, then class name of size of out, so that it can have the same size even when it is loading. Okay, so with that, now you should be able to see some changes even after just after having the header. You should be able to see some changes here. Okay, so there it is. So after the link, we are going to have a div, whereby this div is going to be flex, and then gap of 2. Okay, and then inside here the first thing we are going to have is so you can head over to the page, that is the home page here, and then here we are going to copy this import here. So we already have them. I actually wanted to copy this tag here, which you are going to have first, and then inside here we are going to pass that is the loading, which will be loading spin, sorry, that is animate spin. Okay, then we are going to give it some size of 7. Okay, so when you refresh the So I believe you should be able to see some kind of loader here. So here it is saying use, okay, that's because basically we are using these hooks here. We need to convert this one here into a use grant. So I actually didn't think with these ones here were hooks, but I had converted my my own component into a use grant because I had some other hooks which I actually removed. So here you can see the loader just after loading. Just after loading, yeah, you can see the loader there. So, and then after that we are going to have this part here, that is for the authenticated. Okay, so here for our part here it will actually be something else. So for now it can actually be just a function. For now it can be just a function like that, and then here we can have some text, or we can just leave it like that, then you can save. So let's see what we have. But for the second button, here, of the first button, which will be the login, and then this one here will be sign up, and then this one here we are going to have the following classes for it, which will be on hover. Or actually, let me see if we can actually use some variant. I never checked this one here. Can have some variant maybe of ghost link outline, maybe outline. Yeah, we can use outline. Okay, so and then for the authenticated part here, so for now we can actually have it this way, but later on we'll actually have the user button. So here we actually let us have something like user button, because we don't have it now, and then you can just save. Okay, so that is the header that we'll be having. So for the next part we'll actually set up the modal, how you want it to actually be set true and false. We'll be using Zustand for that, so let me to that part of the video. So let's continue. So now we can actually work on the modal. So I'll close everything, then collapse everything. Then inside our components, then the providers, here I'm going to create a new file calling it modals.tsx. okay, then I'm going to say rafce. Okay, then inside here I just remove all of that. Okay, then this one here I will go inside my layout, that is my app layout. Okay, then I'm going to have the modals here. Okay, then I will just save. Okay, so after that then I'm going to close it. After that, that is whereby we are going to import our all our modals here. So here you can see the modals. Okay, so let me copy all the import that we'll be having. Basically, since we are using use state and use effect, we can actually convert this one into a use grant, and then after that inside here we need to actually make sure that we don't have any any hydration issues. So we'll do that by actually saying const, and then we can say is mounted, like that, is mounted. Okay, and then after that we're going to say use effect is then we are going to have use effect, and then inside there we're going to say set is mounted is true, and then after that we are going to say if it is not mounted, then we need to return null. Okay, then inside here is where we are going to have our modals. So on my sidebar here I'm going to create a new folder saying modals, just like that. Then here I'm going to say login, let's just say login modal.tsx.
then RAFCE, and then you can just sorry about that. Okay, I'm catching some code here. So here I'll just import the modal. So just import the modal here, and then I'll just say coming from components, then I just save. Okay, then here you should be able to see the change here. You should be able to see the login modal. Okay, so there it is. Then after that we are going to close the login the modals, and then we are going to work on our login. So I just copy all the global imports, so like that, and then like that. Then inside here is whereby we are going to work on this. So whereby we are going to actually start by saying, so actually to set this login modal, we need to create a store that I was talking about. So let's do that so that we can actually be able to see it. Okay, so actually we can stop seeing it like this, so that we can be able only to see it when we set it true. Okay, to do that you can create a store folder, and then inside there you can say use login modal.tsx or .ts, just like that. And then inside there we are going to start by actually importing the Zustand itself. So let me just copy it here, and then after that we are going to have some types. So we are going to say interface login modal store, and then inside here we are going to say is login, or you can just say is login. So you can use is login maybe because you can have some other state saying is open. So is login modal open, and is open login modal. Okay, something like that. And then inside here is going actually to accept this here, which is going to be of type boolean. Okay, then after that you are going to say export, that is export const, and then you're going to say use login modal. Okay, and then you're gonna say equals to create, so the create that we imported, and then you're going to give it the type of login store. Okay, and then you're going to say set. Okay, and then you're going to have an arrow function here. Then inside here you're going to say is login. Okay, then it's going to be false initially, and then after that you're going to say set, or you can say open, that is open modal. Okay, and then for this case here it will be like this, and then here it will be an arrow like that. Then we say set. Okay, and then here it will be parentheses. Then inside there we're going to destructure is login, and then it's going to be of type, not of type, but it is going to be login. Okay, so it will be like that. So now we can use this one here. So you can head over to the that is login. Okay, we can head over to the header. So here is whereby you're going to use that hook, whereby you're going to say use login modal. Okay, then here we'll have you open login modal like that. Then we can use it here. So can say this one true, okay, and then this one true, okay. Then you can just close all of that. Then when you come here, we'll use it also here, whereby it will be use login modal, like that. Then here you can say is login, so if it is open or closed. So here we can say, so we'll use a use state actually, whereby you can say, so since we want to show it when it is open, you can say if open, you can actually show it, and then you can move the return inside there. So you don't need to have anything else, so you can just save. Okay, with that now you should not be able to see the login modal. Okay, that is the name login modal. Okay, but when you click login, you should be able to see it. Okay, so now what I need us to do now is actually import a few things, basically the two components coming from ShadCN UI, that is the login, that is the dialog and the button. Okay, and then we need to implement the dialog. Okay, for the dialog we need to pass a few things. So here we need to get the other one, that is open login, and then we need to pass those ones. So open is a boolean, so we need to pass a boolean here, which will be is login modal. Then open that is open login modal. Okay, then here we'll need to have the content, that is the dialog content. Okay, dialog content. Okay, so inside here is whereby you're going to have our login. Okay, so you can have a div, then you can say login for now. Okay, and then you can just click login, and then you should be able to see this modal right here. So here it is saying that we need to have the dialog title and then the dialog content. Requires a dialog title for the component to be accessible for screen reader users. So this error is because when ShadCN UI was actually setting this part up, they didn't actually consider that error, because they could have seen it, then we could not have a must that we had it. So but we can have it, we can have the dialog title, so but it is not a must. The dialog title will be inside inside this div here. Okay, where it will be that is a tag, then we'll be saying login or sign up in seconds. And with that we should not be having any errors. So there it is. So now we need to pass a few classes here, whereby the first one is going to be flex, padding of 0, and then also you're going to say border none, and then we are going to say MD, that is MD, you're going to say max with LG, and then LG we are going to say max, that is max with 4XL, and then after that rounded LG. Okay, and then inside here we are going to say class name, we are going to say padding of 4. Okay, and then on large devices we are going to say padding of 6. And then for this part here we are going to do the following, whereby it will be text muted foreground, then margin top of 4. So with this you should be able to see something like this. Okay, so perfect. So then after that, after the dialog title, we'll be having a p tag. So let me just copy what we have for the p tag. So you need to have this post to make sure that you don't get any errors when deploying your project. So, and then after that, we need to have the class name, which will be text muted foreground. So then margin top of 4. So this one here should have been text Excel, and then font of bold. Yeah, it should be something like that. So then after the p tag, we are going to have a div, and then I'm catching some cold, that why I'm sneezing and all that. So also you can have some width full, okay, and then we are having some space of y of 4, and then margin top of 6. Then inside here we're going to have the buttons, that is the buttons like that. Then inside here we are going to start by having the icon, okay. So this one here should have two T's, that is button. Then here for the icon, we'll start by having Git. So let's start with Google, like that. Then we can have also here. Then here we can have the following class name, whereby it will be size of 5, then absolute, then after that top of 2.5, and then left of 2.5, okay. And then after that we are going to say continue with Google. Then you can just save. So there you should see the button. And then after that we are going to give this button the following variants. So we're going to say class name before we give it the variants, that is width of full, and then we are going to say relative, and then after that it's going to be variant, that is of outline, and then after that we are going to say we're going to have an on click. For now it can be just a dummy arrow function like that. And then after that we can say we'll be having for the disabled, but we can leave it for now, and then can just save. So should having something like this, okay. Then I just duplicate this one here, so not all of that but the button only 3 times. And then for the second one it will be GitHub, and then here you can just say GitHub, just like that. Then for the last one it will be continue with email, okay. And then to continue with the email we need the icon, that is outline mail. Then you can just save, okay. So as it saves, just after the two divs we are going to have an image, whereby for the source it will be the source, it will be, so let me just copy the source. So the source is inside our public folder, that is stroke out dialog, that is stroke out underscore dialog underscore canva dot jpg, and then alt Okay, then we are going to say, you can just copy this name here, and then after that we're going to give it height, that is height of 400. Okay, then after that we're going to say width, that is width of 400. Then after that we're going to say class name, that is class name hidden, and then md flex, then after that rounded md, that is rounded right md. Okay, then you can just save. So now we can create the function that we'll use for these ones here. So that one will be some kind of a dynamic one, whereby we can just come here and say okay, const, let's start by having const for the loading, that is loading, comma set loading, equals to use state, then it will be false initially. Then after that we can have the function, so we'll be saying on that is on provider sign up, then inside there we are going to have the following. But before that we need to convert this one to a cyclic function, and then we are going to accept the provider, that is the provider, then it's going to be of type GitHub. So we can open the page here. Okay, then here remember we need to accept between GitHub, and so make sure you copy the name correctly, or you just type the name perfectly fine, because they are the one that will be passing to our sign in. So then for the sign in, this function here, okay, then we just need to pass it here. So then you can just have it like that. Then you can just copy the sign in inside here. Then we need to we have already imported it here, so then we need to await this one so that we know when it finishes. Then we can say dot, that is dot then, so for then you can actually get response, whereby response is of type that is signing in boolean and redirect URL, where it is going to redirect you. And then here you can just say set loading to false. Okay, then you can duplicate this one here and then say to true. Okay, and then you can have dot catch, so to catch errors. Okay, then you can have your arrow function, then here you can just say set loading to false. Okay, and then here you can just say, you can just console log the error so that you know what is going on, and then save. And then we use this function here. So we accept between GitHub and Google. Then also here accept between GitHub and Google. Then here we accept Google. Okay, so then here we are going to disabled when we actually loading. Okay, so that is great. And then I want to see if we can actually we can actually work on something else here. But on that one here, for the network, to check the network here, we'll be working with it on the next part of the video. But here we need to actually pass the provider to this part here, okay? And then we just need to remove this one there. So with that, you have a clean login modal. So something like this, so something beautiful. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now we'll be working on this this section here, that is the network status. So you can see here I'm offline, but when I turn on my Wi-Fi here, you can see that I will it will change, and then some other component will appear down here. So you can see some other component there, and the section here disappears. So let's work on that. To work on that, you can head over to the store folder and then copy use login modal, copy it and then paste it also inside there like that. Then we'll name this one to something like use network status, okay? Then maybe I can just copy the name also, so that we have the same name here, and then we can have the same name here. So just rename these sections. Then also here, these sections here, we need to rename them to meet our needs. Okay, so here we can say is online, okay, and then here we can say let also rename this one, but you can just say set is online, okay. So like that. So now we can be able to use this one here. So to do that, we'll actually use it inside a component that we'll create here, provider that is network, network status .tsx rfce. Then we can just reuse it here. Then we need to have it inside our layout. So let's see where we should position it. So it should be just inside the body. Then we import it like that, and then we need to copy the import that we will be having. Sorry about that. So we should import all of that, and then here you can see we are using some hooks, so we should convert this one into a use client also like that. And then here we need to use that hook that we have just created, const, and then we can just say, and then instead of getting it from use state, you can say use network status, and then this one here, it should be something like this, okay. And then now we need to create a mounted section here to avoid any any hydration issues. So here we are going to say is mounted. Then here also we are going to say is mounted. Okay, and then after that we are going to have a listener here, that is a event listener, so that we can manage the use state, or we can change between the use states. Okay, then here first we will be setting it to, that is set is mounted to true. After that we are going to say set online to navigator online. Then after that we are going to say handle online, okay, which is going to be set that is set online to true. And then after that is going to be handle offline. Then after that is going to be windows.event.add event listener. We then change check for the event which will be online, so you can get it here online. Okay, then we pass the online function. Okay, and then after that we check for the, that is for the offline. Then we actually now return now remove the listener. Okay, so like that. So that was because of the help of, that is Copilot. So after that, what you need to do now, you need to say here, if is mounted, just return null. Then if is online, if is online, if is not online, if is not online is when I want to show something. So I just show this, I just return this. Okay, so when you save, you should actually not see anything. So let's see, let it load. So I don't know why I'm having any issues. Basically this is a use current function component, sorry. So here when it loads, you actually should not be able to see, that is the network status. So what you're going to do here, you're going to have this function, this div here, instead of what I have just said. We are going to have this function div here, whereby you're going to give it the following name, class name, which is flex, and then justify center, item center. Sorry, that is item center, like that. Then inside here is whereby you are going to have another div. Then for this div we are going to say class name, whereby you are going to say network, that is network div. Okay, just like that. And then inside here we're going to have another div, and then we are going to have to say if not online, going to have something like this, but instead we are going to say and add if not online. Then we are going to show this part here, whereby you are going to say, so let's have this one here. So like that. So for instead of having this text here, we are going to have margin right of 2, and then you are going to have some size of 4, and then after that we are going to say you are offline. And then last 3 we give this div the following classes, whereby it will be margin left of 3, and then text of SM, and then font normal, just like that. And then we'll be having flex, and then item center. So like that. So when you save, you should not notice any changes. Okay, you should not notice any changes, so just let it refresh. But now we can use this hook elsewhere, like login, like login, we can disable these buttons whenever the user is offline. So let's import the hook here. So let's import the hook here. Okay, then we'll be just using is online. Okay, and then we can just say here for the disable section here, you can say if it's not online, then we can actually disable like that, and then we can just save. So now when I disable this part here, that is my Wi-Fi here. Okay, you should be able to see it right here. Okay, and then when I click this one here, these buttons, 2 buttons should be disabled. Okay, so we'll be using that hook actually to disable even our canvas and some and also to hide some other component that actually requires the user to be online, like what I showed you when we started this section here. So when I enable this part here, and you can see how it will look when you are on an offline mode. Okay, sorry, when we are on dark mode. Okay, so now you can see the components. Okay, some other components appearing, and now here you can see the button now is actually enabled. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So now we'll be working on that is the hero section here. So it will be a very simple hero section. So so you can head over to our components here, and then you can say home. Okay, then you can create a new component there whereby you can say hero.tsx. okay, and you can just say RAFCE and then just save it. Okay, then we are going to have it inside our components. So now remember we are done with all of this, so you can remove all of this, you can also remove you actually don't need it to be a client component. We won't be having any hooks there. And then for the classes here, we are going to have that is space of 20, and then we are going to have margin bottom of 4, and then margin top of 20. Then inside here is where you are going to have the hero, and then we have them from the home. Then after that you are going to have the pricing, that is the pricing, and then after that you're going to have a div, and then inside here you're going to have templates. Okay, so then this one here you can give it the following classes, whereby it's going to be mx of 10, and then on large devices you're going to say mx of 20. So save. So when you save, you should actually be able to notice some changes when you head over to the home. So you can see here. So I would like us to create the templates right now, because we want to be doing a lot there, because remember we don't have the template to show right now. So I just create a new folder here calling it globals. You can have just global, then inside there you can create templates.tsx, and then you can say RAFCE just like that. Then inside there you're going to have something simple for now. I'm going to have this, then you're going to have it inside the React.js fragment, an empty one, then you're going to have that one. Okay, you can close it, and then we can also we'll later continue on the pricing, but for now let us work on our hero section. So here So when you refresh, actually it was not reloading. So now let's see how our hero section is going to look like. So first we are going to import all of this, and then most importantly we are going to convert it to a use grant. Okay, and then here remember we need to use login, then we are going to get login. Okay, and then we need all of that. So did I actually save the templates, or did I import the templates? No, actually I did not import the template, so let us do that. Import it coming from Globos, then can close it for now, and now you can see all of that. So let's continue. So here for the first div here, we won't actually be giving it any classes, and then after that we'll be having the first div, the one that will be having some classes, whereby we'll be saying class name, then we'll be saying flex call, and then after that we'll be saying justify center, that is item center, and then space of 8 y8. Okay, and then after that we'll be having a h1, and then inside here we'll start by saying what will you. Okay, and then after that we're going to have span, and then inside here we are going to say design. Okay, then after the span we'll say today. Okay, just like that. So when you save, you should be able to see should be able to see the text that we have just written at the center here. Okay, so there it is. So let us now design it. So here we're going to start by giving this one the following classes, whereby this one will be taking, that is a text of Excel, and then on large devices we're going to give it that is text of Excel, that is 6 Excel, and then font of bold, and then after that we're going to just say text center, that is center. Okay, and then so for the span here we'll be giving it, that is class name, whereby we'll be giving it hero, that is hero gradient. Okay, and then after that we'll be having a span, that is a p tag. Then inside there we'll be having just a small text here, and then you can just save. Okay, so let's see if okay, now you can see what we have here. So this is the most important thing, we are getting the gradient correct. Okay, so to check out for the gradient you can head over to the Globos, and then when you scroll down, so collapse these ones here. So here you can see the network gradient. Okay, so there you can see the, so this one here is the gradient. So you can see what we have done to get the gradient. So that is from to primary, then we text transparent bg crypt text, then bg gradient to right. Okay, so then for the p tag here we are going to give it the following class name, which is going to be text muted foreground, and then font semi bold, and then lastly we are going to have text center. Okay, so then after the p tag we are going to have the button. Okay, and then we are going to say start designing. Okay, then we are going to give this one here the following classes, but maybe we actually don't need to do that. You can actually just give it a function which you can create here, where first we can actually check if we have current user, which is going to be data. Okay, so you can hover on the data and see what you're getting, which is the user information. And then after that we are going to get login modal, okay, which you are going to destructure it like that. And then here we are going to see is logged in modal open. Okay, actually we are going to actually set it open. Okay, so that is open login modal. Then after that we can use the router. Okay, so then after that we're going to use handle login. Okay, or we can just say handle click. Can just use it like that. So let it, okay, so here I'm going to say handle click because you are not logging in, you are not certainly logged in, logging in. So we are going to set it to true. And then here we are going to say if we have data, that means we have the user is logged in, then we are going to push the user to the, that is to the, we are going to push the user to the dashboard. Okay, to the dashboard. Okay, and then else we are going actually to open the modal. So that's why we actually needed to be able to access our modal at any given point. Okay, and also to be able to actually call it whenever we want. Okay, then here we can just say on click, then you can just paste the function just like that. So here when it finishes saving, if we are not, since we are not logged in, you can see it, we open a modal. So you can continue with GitHub. So continue with GitHub. Okay, so just give it a moment to log in. So just give it a moment. So when you open your terminal, you should not be getting any errors as you log in. So it is taking a lot of time. So for the next part of the video, we'll actually work on the pricing modal. So we'll have the pricing modal, then after that we can head over to the dashboard. Okay, so now it is almost done. Don't know why it is taking a lot of time. So I don't think I have missed anything. So now it is done. So here we should be getting user, that is the user button. Okay, so and then when you click, you should be redirected to the dashboard. Okay, so I believe the next thing we should actually work on is the user button, and then we can work on the pricing, because we actually forgot to work on the button, that is the user button. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So I'll close hero here, then open my sidebar here, collapse everything inside our component, then the globals. Here is whereby you're going to create the user, that is the user button .tsx. Okay, then you're going to actually have RAFCE, then we can just save. Okay, then we can head over to the header. Okay, then you can just import it there. Just import it there, then you can change the import coming from components. Okay, then you can just close it, so you should not notice any changes. Then after that, we are going to actually import everything that we actually need. So I will actually import everything, except now I can remove something like this which we don't need. Okay, and then we need the rest. Okay, and then to use this hook here, that is the theme. Okay, and set theme, we need to set up theme. So we'll be doing that just in a minute. And then after that, we can also say const, then we can say equals to sign out. Here we want to use it for sign out. Okay, and then after that, we need to have another one for router, and so I believe those ones will be enough. And then here we'll use it to handle logout. Okay, and then that will be it. So let us now set up the theme before we forget. So for the theme, we are going to use theme provider. We are going to use basically to use Next themes to do that. So, and you can follow the steps inside your ShadCN UI. Then you make sure you visit dark mode. After visiting dark mode, choose Next.js. Okay, then we have already installed Next themes. Then what you need to do is just create this component here. It will be inside our globals, our providers, and then we'll be having this one here. Okay, it's just that I have been used to doing that whenever I am copying and pasting anything, so like that. And then we can scroll down here, and then we can wrap our children with this, so that is inside your layout, inside your app. Then we can do this here. Okay, then we import the theme provider coming from our component, so make sure it is coming from our component. Then you can just say save. And then for something like, so let me see here, we should be having key storage. Okay, here we should be saying something like Canva clone theme. Okay, so that is because it doesn't always take the theme of the previous project whenever you are using localhost. Okay, so then you can just save. Then with that, now you have set up your theme. So what you're going to be doing now, you're going to be using this drop down menu to actually now implement the user button. So here we are going to have the drop down menu. Okay, and then here we are going to have the drop down trigger. I'm going to say drop down trigger. Okay, so drop down menu trigger. Okay, and then inside here is where you are going to have the avatar, so you can auto complete that. So that is the avatar. So remember, you have imported everything here. So then after that, we are going to give this avatar the size. We are not going to be using h and width. I'm going to say size of, that is size of 12. Okay, then cursor pointer, and then also we are going to say rounded LG. Okay, so when you save, you should be able to see something. So it had actually forced reload, so let it finish. So here you have the avatar image. You pass the image coming from user here, and then here you also pass the name if you don't have the image, that is the avatar callback. Okay, and then after that, is after the trigger, we're going to have the drop down menu. That is the drop down menu. Here you're going to have the drop down menu content. Okay, inside here we are going to start by actually having the drop down menu sub. So drop down menu sub like that, and then inside here we are going to use a trigger. Then this one here doesn't usually accept the classes. Then here we can actually use a trigger. Okay, so then also we are not going to be using classes here. That is you are not going to be passing classes to the drop down menu trigger. Instead you are going to be saying theme. Remember, you already have theme here coming from use theme. So if theme is equals to light, then we are going to be doing the following. And then if it is not, we are going to be doing something else. So here, if it is light, we are going to be showing this icon here, which is IO sunny outline. Then we are going to be giving it the following classes, which are only one class, that is margin left of 2. Then we can duplicate this one here. Then this one here is going to be FA moon. Okay, with that we have our trigger. But after that we're going to have span, whereby you are going to have theme. Then we are going to pass the following class, that is capitalize. Sorry. So going to reload everything, going just to reload, basically because after force reload it did not actually reload our page. And then here we are having hydration fail because of dark here, or some classes passed to the dark, so pass to our HTML. So when you head over to layout, let's see if we can be able to fix this. So here what you can do, there is something you can do here, whereby you can say suppress hydration warnings. Okay, then close it. That is because it is because of the theme. Okay, so and then here now you can see what we have here. Okay, so great. So let's continue. And then this class, some class name we should pass to the content, that is the drop down menu content. That is the drop down menu content, whereby we should be having some width of something like 40, and then we should be having on dark, we should be having BG dark, and then after that we should be having a Z of 70, and then after that we should be having a border of none. Okay, and then I'm going to save. So when you click here, you will see that you won't be having any borders. And then now what I will do, just after the trigger, now we'll have the separator. Okay, we'll have, sorry, that is after that is after the trigger we are going to have the drop down menu menu portal. You can have this drop down menu sub portal. So okay, this one here, drop down menu. So let me confirm. So that is drop down menu portal. Yeah, drop down menu portal. So this one here, not drop down sub portal, but drop down menu portal. Then inside there is whereby you're going to have drop down menu sub content. Then we are going to close it. Okay. Also we need to give it the classes which we had for this one here. Okay, so they are the same classes that I had for the autocomplete. So inside here you're going to have the first thing, which is the drop down, that is drop down menu, that is the drop down menu separator. Okay, and then inside here we are going to say, okay, so before we have the operator here, we are going to have appearance. Okay, and then after the appearance is when you are going to have the drop down menu separator. It is a self-closing one. And then when you save, you should be able to see this one here. Okay, whereby after that we will be having the following. So I will just like to copy what we'll be having instead of repeating everything. Okay, so after the separator you're going to be having the themes. How to set the theme? So we check if the theme is the currently selected one. Then if it is the current selected one, we are going to say checked. Else we are going, actually it is not going to be checked. And then you can also be able to set the theme to dark or to light based on the section you are at. So here it is. So that means I have made a mistake. It is not well as it should. So that is drop down menu portal, then sub, that is drop down menu sub content. Then I'm giving it width of 40, then on dark bg of dark, then border none, then drop down menu. So this one here I used separator instead of label, and then I will just save. So now you can see what we have right there. You can set it to right, and then also you can set it to something like dark. Okay, something like that. Okay, so after all of that, that is after the drop down menu sub, we are going to have another, we are going to have a drop down menu item. Okay, so inside there we are going to, it is going to have an icon whereby it's going to be md outline, that is outline. Okay, not outline but logout. Okay, then you are going to say sign out. Okay, then here is going to be not drop down menu sub, sorry, so this is a closing one. I was thinking it was this one here, but the way it is okay. So drop down menu, item, then we have an on click, then you are going to say, so we're going to have this one here. Okay, going to have that one there. So for the check, you will use it if you want to set the price modal open. Okay, so now you have something like this. You can sign out, then you can change your basically you can change your theme, but also it is not uniform. That is because we have this margin left that we should have here. Okay, so for margin left it is not working here. So what you can do, you can basically remove this one here and see how it will look like. So very interesting. So this one is still there. So yeah, they are okay like that. Okay, can use them like that if you want. So I think it is the same here. So let me meet on the next part of the video, whereby we'll be working on the pricing modal. Also you'll be having some modal if time allows. So let's continue. So I will close this one here, then on my sidebar here I will collapse everything, then inside our components, then inside our, that is our home here, I will create a new file calling it pricing, or you can just say call it plans.tsx. Then you can say RAFCE like that. Then we can just save. So plans, so okay, don't know if it is a reserved word or what, something. Okay, so it is okay. So plans, then we head over to the page, that is the home page here. Then we just need to import it. Then we close it like that. Then here we'll start by actually giving it this one the following classes. So that is flex call, then after that is going to be justify center, and then item center, and then after that is going to be space y of 10, and then inside here we're going to have a h1, whereby this one here is going to be a perfect plan for everyone, or a perfect fit for everyone. Then here we're going to have the following classes for this h1, whereby it's going to be text of to Excel, then font of bold, then after that is going to be text center. Okay, so then you can just save. So just save. So I want to confirm that the background that we are using currently is the same background that I was using. So but it seems it is not. So when you head over to the layout here, you can see we are giving it the correct font, but on dark we need to say pg of dark. Okay, and we're going to close that one. So the color should change and should be something like this one here. So then after this h1 here, we're going to open our sidebar here. Then inside our globals we are going to create the plan. That is the plan card .tsx. Okay, then we are going to say rafce, then you're going to save. So you can see the background we have is the same background that we'll be having on this section here. So you can see it is the same background. So let's continue. So here we are going to use a card to render the 3 cards that we need. So here you can say plans card, or you can say plan card. Okay, coming from globals at components, then I forgot to actually give the accept the prop that should be accepting. Like that. And then this one here we are going to sorry about that. So here I'm going to pass the following props. So that is the users, that is for one person, price name, Canva free, description. Okay, then you're going to duplicate this one. After duplicating those ones, that one I'm going to copy the other props that we are going to pass to this component, which are going to be for one person, Canva Pro, and then the description. And then duplicate this one there, the last one, and then I'm going to paste it like that. So you should be having something here to indicate our plans, our plan card. Okay, then inside our plan card you are going to start by actually importing everything that we will be needing for this card, like that. And then we're going to start by giving this div the following classes, which is going to be a dynamic one. Then we are going to use cn. Then for the normal classes it's going to be space of y of 8, and then padding of 5, that is 5, and then rounded LG, and then width of custom one of 3000 px, and then text black. Okay, and then comma, then you're going to say plan, that is price name. Okay, if is equals to Canva, that is Canva free. Then we are going to have a turn array. So let me change this one here. So So you should be having a an array. If price name is equals to Canva free, then so I'm going to say, else we are going to say like that. So it is saying, so same use of comma operator. So did you, okay, so here it should be inside here. Okay, then here we should be saying bg of gray 100, then after that bg primary, okay, then opacity of 10, and then here is going to be a div, and then inside here is going to be a span. Then the class name we are going to say flex, justify between the second option, and then after that is going to be item center. And then for the span here we are going to be saying users, and then for the classes is going to be bg of white rounded full. Then after that we're going to say text of x, that is xx, the extra small, then px of 2, then py of 1. Then you can just save and see what you have. So there they are, the cards. So as it loads we can continue, and then after the span here, that is after the span, we are going to say price name is equals to Canva, that is Canva free. Then that is when you are going to show the following. So it is going to be a span, then inside there we are going to show the icon, that is the icon of FA, and then giving it a class name of this one 300, and then size of 4. Okay, then this one here, the following classes, and then is going to be padding of 1.5, then bg of white, and then rounded full, like that. And then after this div here we're going to show a p tag, and then this p tag is going to be saying price name. And then you can duplicate this one here. This one here is going to be the description. And then now we can have the classes for that is for this p tag. So it is going to be text extra large, and then font bold, and then after that text primary, and then for the second class name here is going to be text muted foreground, and then text extra small, then lastly going to be margin bottom of 4. And then lastly now you can have button. Okay, then inside here we can say pricing. If pricing is equals to Canva free, we are going to say get Canva start, get, so here you are going to say get Canva free, else try free for 30 days. You can say try, for case you can say try free pro trial. Okay, and then here we can have the following classes, and then going to be width of full, and then text of white. Then we can just save. So should be having something like that. So I'm waiting for it to finish saving. So the next thing that I want us to do is that I can show you how you can set up login modal. So here you can see we are having this look. That is because inside your plans here we didn't wrap this one here with the div, so it should be inside a div, then giving this div the following classes. So forgot to do that, whereby it is going to be block, for that is for smaller size, and then for large sizes we are going to say flex, and then gap of 4, and then space y of 2, and then LG we are going to say space y of 0. And then now we can just push these 3 components up here, and then after that you will notice on smaller devices is when we will see this. Okay, so don't worry about this. So now I want us to see how we can actually set up the login modal, that is the price modal, so that you can set it open at any given point whenever the user is accessing a feature that requires them to be a pro member. Okay, so here I'm going to copy this one here, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, then I'm going to rename it to use, that is use plans modal. Okay, so this part I may cut it out if we don't have enough time actually to show the video, so but it is important that you have it. So here you can say, actually I should have copied this one here. It is the simplest one to actually integrate it here. So here open plans. Okay, and then here you can say plans. Okay, then now we can change this one here. Okay, so now what you need to do, just need to create a file inside our components, then modals, where you can just say plans modal dot tsx, you can say rafce, and then you can just copy the name and then import it inside our modals here. So let me see if I actually forgot to use one modal. Okay, there are only two modals that we are actually using. So here you can just actually paste the name of the modal here and then import it coming from modals, that is at components, stroke components, then save, then close it, and then I just come here inside my branch modal. I'm going to actually import everything that we are going to use, like that. And then you can see this one here is not, it should be coming from global, then plans card, then this one here, it should be coming from use plans modal. Then you can control spacebar and see what you can actually get. And then now you can say const, then we can get the is plan modal open and all of that, like that. So now we'll actually be showing this when is plans modal open is when we actually be showing this. Okay, so inside there, so since we have already worked with Dialog, is when I'm just going to paste, I'm going just to paste everything here. So then this one here is going to be coming from, so this one here should have been plans instead of plan card. So here it should have been plans. So here it should have been plans. And then this one here, pass it here. And then this one here, we should be passing it here. Okay, then we just save. Now we can use this hook. So I close all of this, then collapse everything. Then inside our user button, this one here, can use this hook there to actually set the be able to set it open at any given section of our project. So it's down here. So let's first import this one here, then we can use this icon and then just duplicate this one here and then press this one here, and then let's see if what I called this one here. So actually I don't have it there, so you can just say plans. Okay, and then here you can just have something like okay, open. So we actually don't need this one here. And then here we can have this, set it true. Okay, so when you save, so when you save and come here, so when you refresh, so you don't have any errors. So almost done here to finish. So when you open your plans here, you should be able to see your modal. Okay, so then here I'm getting some kind of an issue. So here you can see that the issue we are getting earlier on. So what you can do, can just copy this one here. So then plans. Okay, so you can actually, since we already have the title, so to get rid of the error, that is the user the plans modal. Okay, so can have a p tag here, can have a dialog title, sorry, that is dialog title, not coming from Radix but coming from components, and then you can just have it there without actually using it. That one we get rid of the error. So now you can be able to use that one at any given point. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now we are working on this page right here. So what you do, we open our sidebar here, then we collapse everything, then inside our browse, then dashboard, then page. Inside here is whereby we will start by giving this one the following classes, whereby we say flex call, and then space of y of 6, then after that padding of 10, and then mx auto, that is mx auto, then last 3 we say py of 10. Okay, and then you can save on that one first. So then we move back to our section here, and then here what we do now, we create the banner. So we'll be starting with the banner here. All of this will be going inside a folder called dashboard, and then inside there we can start by having the banner RAFC, like that, and then here we can actually copy the banner. We have it here, we import it like that, and then here we will start by giving this one the following classes. Okay, so okay, and then here, so here I haven't saved that Y, so when you save you should be able to see the error will disappear. So as it loads, so make sure it loads, you see the banner here. So then here you can give this one the name dashboard, that is the dashboard banner, like that. With that you should be able to see something like this, and then inside here you should start by having a div, and then this div should have the following class name, whereby it will be text center, and then after that space of y of 6, and then inside there we'll be having a div. You can give it the following class name, whereby it will be font of bold. So since we'll be having some text there, and then text of 4XL, and then last 3, our second last maybe can have text of 6XL, and then flex, and then last 3 item center. And then inside here we'll start by having the image. We get the image coming from our next, and then here we can start by having the source. So let me just copy what it will have instead of just me writing all of them. Then it will be the favicon, and then alt will be the favicon, then height of 100 and a width of 100. Then we'll be having a size of 16, animate bounce, and then margin right of 4. And then after the image you'll be saying clone is here. So if you want to design it further, you can do that, but for me we can just leave it there. Then after that you can have some p tag. Then inside here let me just copy the p tag. We'll be saying we'll be saying what? Texts muted, foreground, then text SM, then last three on large devices it will be text Excel. Then you can just save. So you can see what we have right there. So after this, we'll be working on another important component called offline. If the user is offline, we'll be showing the component. So on our sidebar, we'll be creating another component, global component called offline.tsx. We'll use it everywhere, in a lot of section of this project, right there. Then we save. Then here we have offline. Then we just save. Then inside here we'll be getting the hook that tells us if the user is offline. So you can say equal to use network status, like that. Then we get if the user is online. So then based on this is whereby we are going to render the component. So it's going to be this way. Then we are going to have this one inside here. Then if the user is not online, then we can do that. Then so that we can see what we are designing, just make sure that I am offline. Okay, and then here we can start by having this one flex call, and then after that justify center, item center, and then z of 120, custom 120. Then inside here we'll be having the image, and then here we can have the source. So let me just copy what we'll be having, like that. And then after that we'll be having some p tags. So let me just copy the p tags. So we'll be having something like that. So you can see we need to convert it to a use grant because of the hook that we have just used. Let's say use grant. Okay, and then now you should be able to actually see what we have right here. So when the user is offline, we could be showing this one, and then when they are online, it will just disappear, and then we can see the designs, the user designs. Okay, so you can see it have just disappeared. So on the next part of the video, we will basically work on the sizes. Okay, so let me turn that part of the video. So now we'll work on the design. So that is on the sizes. So to do that, we can head over to component, then dashboard. Then inside here we will create our sizes, that is size.tsx. Okay, let's name this one to sizes.tsx. Then we have RAFCE to spin up the components of the projects. So my functions, my TypeScript is still running, that's why it is taking so long, but now it is here. Then we head over to page. Okay, that is the page inside dashboard. Okay, then inside here is whereby we are going to import our sizes. going to say sizes. Okay, and then we are going to import it from where we created. So TypeScript is still running, that way I'm not getting the correct autocomplete, but we can do this. Instead of getting it from global, let's duplicate this one here and then we can do this. Okay, with that now we have the sizes. Okay, in that you should be able to see the sizes somewhere down here. So as it loads, I will import everything that we will be needing. So head over to, actually we can just paste them here, and this component will have a few hooks, so let's convert it to use client. Okay, and then here you can see the sizes. So we are going to start by actually having the class for this one here, whereby it is going to be sizes grid. Okay, then inside here you're going to have a button. Okay, so we're going to have a button, so I'm going to say button like that. So remember, you already have the button. Then in here we'll be having sizes card or size card. Then we can just create the component here .tsx, and then we can just create the component. Okay, then we can just save. Then here you can autocomplete this one here, just like that. So let me take this one to the top, then we can have, so okay, then here can have something like that. So now we have the size card, so we should be having something like this. So now I need us to map over the designs, but the design types. So we're going to do design types dot map. Okay, then you are going to get the design. Okay, then you are going to get the increment, and then you are going to actually return this. Okay, and then you are going to return like this, and then inside there is whereby you are going to have this. Okay, so for this button here we'll have the key, which will be increment, and then after that we'll be having some classes, whereby it will be sizes card, and then not card, but we can do VTN, and then size of that too, and then after that we can say group. So I'll show you what this group will do, because when you hover you'll see that it is not a class, and we don't have the class inside our global.css. So you're going to have it like that. Instead of outline, you are going to have ghosts. Okay, then you're going to have an autocomplete, and then now you can just save. Okay, so should be having something like this. Okay, even when you minimize this one here, you should be having something beautiful working for you. So after this, I would like to pass a few props to this card here. So I just copied the type. We're going to pass the name, icon, color, background color, height and weight. Okay, so we don't have the type, so I'll head over to my size card here, then I will copy the types. Okay, then I will navigate over to size card, then I will have the types here. Okay, and then I will import this one here. So we'll be having background color, icon, height, width and name. Okay, and then we'll be having all of these inside an empty React.js fragment like that. And then here we will be having a div, and then inside here we'll be having an icon. Okay, and then after that we'll be having, just after the div, we'll be having a p tag, whereby inside here we'll be having a name, and then after that we'll be having another p tag, whereby we'll be having the sizes, which are the size which you can create here, whereby you can say size is equals to dynamic string, then we have this, then we can say width times height. Okay, then here we can have the size. Okay, so should be able to see some changes. So it is saying that, okay, so we need to convert this one here into a use grant. I don't want to read what it says, but I'm hoping that is because this is okay, an expected component built-in function. Okay, then here I did not save this part here, that's why I'm getting that error. That's why I got that error. So I hadn't passed the components, and actually I was reading them here. Okay, so it is important you pass the component so you can read them. So you should be having something like this. Sorry. Then you should be having some class name here, whereby you will be having padding of 4, rounded full, and then we'll be having transition all, and then we'll be having duration of 300. Okay, and then for the icon here you can say class name, and then it will be dynamic one, whereby it will be using CN. So import CN, and then here we'll be having group. So the group that we talked about, so when you call this group here, then you say group dash hover, something like that. So that means you are talking to this group here. Okay, so when you hover on this div here, okay, then the following will happen. Animate, we are doing bounce, so bounce. Okay, and then after that we'll be having color. Okay, and then you can save. And then for this p tag here we'll be having text access, and then we'll be having text center. So but everything is at the center, so it is not a must you do text center. So then you can do class name. Okay, then you can say text. So let us not do text, but actually do. So here you can say SM, then here you can say text extra small, then you can do hidden, then we use the group, then we say dash hover, and then we say reflex, so we want to show it when we hover. So you can see what we have. Okay, so this one here, it is actually taking a lot of width, so you can head over to the button here, but that is because I have given it more width. So let's do extra small, and then here we can maybe do something smaller than extra small, which we don't have. I believe we don't have smaller than extra small. So you can see here, this one here, extra small, is 12, so here we can do 10px. Okay, so now you should be having something like this. Okay, and then here you should have px. Okay, well, actually we should not be having px, because actually I don't know if it is px or it is what, so let's leave it at that. Okay, so should be having something like this. Okay, so amazing. So on the next part we'll see how we can click the so let's close this. So when you close that, so here I was actually working on this div here. So okay, then you have class name. So I want to explain why we had this background color here and we are not using it. So you can see background color here. Okay, so here this background color, we were supposed to use it here, whereby we say style. Okay, then you say background color, then you pass the color. Okay, with that you should be able to see the background. Okay, so you can see the big difference between what we have here. So I think this one here you can remove it, then you should be having something like this. Okay, so it is your choice if you want it to stay like this, if you think it is working for you the way it is right now, or you just want it to stay this way. Okay, so okay, you can make your choice there. So on the next part of the video, we'll be creating our designs, then we'll see how we can actually be able to on click here we can be able to create our design. So let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So we are going to head over to the schemas. Okay, that should be inside Convex, then schemas here. Okay, so here we are going to create our table. So that is the designs table, whereby it is going to be define schema, actually not schema but define table, like this. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have the designs. So the first thing we are going to have is the user ID. Okay, whereby it is going to be of v id. Okay, then inside there we are going to say users. So let's see if this one here will work. On my case, I used so let me show you. I used type string, and then I did not pass anything. I just left it like that. So I want to see if this one here will work, because if it works, it is great, because that means you are referencing the users table, which remember we have here. Okay, so here we can have the title. whereby we can say title, then we can import this. Then after that we can have, so after the title we can have user ID. Sorry, we already have the user ID. We are going to have JSON, which is going to be v.any. Then we are going to say height, which is going to be v. Instead of number we are going to have float. And then after that we are going to say width, sorry, that is width, like that, which is going to be the same. And then after that we are going to have thumbnail, which is going to be of type string, and then it will be optional initially, or you can just pass string for in the first instance, or the first time you are creating your table, or the first time you are creating your actually your row or your document. So but here we can just say v.optional. Okay, and then after that we are going to say category. We won't be using this category, but you can use it to filter if you want, but for us it will be like that. And then after that we can is pro. This one here will be optional. Actually we can let it, so this one here will be published, or we can say is published. Okay, then here is pro. We can actually, for the first instance we can actually pass false, because we need to read it. We need actually to read it for the first time, because even when the user they don't set it is pro, or even when the user doesn't set it to is published, I would like to know if it is published or if it is pro, because of rendering the home page or rendering on the templates. Okay, that is on the template section that will be having. When you save, you should see your convex preparing function, so you should make sure that your convex is running, that is Banex dev, convex dev, sorry, or npx convex dev. And then you can see downloading and all that, and it finishes, and then here you can see your designs table. So after that we are going to close this part here. Later on we are going to have the images there, but for now we can close it. So what you're going to do next, I'm going to create another folder which I'm going to call hooks. You're going to have only one hook. So but before we do have the hook, we can actually create the function we will use to create the design. So here we can create a new file calling it design. So this is the functions table that we that is the functions that we talked about earlier on. So what I will do first is actually import everything that we'll need. Okay, so inside here we are going to say this one here is to create design. So we are going to create the design like that, and then here we're going to be, so I would like it to be default, or we can use const. We can say const create table mutation. Okay, then inside there we can open curly brackets. Okay, just like that. Then we can close parentheses. Then inside here the first thing we'll be getting are the arguments. Okay, and then the arguments are going to be of type props, are going to be of type object. So then here we'll pass everything that will be passing. Okay, so we'll be passing height is pro, is published. Okay, which remember is a boolean. So when you head over to schema, so you need to make sure that that all of these here align with what you have here. Okay, so what you can do, you can actually copy all of these, okay, then just paste them here. Okay, for now you can actually leave it there. So you should be having something like this. We'll be passing title, JSON, height and width, thumbnail, which is optional, we can leave it as it is for now. Then category is optional, you can leave it as it is. Then the others you need basically to pass them. And then after that you're going to have a comma, then you're going to have the handler. Okay, then you're going to say asynchronous function, we get the, so actually the autocomplete is perfect. So here we are getting the handler, then we are seeing asynchronous, then we are getting CTR. So you can hover on the CTR and you can see what it is. Basically they are the designs table, and then here are the argument that we passed. So you can, instead of having destructuring them like that, you can have arguments like this. Okay, and then when you come here and say arguments dot, you can see here you have autocomplete. Okay, so that one can also work for you. Okay, so actually let us use the argument way, so that when we actually update this part here, we won't need to get it here. So I just hold Alt and click everywhere I want to update. Okay, then I will say IRG argument dot, okay, something like that. Then here to create the design, I'm saying await dot ctr dot db dot insert. Then I give the name of the table that I want to create, or where I want to create my document. And then after that I pass the arguments or the fields. And then the most important thing here, we should get the user. Okay, so here we are getting the user. So when you hover here, you see that this is the user ID. You can just say user ID, and then here you can say if you don't have the user ID, we should throw an error. Okay, because if you don't have the user ID, I don't want us to create the user. To create the design. And then after that, what we are doing, we are just returning the design. Okay, so that is the way we'll be doing it here. So after that, now we can have the hook. So inside our hooks here, can create a new file calling it use API mutation. Okay, that is .ts. Then inside here we'll convert it into a use current, because we are having use current, of course, and also I think use mutation is also a hook. Then you can export const, and then you can say use API mutation. Okay, then you can say equal to, and then here we can say mutation. Okay, you can say mutation function. We'll be passing the mutation function, which will be of type any. Okay, then you can close that one there. So it will be of type any. And then after that, we are going to have the use state, whereby it is going to be const. Okay, then here is going to be pending, then set is pending to true. And then after that, you are going to say const. Okay, and then you are going to say API mutation. can say API mutation. Then you're going to say equal to use API, use mutation. Then we pass the mutation function. Okay. Then here we say const. Then we say mutate equals to asynchronous function. Then we say we pass basically the arguments, or basically you can just say you can also give it as payload, but you can pass the argument there. And then after that, this is an arrow function. Okay, so inside there, the first thing we'll do is saying set pending. So I'm not going to do all of that. So we say pending, set pending to true. Then we try catch. Okay, so try catch. So okay, let's say try. Then inside here we can say catch. Then we do it like that. Then inside here, what we can do, we can draw an error just like that. And then here on the try section, here we can actually say let result as any. Okay, then after that we can say result equal to await mutation. Then we pass the argument, and then finally so I believe we should be having an option of finally. Okay, then we pass the pending to false. So we should be having the finally here. And then here also you should be able to actually, so let me see. So here we should be actually be using this one here. You can see when I click on it, it is passing. So, and then after all that, we are going to say to actually return mutation and pending. Okay, so let's see if this one will work. We copy the mutation, then we head over to our sizes here. Okay, and then here the first thing we'll do, we actually say const, and then we can extract the two items that we have just returned, and then we can say use API. So I've just copied the name, use API, then we actually have it here. Then we say API, we need to, I think we should have imported API. Okay, and then you can say dot design dot, when you autocomplete you should have create design. Okay, then here we should destructure mutation and also pending. So this one here will be disabled when it is pending. Okay, and then here remember we have an on click function here, so we can create that function const, then you can say handle click. Okay, then inside here is whereby we are going to do all of that. Then we can say await mutate like that. Then inside there is whereby we will be passing our things. So await mutate, the first thing we'll be passing is the user ID. So remember all of these should be passed. So this design here we don't have it, so that is the JSON, we don't have it, so we get an object like that, and then inside here the thing we're doing it is the version. Okay, then it will be the version is going to be Fabric, so we need to get the Fabric version. Okay, then after that we are going to say objects, that is objects is going to be an empty array. Okay, and then here we're going to have a comma, then we are going to have the background, where it is going to be a string of white. Okay, and then for height is going to be height design, then width is going to be the same. Then you are going to make these two false initially. Okay, and then after that you are going to say dot, then you are going to get the response. Okay, and then for the response we are going to route the user, or first we can just console log it before we route the user to another page. Then we can say dot catch, then we catch the error, then here we can console log the error. Okay, so now let us use this handle click here. Okay, and then save. Okay, so now when you head over to to this part here, you should be seeing all of this. So let's create a function, our first design. So I will click the YouTube, and then here you can see I got an error saying server error, value does not match the validator, that is path user ID value user ID, type should be the user ID. So sorry, here you can see that the validation is working. So for the design here is expecting the user ID. Okay, so we need to get the current user ID. So you can get that one from but you can say const, well actually instead of doing that you can come here and actually remove this part here, just like that. And then for the user ID here you can use this user ID here, so we don't need to get another user ID. And then here it is saying okay, is not assignable to type null. Okay, so let's say if it is going to be there, so let's give it a moment to finish loading here. So I think with that one now it's going to work. Okay, so now let it reload. So let it reload, and then we can click once more. So and then here we should not be passing all of these, can just save. So actually it is saying here we have an error. So user ID, so you can see here user ID is basically null, but basically here we are saying if we don't have the user ID, we throw an error. So maybe you can say if we don't have the user ID, we can just return null. So okay, very interesting. I believe I cannot pass an empty string to get rid of the error, because the user ID, if it is not there, basically I should be able to okay, I'm getting confused by this error, because here we are actually getting the user ID, and then here we are actually saying if we don't have the user ID we can just break the function. So that means I'm sure that is not going to be null. Okay, so let's do this. So let us compile to fix for us. So and give it a moment. So let accept. Okay, so get user ID. Then here we are getting the user ID. If we don't have the user ID, we can actually just return. So what did they do different that I wasn't doing? Okay, actually I don't see anything different. Yeah, what is different from this and this? Okay, I hope you can see the difference, but now we don't have the error. So what I'll do, so it have finished saving here. What I'll do, I'll just click one button here, and then when I head over to the design here, designs, I should basically see one design here: category, the ID, the height and width is Pro-Force, all of that, and then also the JSON here. Okay, you should be getting the JSON there, and then the YouTube thumbnail, you're passing the name, and then after that we can have something like that. So it is working. So this one here is working, and then also this one here is working, then the schemas are working. And then for the name, so for the title here we are passing the label. If you want, you can do it like Canva does it, where you say untitled design, like that. Okay, so now we can route the user to another page. Now we can push the user to another page whereby you can use the router. Okay, and then after that, so we can console, we can comment on that, whereby you can say const. Okay, whereby you can just say router dot, that is dynamic route, so dot push, that is router dot push, like that. Then we push the user to design, then stroke response. Okay, so the response is actually the ID, so it usually returns the ID. So you can do ID if you want. Let's do ID like that. So now we should be having all of that. Okay, so when you click on a new design, maybe something like social, you should be pushed to another page, that is the designs page. So give it a moment. So on the next part of the video, we'll be working on the recent designs. So when you I head over to the Canva clone here. So here you can see I have been passed to this page here. Okay, and then here I'm getting undefined. Okay, so that is very interesting. Okay, that is very interesting. So earlier on we actually so when you come here, you should be having two designs. Okay, so when I console log here, what I'm getting earlier on, so this is good that I have got this error, this array, because you could have been wondering why weren't we not getting the user ID on our designs. Okay, so what I will do, so let me just continue with one. Then here I just empty the table. Okay, then I will click the button here once more. So it is actually returning undefined. So that is because of user mutation that we created earlier on. So maybe we made an error there. So we can head over to the mutation. Can head over to this user mutation here. So this one here is the one that we're expecting it to return the user ID. Okay, so here set loading to true, then finally we set it to false. So I just remove all of these. I just want to write this one here again, maybe in another way, whereby we can just say maybe let's do this the way it have been done here. Okay, so the way it have been done here this way. Let's see if we return the result, if it is going to actually help us. So then here I'm going to return mutation and also return pending. Okay, then I'll just save. So here now we can head over to the start designing. So we'll be working on this part here. Okay, that is on the next part of the video. So now maybe you can just click this once more. So now I'm getting the user ID. So that's great. So what I should actually have been returning the result. Okay, so I wasn't actually returning the results, and that's why I actually was getting that error. So now we are done with this part. So on the next part of the video we can worry about the recent designs. So let me turn that part of the video. So let's continue. So let's see how fetching design will look like. So we'll do that inside a component, then dashboard, then here we'll have the folder. We can say recent designs.tsx, and we can say RAFCE. Then we can have the recent design here. Then we can save. Then we have to import this one inside our page, that is page dashboard. Then here we can have the design. Then we can autocomplete like that. Then on our sidebar here, so not on our sidebar, on our designs here, I would like to import every component that we'll be using, that is global. Okay, then also I would like to convert this one here into a use client. Okay, like that. Then after that I would like to copy maybe 3 hooks that we'll be using, or actually 4. No, that is a hook and a button, 2 hooks and a button. So here remember we have used network status, then here we get network status, then here we get the use mutation. Okay, so we should be having those imports, that is 8 imports. And then after that here we can say const, we get the network. Okay, and then after that here we are going to do some query, but for now we can just have it this way. Close this one here. So that is this one here. For the query here we are going only to get the designs. Okay, can comment on it for now. and then after that we are going to have some mutation. Okay, so we're going to get some mutation whereby you can just say const, then you can extract them here, then you can say use API mutation, then they are like that. Then here we'll be passing that is for the delete, so we'll be using that later on, but first maybe you can just destructure this. Okay, then we can comment. Okay, so then after that we can say if we are not online, then we can just return null. So we are returning null because on our page here, that is our dashboard, we already importing the offline. So if you are offline, this component here will appear instead of recent designs. Okay, and actually on the sizes here on the sizes here we should also do, if you are not online, we should also return null. So let's use the hook whereby say const, and then we say use network status, like that. Then here we get is online, then here we use is online. Okay, so that if even on this part here, if the user is online, then this part cannot appear because we don't want them to create anything if they are offline. So now we can continue. Then after that we'll be having a simple function here to actually say delete. You can just say handle delete, just like that. Then it's going to be a synchronous function. So we have everything that we need. So let us design the components, but first before we design the components, I would like us to actually fetch first. So I will just save, then head over to the designs. Okay, so here, and then here we'll collapse this one here, and then here we'll say get design. So we are not getting all the design. You can say retrieve user designs from the database. Okay, get design in a query that retrieve users design from the database. Then after that we can say, you can do that, actually you can do that. You can say get user designs. So what we are doing, we are actually using this argument here, okay, to actually get the current user. Okay, and then if you don't have the user, we are actually throwing an error. And then if after throwing an error, if you don't have that error there, then here are the designs. So we await, then ct.db, then we query all the designs. Then after querying all the design, then we filter based on the user ID. And then after that you must run .correct to get what you have just filtered, or what you just queried, all that you have just queried. And when you saved, you should make sure that your convex here is still running, and then it runs successfully here like this. Okay, it gives you a green tick. So I'll just close this one here, then I'll copy the name, and then I will come here and then comment on this one here. And then I need us to query it. To query it, we need to use the API dot that is dot design. So like that. Then we can use design dot, okay, then get user designs. So just like that. And then now we have the user designs. So when you hover, you should see all of this. Okay, So now we can design our that is our div here. So we can say class name, then we can start by giving it some space of y of 4 and then padding top of 10, and then inside here we'll start by having a h1, and then here we'll be saying recent designs. Okay, so those are the user recent designs. We can say class name, then we can say font bold, then after that we can say text Excel. If you want, you can give it text primary. Okay, if you want, then you can just save. Should be having something different, something like that. Okay, and then after that we can actually continue, and then it will be like to create another component. Okay, that is the one that we like to show if we actually don't have that is the recent design. So I will say if the recent design is equals to 0, this one here, you can say designs, if designs dot length is equal to 0. Okay, then we'll be showing this component here. So so this component here where I say no items, then we'll be passing text of equal to that is text of, let me just copy the text that is says possibility awaits. Just like that. Then we can create this component inside our components, then globals, we'll use these components dot tsx, then you can say array_fce, then here we'll actually just get the image, we get it later. So here we can just say text of type text, that is of type text, then you can say string. Okay, then inside here the first thing we can do is actually render the text. Okay, then we can actually import this one here coming from our globals, then you can update our component. Okay, just like that. Then here should be having something like that. Okay, then you can save. When you save, you should be able to see, actually you should not be able to see this component, so you can say is equal to actually 1, because we have only 2 elements. Okay, so it is reading from it is reading from 1 to 2. Okay, we only have two documents. Okay, so so that we can see what we are designing, we can let it be like that. And then here we can have this div here, give it the following class name, whereby we say flex justify center, item center, and then lastly we can give it h of 40 vh. Then inside here we'll be having a div, then inside this div we'll be having an image coming from next image. Then here we'll be having the source. The source will be forward stroke no projects dot png. Then we'll be having alt, then we can say no items. then we can say height of 500, then width of 500. Okay, then after that, that is after the div here, sorry, that is inside the div, can have a p tag. Then here you can have some class name, whereby you can say font bold, then you can say text Excel, and then you can say text center. Okay, then you can just save. So you should be seeing something like this. Okay, so close this one here and also this one there. So now you can say if it is equal to 0, then show it, don't actually show it. Now we want to focus on the design, so we have that is curly bracket, then you can say designs. Okay, designs. Okay, if is equal to undefined. Okay, then we can actually have it like this. Then if we have the design, we can actually show it, so we can have it for now. Okay, then inside here is whereby we'll be having a simple div. Okay, so now we should not be having any errors. So here we're saying class name. Okay, so what you can do, you can head over to no items, then you can just copy this class here. They are those classes actually, so then paste them there. Then inside here we'll be having, that is I am spinner, then you can have the following class name, which is size of 10, then animate spin. Okay, so when you save, so when it loads, actually you should be able to see a beautiful order, so a beautiful order there. So then after that, inside here we are going to start by actually mapping over the designs. Okay, whereby you can say dot map. Okay, then we get the individual design like that, then we immediately return the design, the div here, which will hold the designs. So here we can say class name, whereby you can say recent designs. Okay, div. Okay, then this one also will host the key, which will be design dot. So here I have made an error, which should be designs. Okay, then here it should be dot id underscore id. Then inside here we'll start by having the link, then here we'll pass the href, which will be dynamic template. Then we'll be saying stroke design, sorry, then we'll be having curly brackets, so curly bracket, then $sign here, then we'll be saying design underscore design. Then inside here we'll start by actually checking if we have the image, but before that we should give this one here the following classes, which should be flex, gap of 4, and then last 3 item center. Then now in here we can check if we have, we can say if we don't have the design dot thumbnail. Okay, if you don't have the design dot thumbnail, then we can actually show this, else we can actually show something else. So let's start with this one here, whereby we'll be rendering a div. Actually, let it be a self-closing div, whereby you can have the following class name, whereby it will be, that is size of 14, that is not 1/4 or a quarter, but 14, but rounded MD, and then BG white, and then after that we'll be having border of gray 400, and then after that we'll be having dark, then you can say border zinc 700. Okay, and then now if we have the image, we can actually render the image. Okay, so just like this. So inside here you can actually have the design dot thumbnail. Okay, then alt we can just say thumbnail. Okay, then for the classes, it will be size of 14, then after that rounded MD. Then you can just save. So let it load. So as it loads, just after the link we'll be having the p tag. Okay, so and then another p tag. So you should be having something like this now. So for this p tag here, we'll be having the following class name, whereby it will be text light blue, and then you can say text LG, and then after that you can say font semi bold. Then in here you can actually render the design dot title. Then for this one here, we can have text SM, then after that we can say hidden, then MD flex. Okay, then you can save, and then now after the link we'll be using the moment tag, whereby you can say moment. Okay, so we have already imported the moment, and then we should give it an argument here saying from now, and then here what we should do, we should pass the time when the object was created or the design was created, or the document was created, design dot created. Okay, and then you can just save. So it should just appear in here. And then for this part here, so for this part here it should be design dot width then times design dot height. So this one here I said I don't know if it is px or it is what, so we should be having something like this. Okay, and then after the moment we'll be having the button. Okay, then in here we'll say delete. Then here we can pass a few things, maybe like variant, whereby we can just say destructive. Then here we can say disabled, whereby you can say equal to this, that is pending. Okay, then after that we can say on click. Then you can pass the function as an arrow function, where you can say handle click. This should be accepting the design dot id. Okay, so when you scroll up here you should uncomment this one here. So and then head over to the schema. So make sure the schema not the schema but the design. So here we'll be creating, that is the delete design, or you can just say document. So to delete the document is actually very simple. We just need to create a function first, then you can say export, then you can say const create, actually that is delete design equal to mutate. Okay, then we say we pass an argument. So here curly bracket, first thing we accept the arguments, which should be id, okay, which should be v dot id, okay. Then here we should be saying designs, okay, then comma, then we should be having the handler, then asynchronous function, okay, then we accept seat, that is ctx, okay, comma argument, ctx comma rg, that is arguments, then it is an arrow function. So when you hover here, you should make sure you are getting what is necessary for that function. Then here, first thing we can do is this part here. Make sure that you are getting the user, okay, like that. And then if we have the user, now we can say const, then we can say delete design, or we can just say delete equals to await, then we can say ctx dot db dot delete, okay. So here it should be dot, that is dot delete, then we pass the argument, that is algs dot id, okay. So you can say delete design like that, and then after that we can just return the ID of the function that we are, of the document that we have just deleted. You can say return, then you can say delete d, okay. With that, now we have created delete function. Then we can come here and pass the mutation, whereby you can say API dot design dot then delete, okay. And then now we just need to handle delete inside our function here, whereby we can say await mutate, okay. Then we pass the argument, which is being the ID, okay. So we should be getting the ID from here, whereby it says it is of type string, okay. And then after that we can say dot then we can say response, then we can have an arrow function. So here we can say toast, we don't have toast, so package JSON, here we have the Sona, so we should be having the toast. So sorry. So make sure you head over to the layout here, and then here you can add the here just above the or first maybe you can just create the toaster provider here. You can say toaster.tsx, then here you can say rafce. So let me check if on my end I don't know if I created the provider, that is the toaster provider. Actually I did not, but here we can say here will be returning only the toaster. So okay, so here you can say toaster provider. Okay, then we can import it. So don't know why I'm not getting the correct import. Let me copy the import. Let me copy the import. Okay, so it should be like that. And then now we should get the resolved theme, so that we can, when we actually on dark mode, we can actually get the toaster on dark mode, and when we are on light mode, we can actually get the toaster on light mode. Then we can say resolved. Actually you can just say use theme coming from React themes. So as of now we have used a hook. We can actually say use client. Then here we can say resolved theme. Okay, then here we can actually say theme. Then here we can just have the resolved theme. If the resolved theme is actually, can pass the resolved theme like that. So what you should do now is actually make sure the type are perfect, because resolved theme is of type string, and we should be actually be passing here or these types here. So just copy them and then paste them here. Okay, and then after that you can say position. You can have something like bottom right. And then here we can say, we can have it here, importing it from there like that. Okay, then here we can actually use toast coming from Sona. So there it is like that. Then you can say dot success, then you can say design deleted. Then here you can say dot catch, then you can get the error. Then you can say toasts dot, that is toast dot error, then something went wrong. Okay, just like that. Then you can console log the error. Okay, then save. Then here you can also console.log the response. Okay, then here for you can see the button the way it looks here. You can say class name, then you can say text black, then save. So I believe that works. Then you can actually now try to delete. So design deleted successfully, and then you come over here, you should only see one design. Okay, so like that. So great. So let's continue from there. So now we'll be working on this section that is on the design. So we'll start by the header. So to get started, I will close everything, then I will head over to my components. Then inside here I will create a new one called design. Okay, then inside there I will create another folder called header. Then inside there I will create index.tsx. then I will say RAFCE, and then I will say header. Okay, and then on our project here we should navigate to the header to the design. Okay, so here, so inside our components here, then design, then that is project here. So I will remove all of this, so we'll write that one later on, but for now let us have this one here. Let us have the header. Okay, so can have something like that. Okay, so you should be having only the header there, so like that. So close this one here. Then we'll have our header inside an empty Nextjs fragment. Then inside here we'll start by having a div. Then this div will have the following classes, whereby we'll be saying design header. Okay, then inside here we'll have a div. Then this div will have the following class name, which is flex text center, then gap of 4, and then last 3 item center. Then inside here we'll have the link. Then this link will have href, which will be redirecting the user to the home page. Then we can import this link here. Okay, then here we'll be having an image coming from next image. Then here we'll be having source, whereby it will be /logo.png. Then after that we'll be having alt, which is logo. Then after that we'll be having height, which will be 80, then width, which will be 80. And then after that we'll be having class name, which will be size of auto. Then you can just save. So you can see, I'll let it load, then you can see what we have. Then after the link we'll have the file. Then after the file we'll have the hint. After the file we'll have the hint. So here you can see what you have. So import the hint. So we actually don't have the hint for now, so we'll change that one later on. For now, we can have button. We can have the button here. Then here, what we'll do, we have an icon saying MD and D, like that. Then we'll give it the following class name of size of 5. Okay, then it will have the following variant, that is, okay, which will be ghosts. Then we'll be having size of icon. Then after that we'll say it will be disabled. So I will have that one just in a bit. And then we'll have an on click, just like that. So here we can get a hook which will be use network status, therefore converting this component to a use client. Okay, then here we can say if we are not is online, then here we can say we are not is online, then disabled. And then you can duplicate this one here. So after duplicating this one here, this one will say redo. Okay, so this one here. Okay, then it will have the same thing. Okay, so you can save. Then you should be having the 2 buttons right there. So after this div here, we'll be having another div. Then inside there we'll be having a button. Then this button here we'll just say publish for now. And then after that we can actually we'll actually have another thing, which is the input, design input update. And then after that we'll be having a loader, which will be saying out loading. Okay, then here we can just say I am spinner. Okay, then giving it the following classes, which will be size of 6. Then you can say animate bounce, so actually spin. Okay, and then you can duplicate this one here, then say authenticated. So this one here, authenticated. Okay, and then here instead of that we'll be showing user button, which actually should not be having any classes, it is just a component. Okay, then you can just save. So you can see the buttons here in the file. Okay, then last 3 we can actually do some classes here, which one can be flex and gap of 4, and then last 3 we can do item center. Okay, so we'll be having that later. After this we'll be having the input. Okay, so let me hit on that part. So let's continue. So on the design on the input here, we'll head over to the designs. So we'll start here, whereby we'll be just saying update design title. Okay, then we can just say, actually you can just copy this one here. okay, like that. Then here we can say update design title. Okay, then here we are expected to pass the ID of the design. Okay, so after that we can actually do some arguments here, whereby we do argument argument.id, but here instead of delete we'll be doing patch. Okay, then after patch it is expecting an argument. It is actually expecting two things. Then the second one being an object, whereby it will be the title, which will be of type. So also, as we accept ID, we will also be accepting the title, which will be v dot string, just like that. Then here we are missing a comma, so here now we'll be doing argument dot title. Okay, so make sure your convex function lands correctly, and then you copy this one here, then head over to, so let me close this one, head over to your sidebar here, collapse everything, then inside your component header here you will be creating a new file calling it design input or design update input. Then we can do refce like that. Then we can do save. Then I'll just close this one, then hide my terminal, then my sidebar. Then here I will be doing, here I'll be doing design title, design input. Then here we'll be having this part here. Okay, then you can just save. Then inside here we can head over to the page here, that is design page. So you can Control Z to what we had here, you can copy this one here, then head over to this part here, then import this one. Okay, then also copy this one here, and then head over back to what we had. Okay, then we close it. Then here we have the ID. Okay, so now before we actually design anything, we can actually convert this one into a form, and then you can say on submit. Okay, then here we can create a function. You can say cons handle submit. Then you can say const, okay, then here we can have arrow equals to like this, then we can have it like that. Then here we can say handle submit. Then inside here you can have the input. There it is. So it should be a self-closing one. So then we need to import it coming from our UI. Okay, then after that we need to pass the value. So the value we'll be getting it from const, we'll be saying useState. We'll be setting this using useState, whereby you can say set title, you can say use state, import it like that, and then here we can say title, and then after that we can say on change. Okay, then we can say get element, or then you can say set title, then we say id, that is element dot target dot value. Okay, so you can see the element that is change event. Okay, you can copy it like that. Then here, this one here, you can have it as change event. Okay, then you can import this from React. Okay, then this one here, you can see it is expecting type string. Okay, and then initially it is going to be of type name. So later on we'll be getting this name from, okay, so we'll be getting this name from here. Of type string. Okay, just like that. So this one here should be actually this one here. Instead of that one, instead of what we had. And then it can also be undefined. Okay, so we can say React dot form element. Actually that is font event, like that. So that is the type, correct type. So this name here will be getting it here. Then also it will be getting some designs, from our page. Okay, we'll be doing that later on, but for now let us have just design. Then it's going to be type design props. Okay, just like that. Then we can pass the name here. Then we need to convert this one here into a used grant. Just like that. So let it load. So as it loads, I want us to do something. Basically, as I said, we'll be getting the that is the name later on. So I want us to do it now here. Then later on we can put it on the design section. Actually we can put it on so here is actually saying cannot read property of undefined reading title. Okay, so yeah, so I want to change this. So this one here will be copying it back to the design table, but for now we can just have it this way, like this. Then we can import this one here coming from API. Then we can get this one here. We'll copy this one back to the design page, but for now let us have it here. That is because of the tutorial arrangement that I have. Okay, then to get the design, we need to head over to the schema. That is the schema design. That is the design function. Okay, inside the design function, that is to get the design, you can head over to the design here. So collapse this one here, or you can actually and then copy this one here. Okay, and then here we are using query, then I want to copy this one here, then I want to rename this one to get design. Okay, and then here instead of passing the ID, user ID, I'm passing .id. Then here I should be expecting an argument. Here it is, whereby it should be alg, that is argument. Then we destructure it here, like that. Then we say dot, that is .id. Then you save, then you make sure your function is running correctly. And then here you can say get design, that is design. Then here instead of saying correct, we'll be saying unique. Okay, so when you hover here, we'll be seeing it will be a single object. Then you can just save. Then here we'll be passing an ID. So an ID here, this one is of type param values. So and it is expecting of type string ID. Okay, so let's see what I did to fix that. And actually I the same thing. I did the same thing here. So let console log, let actually pass this one here. Then here we can actually say it can also be null. So here it is saying what? Undefined, not null. It can also be undefined. Then here, so that use query dot that is use query, then we pass API dot design dot get design. So now we have the ID. So let's see, we render. So we actually now have the ID. Instead of actually here, instead of actually having only the ID, we can say title. And then here we can say title. Then here we can also have ID, which should be of type string. Okay, then here you can say name. Okay, so then here we can say name. Then here now you can be able to see the name. So here it is also accepting an ID. So here we're going to say ID, then we're going to say design dot ID. Okay, which can also be undefined. Okay, then we get the ID. Okay, so now we need to handle, that is on click here, that is handle submit, sorry, whereby we'll be saying e dot prevent default that is prevent a default reload after handle submit. After clicking it on handle submit, then we can say await. Then we can convert this one into a synchronous function like that. Then we can say await mutate. So let's create the mutate here. Remember, you can say const, then we can destructure, then we can say use API, then we can pass the API dot. So we already have the API. Then we can pass the API dot design dot update title. Okay, then here we can get the mutate comma pending. Okay, then here you can have disabled. You can say what we can say pending. Then also we can get the const, we can get the online use network. Then here we can get the is online. Then we can say if not is online, it can also be disabled. Then we can say it is required. Okay, then we can have class name, that is border none. Okay, then font bold, and then bg transparent. Okay, then after that, now we can handle mutate here, where we should be passing the ID comma, then also we should be passing the title, that is the title. Then we should be saying dot, then we get the response. After getting the response, then in here we can say toast, that is toaster dot success. Then you can say design title updated. Okay, then you can say dot catch, then you get the error, then we return the error by saying console dot log error. Okay, then you can just save. Okay, so with that will be done. So here I should not be having this error. I don't know why actually I'm getting this error. So table string, you know, that assignable. Okay, so let's see first if it will work. So let's refresh. We should be having the title, so maybe you can say thumbnail. Let's see if it is working first. So here we're getting an error. Component is changing. Okay, component is changing. So here you don't actually need to pass type. This one here will just have the type, and then they will be used on even here. So believe I have everything as it should be having. Maybe here you can say entitled design updated. Then when you head over here, that is for the title, so it is updating. So when I come here, I should be getting the title inside the input. So but currently I'm not. So the value, let's say all name. So let's see, so head back here and then open. Okay, then here we say YouTube. So and open this one here. Yeah, so now it is working. So so we are done with that. So on the next part, later on when we paste this one onto our, that is onto our onto our design page, we'll see if we can fix that this error here. But for now, don't worry about it, since here it should be working, because this is the way I had it earlier on. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So now let's see where the other components are going to be. So this div here is going to have some classes. So we are going to give it the following classes. So here we are going to have a h full, and then we are going to have flex, and then after that we are going to have flex call. Okay, and then after that we are going to have after the header, we are going to have a div. Okay, so here we are going to have a div, so not a dialog but a div, and then inside here we are going to have the first thing here we are going to have is the sidebar. So the sidebar is whereby we are going to have our elements and also the project settings and the other items. Okay, and then after that we are going to have the main. Okay, and then inside the main we are going to have the tools here. So this is the tools header, whereby when you select select an object, this tool here is going to appear so that we can modify the object. After that we are going to have another div, so not dialog but div. So this div here is going to host our canvas. So we can have canvas like that. So it will be a self-closing tag. Okay, just like that. And then after that is the canvas div. We are going to have the footer. So here we are going to have the footer. So we are going to have something like that. So let's see. So we are going to have something like this. Okay, so here you can just say, for now this canvas here, we can now try to show something on the canvas, or basically show the canvas background. So let's start by designing actually this div here, whereby we are going to give it the following class name, whereby we are going to start by having absolute, that is absolute, and then after that we are going to calculate how much height we want to give this div. So we are going to do that by saying h and then square bracket, and then you are going to say calc like that, and then instead there we are going to have that is brackets, and then we are going to say 100%, that is 100% minus 70 px. Okay, so like that, and then after that we're going to give it a width of full, and then we are going to have a top, that is a custom top of, so that is top like that, and then you're going to give it 80 px. Okay, and then lastly we are going to have flex. So you can save on that one, and then on the main here I'm going to have the following like that. So here now you can see how we have this flex here, that is for the sidebar and the tool. Okay, and then after that we are going to have that is flex 1, that is flex 1 like that. So here when you hover you can see what it means, that is a flex of 1, and then after that we are going to have overflow auto, and then we are going to have relative, and then after that we are going to have flex, and then flex call. Okay, Then now you can save on that also. And then now here is whereby you're going to have the canvas div. So here you won't be able to see the canvas div, but now we can try to show it. Can have some class name here, giving it flex, that is flex of 1, and then also calculating the height. We want to give it a height that can fit on our screen. That is the same case here. We want to give it height that can fit to our screen. Okay, so here we can have, or we can actually copy this one here instead of writing another one. And then here we can have, so this one here can be 124 px. Okay, and then now we can give it a bg, that is a bg of white, like that, like Canvas has it. And then now we can give it some height and width. So it's going to be inside an object, and then we are going to have height. Okay, and then here we are going to give it a height of 720. So for demonstration we'll be using YouTube thumbnail width and height. So then we are going to have the width, so not window but width, like that, and then we are going to give it a width of 1240. Okay, and then you can also copy these ones here, or actually you can leave it like that and then save it and see if the width will be displayed. So this is the same thing that we have on our canvas. And then also this canvas need to be provided the h, that is the height of the same. So later on we are going to have the custom ones, but for now we can just use this one here to demonstrate. That is 1240. Okay, just like that. Okay, so here we won't be able to do anything basically, because we actually not we don't have the fabric ready. Okay, so you can also comment on this one here and see if the height will fit, but I think it is much better the way it is here. So with that little what we have done here, we actually have done a lot, because now we have what we need here. So what we are going to do, I'm going to actually to set up the sidebar and then the tool, so that we know where we'll be working from. So on our sidebar here, collapse everything, then inside the components, inside the designs, okay, here you can see we only have the header. So inside the design we want to create a new folder, call it sidebar. Okay, like that. And then inside here, so collapse this one here, and then inside here we want to create a new file, calling it index.tsx. okay, and then here you can have rafce. Okay, like that. And then here we can say sidebar, like that. And then now here we can come and auto import it. So control space bar to auto import it, coming from our components. There it is. And then after that we are going to create another one inside the design, whereby it is going to be tools, like that. And then also there we are going to create index.tsx. Then we're going to have rafce. Okay, and then inside here we're going to say tools. Okay, then we can save and then close it, and then here we can auto import it. So like that, you won't be able to see any changes because you don't have any designs right there. So with that, now we can close this one. So on the next part of the video we are going to concentrate on how we can actually be able to see if we can be able to actually highlight anything here, because we should be able to do that. So let's meet on the next part of the video.
So let's continue. So now we are going to see how we can actually be able to highlight anything here so that we know that we have the canvas ready. So we are going to get started by actually creating a ref. So we can come here and say const, that is const canvas, sorry, that is canvas ref. Okay, so remember you already have converted our component to use grant, so we already have that. So here we're going to say use ref coming from React, and we can move it to the top like that, and then here we're going to execute it like that, and then we need to provide the types. Okay, so this one is going to be of type HTML canvas element. Okay, or it is going to be of type that is of type null. So then initially it is going to be null. Okay, like that. So you already have that one. So after that we need to actually create a use effect, whereby we are going to actually pass the that is the fabric to the that is to the ref here, whereby we also need to pass the ref here. So we can have it here, whereby you can say ref, this one here, and then we can pass our ref right there. Okay, and then after that now we can actually import the that is the fabric. So let me, I'm just copying the fabric so that we can import it right here, right there. So import everything as fabric from fabric. Okay, and then after that we are going to create a use effect. So we can use the use effect snippet. You can say use effect snippet right here, and then you can remove everything that we don't want. And then now, most important, now we can also import it. Okay, and then after that we are going to say if we don't have the canvas.current, so we are going to say canvas ref.current. if you don't have it, we like to break this this function, so you can just return. Okay, like that. And then after that we are going now to create our fabric instance, whereby you're going to say canvas is equals to and actually you already have canvas. We use the name canvas on our, that is on our store. So but for now we can call it fabric canvas like that, whereby it's going to be equals to new, and then we can say fabric, the one that we have just imported. Okay, dot canvas. Okay, then now we can pass our own canvas right there, canvas.ref.current. okay, then comma, and then what we would like our canvas to look like. Okay, so most importantly we are going to give it background color, which should be of type string. Okay, which will be white. Then after that going to have a comma, then after that we are going to have height. So for the height and width we are going to use the one that we have used, but later on we'll make them dynamic, don't worry. And then height, so we already have a height, that now it is width, whereby it's going to be 1240 px, 1240, just like that. And then after that we're going to have control above overlay, whereby it is going to be true. Can hover on it
and see what it does. Basically, it indicates whether an object controls border stroke controls are rendered above overlay image. Okay, so and then we need to have another one which we say preserve object stacking. Okay, which is going to be true also, and then you can also hover on it. So you can also hover on it and see what it does. It indicates whether object should remain in current stack position when selected. When false, objects are brought to top and rendered as part of the selection group. Okay, so this one can be true or false, but I like it that way. So after that, we need to actually dispose, or what they dispose. Okay, dispose the dispose the fabric instance that we have just created, whereby we can do that by saying return. Okay, return. So we have an arrow function just like that, and then we can have the fabric canvas dot dispose. Then we execute it like that. So now we just save everything. Now I hope we can actually be able to actually highlight anything like that. So if we have any objects, or if we have any text, we'll be able to highlight them. So now we are just moving very well. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So now to be able to use this canvas anywhere on our project, since we'll be having many files and folders, it will be impossible actually to pass it as props throughout our project. So what we need to do, we need to create a store whereby we can actually be passing our whereby we'll pass our canvas, and then we can actually import it at any point of our, or at any file of our project. So here we are going to create a new file, say use canvas, that is canvas.ts, like that. And then here what we need to do, we need to import two things, that is create coming from Zustand, and then after that we need to import the fabric. And then here we're going to create an instance, an interface that is for our types. We have already done this before, so can move a little bit fast, whereby you can say canvas, that is canvas props, whereby it will be an object. Then I can just copy the two items that we'll be having. So we'll be having canvas of type fabric.canvas. Okay, and then after that we'll be having, that is the function set canvas, which will be accepting the canvas itself. Okay, okay. And then after that we can say export, that is export const use canvas, like that, and then say create. So remember, create, we have already imported it, and then it's going to be of type use canvas props. Okay, and then we say set, and then we have an arrow, and then we have something like that. So inside the web, here is where we're going to have our items, canvas, which initially is going to be null. And then after that, after that we are going to have set canvas, like that, which is going to accept canvas, like that. And then after that is going to be it is going to render the canvas itself. So it should be like that. So like that. Now we already have the so here we have forgotten to use this set right here. So we need to use set here so that we can be able to actually render the canvas inside the canvas that we have created. That is the canvas store that we have created. Okay, like that. So with that, now you can close this one by, maybe you can just copy the name, then close this one, and then on our project here we can actually import it. So you can say coming from store, like that, and then we execute it. So here, to get our items, we need to actually extract them like that. Okay, and then here we can say canvas comma set canvas, but in our case here we'll be using only set canvas. So you can come here and say set canvas, like that. Then we'll be setting our project to canvas, like that. So at any point of our project, we'll be able actually to use the canvas at any point. So now to continue, what I want us to do is close this part here and then head over to, that is the sidebar. We'll be starting in the sidebar because we need to have the objects so that we can modify them using our tools. Okay, so here we set the design, then inside our sidebar here, inside the index here is whereby you're going to have our that is our designs, all our elements and all that. Okay, so basically what I want us to do, I would like us to import all the icons that we are going to use. So these are the icons that we're going to use here. So you can see all of them coming from React icon, that is React icons. And then after that, we need to give this div the following class name, that is class name, like that, which will be sidebar dash section. And while you just save it like that, you should be able to see the changes here now. Okay, so now you can see something like that. Okay, so this one here is hidden because we haven't given it any classes, because it will be on top of the sidebar here. Okay, but for now we can just continue, and then here we can actually, inside here we can actually have a div. Okay, so the div will actually be rendered is whereby we are going to render the that is the cards. You can call them cards. Okay, a lot of them, which we actually have these icons, but here we should give it the following classes, which you are going to give class, just one class of margin top 14, so that you can move away from that is away from the, so here maybe can still have something like this so that we can see what we are working with. So that here, so now it will be like that. So now you can see even when the tools are on top here, we won't be hiding anything. Okay, so can actually give it anything from 10 to anything that you want. Okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to get started by actually rendering our first card. But before that, we need to create that card. So that card will be inside Grobos. Okay, so here we are going to say hover, that is hover card, that is, can have it like this with a small c, hover card Grobo .tsx. Okay, that is RAFCE, like that. So now what we need to do is actually import it. Like that. So it will be something like this. So this card here will actually be accepting 3 things. Okay,
we'll be needing 3 things, but we can actually be passing 4 of them. So let me just have them here instead of writing all of them. So these 2 here will be using default whenever I don't want to pass anything. So you can see here for default we have sidebar, and then for the sides, if you don't want to pass any, you can actually use left, but in our case we'll be passing 1, okay, because we'll either be using it on the right or on bottom, okay. So that is the side where we want the hover card to appear. So here we can change this one to hover card coming from UI, that is coming from ShadCN UI. And then we can change the import so that it can be moved from any folder to the other easily. And then inside here is whereby you're going to get started by having the hover, that is the hover trigger, that is hover card trigger, like that. And then we can auto import it coming from UI components. And then inside here we are going to render the trigger, so here it is. And then after that we are going to have the hover card content. So you can actually auto import it coming from UI, like that. Then inside here is whereby you're going to render the content, like that. And then for this hover card here, we are going to pass the site whereby which side we want it to be rendered on, which will be dynamic, which will be site. And then after that we're going to have the following classes. So we're going to get started by dark. On dark we're going to have ABG, that is ABG of dark hover. And then after that we are going to have H fit, and then after that we're going to have, that is width, custom width or 330px. And then after that on medium devices and above we'll be having a custom one, a width of custom one, that is 370px. And then after that on large devices and above, custom width of 400px. And then after that is Z of 10, actually Z of 100. You want it to be on top of everything. And then after that we are going to have overflow Y auto. And then last 3 we are going to have a border of none, that is border of none, like that. So now what we need to do is basically pass the props. So we are going to get started by passing the trigger, like that, which basically will be of an icon, which will be coming from, actually we have to create that component, so to be rendered inside another component. So trigger will be coming from design, then sidebar, and then here we'll be saying trigger, capital T, like that. And then we can use RAFCE, and then on the side here we can have the trigger, so coming from trigger, so here it is. So since it is coming from our
from a sidebar folder, we can just leave it like that, but basically you can also change it if you want. And then after that we need to pass the content, which also will be inside another component. So here we can actually start by one thing. One thing we will actually have is the element, that is element.tsx. Then we can say array fce, and then here now we can say element, then auto import it coming from element. So let's actually just move this to the bottom here. And then just have like this. Okay, so here you should be able to see some changes. On hover you should be able to see the card itself. So when you have another card below it, we will actually be able to see that it should be actually come on the right, but we haven't passed the side actually. That's why, not because we don't have another card. So here we need to pass side, but we need it to be on the, that is on the right. Okay, so when you hover here now, you should be seeing it like this on the right. So now we need to work on the trigger first. Okay, so on the trigger it will be actually very simple. Since we'll be just accepting two items, the first item will be the icon, comma, and then text. Okay, and then these two will be of type, icon will be of type icon type, icon type coming from React icons lib, and then after that we're going to have text, that is of type string. Okay, like that. Then here you can have semicolon. So inside here you're going to start by having the following class name, whereby it's going to be trigger, that is trigger div, like that. Then after that, inside here we are going to continue by having a span, whereby you're going to have the following classes, whereby it will also be trigger, not the same class but trigger span, like that. And then inside here is whereby you're going to render the icon, and then we're going to give it the following class. So it is going to be of size, that is size of 6. Then after that we are going to have a p tag, then we can render the text. Okay, and then we are going to have the following class name. Okay, so it's going to be text of x, that is xs, and then after that we are going to have cursor pointer. Okay, and then this one should be text with small t. Okay, and then because I don't want any errors, because we need to actually be able to provide the text, so here I'm going to come here and say, so I'm going to come here and say, text of element. Okay, elements, like that. And then for the icon is going to be bi, that is bi category alt. Okay, then we can save that one and also save this one. Okay, so now we should be having something like this, but we are definitely don't have what we want. So let me see, I think I have made a mistake somewhere. So okay, So this span, this p tag here should be out, that is outside the span, like that. So it should be something like this. Okay, so elements should be outside there, that is outside the that is the span. So we are done with the span, we are done with the hover global. So later on we'll actually be having other items like texts, uploads, draw, and settings, and then maybe later on templates. So for now we can actually first work on this one, then later on we can actually work on creating what we need. Okay, or maybe I can just actually create the folder, or maybe, so let me actually just create the what we need. Okay, so let me just copy what we will actually be having. So here it is. So we're going to be having text. So let me create text, and then you can do the same so that we can move together. Dot tsx, and then here I can say RAFCE, like that, then close that one, and then you can auto import the text, coming from that is dot stroke text. And then here also we're going to have upload dot tsx, that is RAFCE. Then you're going to have something like, then second lastly we can have draw, so I could have just paused the video and then we just create this on the background, but since I'm done, it is okay. So now I can auto import this one, last three, can have something like that. So just give it a moment, and then on the next part of the video we can actually concentrate on working on the element part here and see how we can actually be able to render our that is our elements, all our objects inside the canvas. Okay, so now you can see what we have. So you can see everything is working as we intended. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So now let us work on the element. So we are going to start by giving this div the following classes, whereby it's going to be flex call, and then you also are going to give it a space of y of 2. Then inside here we're going to render the hovercard header, so which will be a global one, since we'll be reusing it a couple of times, whereby you can say hovercard header dot tsx RAFCE, like that. And then we can just spin up the components. Then you can just copy the name of the component, then import it here. Coming from the component global hovercard. Okay, and then here since now we already have it, so we can just actually import what we need, so that being the title and the description, like that. Then you can just save. So now here what you're going to do, we are going to accept the title, comma, description, like that. Then you are going also to give them the types, that is the title, of string, and then you're going to have the description. So you can just copy the description here, and then we can give it of string also. So this one here can be can have it as optional, since we will be actually can actually pass the title and it will be okay. So so here we need to give it the following class name. So here we need to give the following class name, that is border of bottom, and then we need to give a border, that is a border of gray 400, this one here. And then after that we need to give it for dark device, for dark theme, can give it a border of zinc 700, this one here. Then after that is a space of y of 1. Then after that can have a h of 50 px, and then after that you can have a b of 2. And then in here we can start by having a p tag that will have our title. Then this one here will be of class name, text of sm, and then font medium. Okay, and then after that you can have description. If you have it, you can just render the p tag, okay, whereby we just have to render the description, giving it the following class name, which will be of text of extra small. After that it will be text muted, so this one here. Then you can just save. So when you hover on the elements, you should be able to see the header here. So when you come here, so this one should be add, so it should be like that. And then after that we need to have the elements themselves. They will be inside a div, and then this div giving it the following class name, that is flex and a gap of 2. And then inside here is where we're going to have the element. We're going to have them inside an element card so that we don't have to repeat the same designs. So inside the sidebar we need to have element card.tsx, and then we have the RAFCE. Okay, and then you can just auto import it. Okay, coming from stroke element card. Okay, so you can close this one here. So here we need we'll be accepting 3 things. 3 things, so let's have them here. So that is being on an on-click function that will be creating, and then an icon that will be importing, then as simple tags. So let's start by actually importing all the icons that we'll be using, and once import, that is the fabric. Okay, just like that. Okay, and then here we can actually create this function here. You can say for rectangle, and then here we can say const, sorry, it will be an arrow function of like that, an arrow function. You can have it just like that for now. And then now we need to accept the items. Okay, so inside our element just need to copy the items that we'll be accepting, just like that. Okay, so now we need to have some designs here. So here we need to import the element, the icon type. okay. And then here we need to have the class name, whereby we are going to have element, that is element card div, okay. And then it is going to have an on click, whereby it's going to be on click, okay. And then here we are going to have the icon, giving it the following class name, whereby you're going to have size of 10. Then after that we're going to have a p tag, whereby you're going to have the text itself. And then here we're going to have the following class name, whereby you're going to have a text of sm, like that. So when you come here and hover, you should be able to see the rectangle, okay. So now I want us to basically render the other components that will be having all the other elements. Then we can just have the function, the simple function that we'll be using, something like that. So now we just need to create the functions. And then for the circle, add circle. Then for the triangle, then that is for the, so for the triangle need to change this one here. Then this one here for the diamond, okay. So you need to have something like that. So now when you come here, you hover on the cards, you should be able to see the 4 of them, okay. So now we need to make sure these functions are working. By doing that, we need to import the types, okay, coming from types. So we already had that, okay. We need to import the types coming from types, so we should be having this file. So so here we'll be starting by actually creating the rectangle, but before that we need to import the canvas so that you can use it. You can add our item to the canvas. So here we can say use canvas coming from use stock use canvas, okay. And then here we can control spacebar and then import the canvas, okay. So here we need to do const, that is add, you can just say elect equals to new instance of fabric. So remember we have fabric here, fabric dot elect, okay. Then we have an object inside here, then we spread rectangle, that is capitals, okay. I'm waiting for the autocomplete underscore options, okay. So when you head over to the rectangles here, we'll be seeing that we'll be passing the left, the top fill, that is the fill color, which is just black, and then the stroke, which is just 2, that is the border, and then we're having the stroke width, and then stroke width of 2, that is the border size, okay. And then for width and size, and then for the angle, and then for the x and y, that is rx and ry, that is horizontal corner radius and then the vertical corner radius, okay. So here for the left, that means the distance that it will be from the left side to the element, okay. And then for the, that is for the top, that is the same as the left, okay. That is the distance from the top to the element. So close this one, and also this one, we are done with it. So now after that we need to say canvas dot add. Okay, so we should be have some autocomplete like that, and then we should be adding the elect, and then after that we need to set it as the active object. So you can say canvas dot set active object. Okay, and then you can say rect like that. After that we can just render request to render everything dot request render or like that, and then we execute everything. So you should be saving that one there. When it finishes loading, you should be able to add our rectangle. So here it is. So you can see you can be able to move it around. Okay, and then here we have the controls. Okay, and then here we have everything that we need to actually work with the canvas. Okay, so later on we'll be seeing how we can actually edit it using the tools bar. Okay, but for now we can actually see how we can add the circle. So what you need to do is just copy all of this, then paste everything inside here, and then change this one to circle like that, and then change this one to circle underscore options. Okay, then this one should be so hold Alt here, and then click on where we want to change our items, that is the circle like that. Then also here for the triangle, change this one here to the triangle option, then change this one to the triangle. It is a triangle like that, and then last three the diamond. Okay, the diamond will be something different, but we can just paste that one there, and then here we should be passing the diamond options. So this one here we need to change it to triangle like that. Then this one here we need to change it to polygon. Okay, and then since for the polygon we need to pass the points, so let me just copy the points like that. Then here we need to say points, then comma like that. So here now we can change this one to something like that. This one is diamond like that. Okay, and then you can just save. So when you add circle, you should be having the circle here. When you add triangle, you should be having the triangle here, and then last three you should be having the diamond. So the diamond right there. So you can basically head over to that is the diamond options, and maybe you can change this one height and width if you want, so that you can increase its width and size. You can basically increase its size. So you can see we have everything. We can be able to select them, then we can be able to go to select all of them and move them around. Okay, so the next thing that I want us to do is basically see how we can be able to change these points here, so that it can be something beautiful. So this one here is not working for now, so that it can be something beautiful. So let meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So you're going to close everything, then head over to the sidebar, then you collapse everything, then inside the page, then inside design, then page. So here is where you're going to start. So the first thing we can do is actually have the canvas here. You're going to need it, and then after that we're going to have the function. The function being consts. The function being consts. You can say handle string change, or you can say handle change. Okay, something like that. So inside here we are going to actually this function is going to accept two things. So I'm going to copy the one that we have here. So here it is going to accept property and value. So property is going to be of type key of fabric, then object. So here you can see that object is deprecated, so you're going to, or depreciated, we are going to use fabric object. Okay, and then inside here you're going to start by checking if we have the canvas, because this function will be run whenever this page loads. Okay, and then here we're going to say if you have canvas, then you are going to start by getting the active object. Okay, so is equals to canvas dot get active object, then you execute it like that. And then after that we're going to say if if we have active object, okay, if we have active object, then we're going to do the following. So we're going to say active dot set, sorry, that is set this one here. Then we are going to set the property, comma, then the value. So set actually accepts two things, that is the key, that is the property of type string, and then it can also accept the record, but we are not passing that one, we are passing value. Value we need to pass, which can be of type any, which we want to change. We want it to be changed to. So you can read here and see what it all does and does. So here you can see property name or object. If object, iterate over the object property. Okay, so this one here is the property, that is the key. Then here you have the value, property value. Okay, then you can see what set does. Set property to a given value. That's simple. Okay, and then after that we are going to say if property is equals to padding. So that is padding. So padding is the distance between this line here and the object. Okay, so if we have it, so if that is true, then you are saying set active object to that is to dot set codes. Okay, then you execute it like that. So sorry, like that. Okay, and then after that we are going to say canvas dot request render or. Okay, so when you save, everything is going to disappear. So you can see nothing is changing. That is because you are mixing a few things. So the first thing we are going to do, we are going to create another we haven't actually run anything. So we need to run this function. You can see handle is declared, but his value is never read. So we need to run the function, but nothing is going to happen. So I already knew that. So you're going to run the function here. So we're going to run it 5 times. So here it is. So being that we change the name, we can say handle change. Okay, so here we are going to change the corner size to this color, the corner style to circle, and then the border color to this color, then the padding to this padding here. Okay, then transparent corners to false. Okay, because corner color we have it here. Okay, so even when you save, nothing is going to actually be, even when you create it like that. Okay, or even when you refresh and add another one, nothing is going to work. Okay, so because we are missing a few things which I'm going to add just in a moment. So when you hover and add it here, you can see still there is no change. So that is because we need to create a way to actually re-render whenever we have an object, an active object or objects. So to do that we can actually create another store, that is a store for active objects, which we can say use active object like that .tsx. Sorry, .ts. So the most important thing are the types, which are actually a lot. So for the active element here, okay, which I think we should change to actually we can leave it that way, because we are actually basically let's change this one to active element, because active object is used by Fabric. So let's use active element, so that we can be distinct, or we can have a different name to Fabric, so that we don't confuse our names. Okay, so here you can say active element. So you can see here active element is of type that is Fabric object, and then also we are adding the rx and ry. That is because when you head over to types, you can see we are adding these two there. So that's why we are actually adding them here. And then also we need to have itext props. Okay, so that is it. And then also we are importing everything right here. So so the next thing that we need to do is actually the function that is export const use active element like that is equals to create, then it's going to be of type that is active element store props, and then I'm going to say set, then we are going to have an arrow, then going to have it this way. Then inside here is where we are going to have a few things. So since we already know what we need to do inside here, I'm just going to copy everything, then paste everything right there. Then I'm going to save it, close it, then come here and then import it, whereby you're going to say const extract them, then say equals to use active element coming from store. Then here you can actually import what you want to use. So let me see what we'll be using, so that we don't import everything. So let me just copy what you're going to use, everything that you're going to use, instead of importing what you're not going to use. You're going to use active element, set active element, set active elements. Okay, so after that, what we need to do, we need to head over to our use effect here, that is after set canvas. Then we need to say const, create two functions actually here, whereby the first one will be to update, that is update. Remember now with this function here we are actually updating an object. Okay, that's why we are saying update selected object equals to an arrow function. Then inside here we are going to say const we are going to say const active object, then we say equals to fabric canvas dot get active object, then we execute it like that. Okay, then here we say if we have the active that is active object. Okay, then we do the following: we set the active object to the active object, or the active element to the active object, so like that. So we set the active object to the active element. So and then we have an else. So we need to actually, when you remove this one here, because this one is a type of object, that is fabric object. Okay, it is a type of fabric object, and then because inside there we are also accepting that is a text prop, that is why we are actually passing it this way as a fabric object or fabric text props. Okay, and then here we say set active element to null, so that one will be acceptable. Okay, and then after that we need to say const. So now this is for all objects, that is all selected objects like that, equals to an arrow function. So inside here we can actually repeat what we have here like this, but for this one here going to be objects, and then this one here is going to be objects, that is selected objects or active objects. So we can say if you have active object, if you don't have, so here we are starting if you don't have, which is okay because we have an else here. You can say elements like that, and then here we need to pass the active objects. Okay, just like that, and then it is going to be of type an array. Okay, so I believe I have done it the correct way, so let me confirm. Okay, so let me just copy the that is what I should be passing right here. So I'm actually having an error. I don't know why really, because when I just copy everything that I have used on my end here, it's basically working. Sorry, here I'm missing an S, so it should be active objects like that. Sorry about that. And then after that we need to actually select we need to do something. We'll have before the depose here, we need actually to run a fabric on, that is fabric on. So let me just copy it for you, two of them first. So here we need to run this this fabric.on here that observes specified events. Okay, specified events are these events right here, that is selected, created, selections, created, then we update selected object, and then selected, that is selection, updated. So those are the specified events. Okay, so also we have another specified events that we need to observe. So we need to also to observe these events. So that is selection, created, that is for one object, this is for multiple objects, and then updated, then created. Okay, so I believe this one is the repetition. Okay, sorry, so created here it is, so sorry about that. So then this one here should be like that, 3. Okay, that is created, updated, cleared, created, updated, cleared. So now when you create an object, now you should be able to see it is basically working. You can see that is the corners, you can see the padding. Okay, you can also see the line, you have changed the color, that is the border. You can see the corner color, you can see the corner styles, all of that have changed. Okay, corner that is corner styles is that is this one here. You can see it is a circle here, and then you can see everything is as it should be. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So we are going to work on the text. So you can hit Ctrl P, then search for text, then hit enter. So after that we need to import everything that we are going to use here. So I'm just going to copy and paste everything. So we are going to import the fabric, and then the icon that we are going to use, and then the canvas and the button, and then the text type. So we'll see what it is, but basically you can see what it is here. And then after that we are going to import the hovercard header. So after that we need to design the how you want it to look like. So we'll start by giving this div the following class, that is classes, that is flex call, and that is flex call, and then space of y2, like that. So then you can save. Then inside here, that is inside the dev, we need to import the hovercard, that is the hovercard header. Okay, then we need to actually pass the two props that you're going to use. So here they are. We're going to use title as text, and then description, add text to your design. Okay, so come here and you should be able to see the header right there. After that we need to have the first button that we'll be using. So we can say button, like that. Then inside here we'll start by having the icon, which is the PI, that is the PI text, bold. So make sure it is the same as this one here. Okay, and then after that we need to have the following class name, that is margin right of 2. Okay, and then after that we are going to say text, sorry, that is add text box. Okay, then we are going to have an on-click function so that we can do that. Whereby is going to be add text box. So let's create that function. You can say const, then the name, then is equals to an arrow function here, like that. then you should be able to see the first button right here. So I haven't saved actually, so you should be able to see the first icon right there. So don't know why I feel it is something different with what I had, but it is okay. Also you can see when we hover, when we hover, you can see the cursor pointer. Okay, so you can head over to button here, and then you can add it yourself here. Cursor pointer. Okay, and then when you come here, you should be able to see the cursor pointer. So that fixes that, and then we need to have another one, but before that we need to have a h2 tag. A h2 tag which will say default text styles, that's like that, and then we give it the following classes, which will be font semi-bold, okay, and then text of extra small. And then after that, now we can have the button. So inside here we are going to say add heading. Okay, and then here we are going to have the variant, which is the ghosts, and then after that we are going to have an on click, that is on click, whereby we are going to have an arrow function one. So for now you can have it like that, or maybe you can just say add text, okay, which will basically be accepting two strings. Okay, so not add text box, but add texts like that. You can say add text, and then you can say cons add text arrow function, just like that. Okay, and then it's going to actually accept two things. So the first one being actually text of type string, comma, and then the style that we want to apply, that is text style coming from Fabric, coming from Fabric, that is Fabric.style. Okay, or maybe you can just have, I don't know, maybe I think also you can have it this way. Okay, on my other part it was working that way, but now you need to have it that way. So here when you control space, I believe you should have some autocomplete, but you don't have. So here you are going to have heading, that is heading with small h. Okay, and then after that we are going to have the following classes, the following class name. So the first one being a border, and then border, but first maybe let's see what it looks like the way it is. So we don't have the border, so I would like us to give it the border, that is the border of gray 400, and then after that we're going to have dark, that is a border of zinc, sorry, that is zinc 700, then font extra bold, and then text 3 XL. Okay, so it is okay like that. So maybe you can increase the height to be, so let's head over to button. So here default one is a h of 9, maybe like now we give it a h of 12. So it is okay like that. Then after that we are going to say we are going to have that one for that you want to add the subtitle, or the, sorry, that is subheading. Okay, just like that. And then lastly we are going to have the one to add that one for a little bit of body text. Okay, each one is going to be small. So this one here, I know why it is giving why I'm having that error. So because I have my own type, okay, which you are going to apply here. Okay, so that is text style. Okay, so now you can see that we don't have it. You can see the autocomplete now, it is working. Okay, just like that. So for the design of this one here, this one here is going to be LG, and then this one here maybe you can just remove the text extra. Okay, can be something like that. So this one here can also be just bold, then this one here can be just a normal thing like that. So basically it is perfect the way it is. Don't know if I'm missing anything. If I'm missing anything, I'm just going to add it later on. But for now, we can actually focus on the functionalities now. So for the functionality, as you know, we need to start by actually importing canvas. So we extract canvas from use canvas, coming from canvas, and then here we get the canvas. Okay, so let's start with the one that we are starting with here, which is add text box. So inside here remember you're not accepting any props, so we are going to actually have a function. I'm going to get started by having a function which is text object, okay, which will be equal to new fabric, that is fabric dot text box. Okay, so later on you will be seeing the difference between all these texts, that is the normal text box and the and the one that will be having that is itext, that is a itext box. Okay, but for now let us just have something here which will be added a text box. Okay, then you have a comma, then you pass the props that we are getting from our types, that is text options. Okay, after that, remember we need to add it to our canvas. So we are going to say, if we have the canvas, then we are going to say canvas dot add. Okay, then you are going to pass the text object. Okay, and then after that we are going to actually make it the selected object. So we're going to say set active object to text object. Okay, then after that we're going to actually request the render, that is dot request, or we can just say render or just like that. After saving, then you click your add text box. You should be able to see your text box right here. So you can see here text box, you can be able to move it like this. Okay, you will be seeing that later on when we add the other text here, you won't be able to do something like this. Okay, it will basically be getting smaller instead of adjusting based on the text box size. So let's continue. So to add the text, we are going to add it here as we already created the function. So we are going to say how to modify the option based on text style. Okay, that is let us just have the comment here so that we know what we are doing. That is modify option based on text style. Okay, so we are going to use switch, so whereby you can just say switch, that is switch, then we are switching between the styles, that is the styles. Remember the styles are this one here, text styles, and then everything usually happens inside a curly bracket. Then we have the case. The case are the ones that we are switching between. So the first case will be the heading. Okay, then we have a colon, then inside there we have the option. So the option we need to have we need to have a let, we need to declare the option right there, and then we need to say option is equals to an object. Okay, and then the first thing we do is actually spread the texts, that is the text options, the text options comma, then we change the font. Okay, that is the font size, like that, to 36. This is for the heading, and then font weight. Okay, then 500, like that. And then after that we are going to have the case, that is the next case, which will be subheading. Okay, then we have colon, and then inside here we have the options, which is going to be equal to an object, then the dot, 3 dots, we actually spread the texts underscore options comma, then we say font size, which will be 24, and then font weight, which will be 200. And then the last case we are going to have is small colon And then for the options, it's going to be equal to curly bracket, we spread the text underscore options, comma, then we have font size of 24, that is 14. After that we have font weight of 100. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is actually come here and say const text, that is text object, is equals to new fabric dot itext, then we pass the text that we want to say, just like here we passed this text, and it is this one right here. Okay, so after that we're going to have a comma, then we pass the options. So remember, we declare the options there, but we can actually have it here. Okay, just like that, and then we pass the options right there, and then now we need to actually render our itext. So if we have the canvas, we would like to canvas dot add text object, then canvas dot set active, that is active object text object, like that. Then after that we are going to actually request the re-render, or we can actually dot re-render or just like that. Okay, and then you can just save. So it is the first one. So actually that is okay. Remember, we didn't add any text here, so let's add those texts. So the last one basically there are these ones here, that is add subtitle, this one here being add a little bit of our body text, then add heading, just like that. And then now we can try. So here it is. So here I think I actually have made a mistake, maybe, I don't know. They are all the same size, so on my case I used this part here. So let's see if it is going to work. It should not be like that, so it should be like this. But they are all the same. So let me just pause the video and then I fix this part, because they should be of different sizes. As you remember, we want them to have different font size and different font weight. Okay, so let me just pause the video and fix that one. So the way I have fixed the issue, as you can see here, it is working. You can see here we have that is the add heading. You can see here it is, and then here you have that is subtitle. Here it is. And then lastly you have the that is a bit body, that is a little bit of a body like that. So you can see that it is working now. So what I did, I created a dynamic function here whereby it is accepting values, the values being the font size and then the font weight. Okay, and then I create the text object, okay, the way we did earlier on. Then I pass the text, this text here, and then I just pass also an object. Okay, inside the object I spread the text options, and then also I spread the values, that is the two values. Okay, and then after that I just render our text object inside our canvas. Okay, so now to actually run the function, to run this options function here, what I did, I created an if statement instead of the switch. The switch, I believe it was not working as I intended it to work, so this one is the best option. Okay, so here I'm saying if the style is the same as headings, then I'm running the options. Okay, that is the option function, the options function, then passing the object being the font size of 36 and the font weight of 500, that being this one here. Okay, and then else if the style is equals to subheading, then I'm running the function with the font size of 24 and the font weight of 200. Then lastly, if it is small, then I'm passing the font size of 14 and the font weight of 100, so that being this one here. So that's how we did it. Sorry about that. I thought the earlier version would work on this part here, because we need to make it dynamic, because you can also add other options that you would like to pass, maybe font size font size of 800, you give it a name, font size of 100, you give it a name, then you just have an if, and that is you have an else if statement here to run this function here. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically, to continue, we would like to handle the draw option. Okay, so we are going to control that is close everything, then that is control P, then search for draw. Okay, so inside here we are going to get started by actually copying everything that we'll be using. So I just paste everything here, so except one thing that we don't have, which is the color, which will be creating inside the design, then tools, then color, or maybe you can just create it inside the globals, so don't worry about it. You can actually remove it for now. After that, we need actually to style the draw, that is the draw hovercard, whereby you can say class name, whereby we'll be having flex, then flex, that is flex call, then after that we'll be having that is a space of y of 2. Then inside here we are going to actually have the button. Inside the button we are going to do something here. So here inside here we are going to render something dynamically. So with that we are going to need canvas. So we are going to say const, then we destructure the canvas, then you get the canvas from use canvas, just like that. Then we get the canvas. Then here we are going to say canvas dot is drawing mode. If it is true, then we want to render that is cancel drawing mode. Else we are going to say enter drawing mode. Okay. With that now With that, now we are going to use a non-creek, whereby it is going to be is drawing, or we can say draw mode, whereby it can be here. Then we can create an arrow function here, just like that. Okay, with an equals here, with an equal sign. So with that, when you save that, you should be able to see something here. Okay, and then you're going to render that is the hovercard. That is the hovercard with the following props. That is the title and the description. Okay, with that you'll be able to see something different here now. And then after the hovercard, we are going to have a slider. So slider, you have already imported the slider. So then we are going to pass the default value, which should be an array of 5, and then over that is on value change. Then we have an arrow function, whereby it will be on value change. Then we accept the values, or we can say values, like that, just like that. Then now we create the function. Then here we say const just like that. Okay, so here we should be accepting one, so it should be the first one. And then here you're going to accept the value, okay, which should be a number, just like that. And then after that we are going to have the max, which will be 100. And then after that we are going to have min, which is going to be 0. Then after that the step, which is going to be 10. Okay, so this one will this slider here will be to adjust the brush width. Okay, so here it is. Initially is going to be 5. Okay, so after that we are going to have to add a color picker. A color picker is going to require a function, so you can say choose color. So we can say const choose color, like that. I'm going to have just a simple arrow function for now, and then I'm going to come here. I'm going to create, that is the color picker, so which is going to be just the color. So since we'll be using it inside our sidebar and also inside our tools, we can create it inside the globals .tsx rafce. Then it is important that you also note that it's going to accept a few things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to accept the props. So let me just copy the props here, being for the color picker, which you can just leave it as color.
props, and then can just accept them here, just like this. Okay, it should be color props, and then this one you can import it coming from Fabric. Okay, can leave it up to that. Then we can pass what we need to pass from our draw. So we are going to pass the title, the description, then the function that we created, then lastly the property. Okay, and then now we can just import it coming from global color. So there it is. Okay, and you can just save. So here now you have the color, and then inside here you're going to render an empty React.js fragment right there. So I'm going to start by having Hovercard, that is Hovercard header. Okay, which is going to actually accept two things, which is being the title and the description. So by saving that one, you should be able to see something different. So choose the brush color. So after that, we are going to use a scroll area, that is scroll area coming from our UI. So we can change this one to add components like that, and then here we're going to give it the following class name. The first one being the size, the height of 70 VH, so that is the screen size, and then a padding of 2. Okay, then inside here we are going to add the color picker. The color picker is a component, is actually a package. Actually this one here we have to create it. Sorry, not a package yet. We need to create this color picker here, because we need to reuse this component also a few times. So for now you're going to have to leave it to that, and then we're also going to pass 2 items to it, that being the color, okay, sorry, yeah, I was correct that this one should be a color picker. So let me just import it, because it is not auto completing. So there it is. Okay, so this color picker here, so here it is. So sorry about that, just that I was confusing it with something else that I'm working on, but here the color picker here is a package on this case. On the other one I think I was using it as a component, so sorry about that. So now we need to create this color, and then also we need to create a handle color change. Let's start with this one, since it is this one. But you can just say const, pass the color change, just like that. Okay, and then also we need to accept the color being type of string. Okay, we accept the color, and then now we need to create a use state whereby we are going to use it to get the color. We are getting the color here. We need to use the use state to actually pass the color to our color picker. So I can say const
then you can say equal to use state, just like that. And then we take this to the top, and then here we say color, comma set color, just like that. And then now inside here you're going to say, actually I can just copy what you are going to have since it is just types. So we're going to say if it is of type value, if type value is equal to type string, okay, then we pass the value, else we pass the that is black color of this type here. So okay, of type string. And then inside here is whereby you're going to handle that change, whereby you're going to set color to color. That is the color that we are getting. This one here, you can see this one here, yeah, right there. And then now we need to handle on change the function that we passed on our end here. Okay, so you will see that this more on when we are using our tool. You're going to see how we will be handling on change to change the property of an object. Okay, but for now this one is a simple one whereby we just need the color. Okay, so since we want this component to be reusable, we'll be passing also the property and then also the color. Okay, since now this one here is optional, we need to actually, so here and make it optional like that. But here you're going to get an error of something, I don't know. So instead of fixing it there, you can fix it right here. Then you can just save. Okay. So we are done with that one. Then when you come here, we need to actually work on this on these three functions. So the first thing that we need to do, you can say, if we don't have the canvas, we can just return null. So if you don't have the canvas, just return null. Okay, just like that. And then after that we need to say const. So we initialize our pencil brush. That is our pencil brush, just like that, is equals to new fabric dot pencil brush. Okay, then we pass the canvas. Okay, just like that. And then after that, so we don't have the fabric, so can get it from here. Okay, here we don't have it also, so let me just copy the fabric instead of just importing it myself, just like that. With that, now I should not be having any errors. So after that, we need to have the canvas to pass the brush to the free drawing brush, whereby it's going to be canvas dot drawing, that is free drawing brush, that is free drawing brush is equals to pencil. Okay, that is pencil brush. Okay, just like that. So after that, we need to actually is drawing mode, to change the is drawing mode here, this one here, to change that state. Okay, to change that state, we are going to come inside here. So let's have the separation there. So here we are going to start by saying if the canvas dot is drawing mode is true, then we need to change the canvas dot is drawing mode to false. Okay, that is equals to false. Else you just need to change the canvas to that is drawing mode to true. Okay, when you save and come here, so now you can see, you can be able to see the that is the color picker. Sorry, I didn't show you when we actually imported it. So here is the color. Okay, we'll be using this color here, hexacode. We won't be using any gradients. Okay, since it was a bit tricky to get this color here, but if you can be able to get it, well and good, you can be able to use it, but for our case we'll be just using solid. Okay, so here I want to see if you can be able to change this one. So now you can see here we have color picker and you can be able to draw. Okay, and then can be able to cancel it, and then you can see you don't have the cursor, the drawing cursor. Okay, then you can see also this one here is movable. Okay, so now let's change the value. That is the size of the drawing brush. So I'm going to come inside here, whereby you're going to say if we don't have the free drawing brush. Actually this one here we can leave it, whereby now we can just say canvas dot free drawing brush. Okay, dot color, second option is equals to value. Okay, just like that, and then we actually re-render. So this one here we need to actually avoid this error here. I thought the new version would have fixed this one here. Then you are going to say return, so that we can actually remove this error here. So here I don't know why I'm getting this error. So left side of a sign up may not be an okay. That is canvas dot free drawing brush dot color is equals to value. Okay, then we re-render. Okay, so here I missed if you don't have the canvas drawing brush, then we should return. Okay, then canvas dot free drawing brush dot color is equals to value. So I don't know, so sorry, I'm confusing it with something else. I'm confusing it with this one here. So if you copy this one here and use it here, so here remember we are getting property and also we are getting the value. So property, which is of type string, comma, then also we are getting the value, which is also of type string. So here you can see we are not getting any error, because here this one here is expecting a number instead of a string. So here you can say value, and then here we can change this one to width, just like that. And then with the true now, you should be able to be working. Okay, so change this one to red, and then move this one maybe somewhere like there, and then enter drawing mode. Okay, so now you can see, okay, you can be able to draw. Okay, so perfect. And then you can be able to cancel the draw, and then you can see. So later on, we'll be having, we can be able actually to select this one here, and then maybe group it together and be able to use it as one. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now we are going to actually start on our tool header. So hope you can see it right here. So it is actually right here. So I'm going to close everything, then open our sidebar here, inside our components, then design, then tools, then inside here is whereby we are going to have all of that. And with that, I need to copy everything that we are going to use. Some of them we'll have them later on, but for now we should be having these ones here. So the first one that we are going to use is the tool, that is the scroll area, and then you are going to actually pass a few few classes. The first one being that is white space now, that is now wrap. And then after that we are going to have margin bottom off. I don't know if that is going to fix everything here. And then also we are going to have a div inside here, and then this div is going to have the following classes. The first one being flex, justify center, item center, and then width full, then last three space off, x2. Then inside here, the first thing we're going to handle is the color change. That is to handle any color change that is of text, anything color change. Then we are going to say div, and then we are going to have the following classes, whereby we are going to have flex, item center, the second option, and then you are going to have h full, and then you are going to have justify center. And then inside here we are going to use Hovercard, that is Hovercard global, right there. Then we need to pass the trigger, that is the trigger. Okay, the trigger being a button, which will be a tag. So let me have just a tag here, just like that. Okay, and then inside here we are going to have a div. Then here we are going to have, actually it is a self-closing div, because we just want to show a square, that is a white square, whereby you're going to have the following class name, whereby you're going to have rounded SM, and then you're going to have size of 5, and then border of 2, and then BG of white. Okay, then we are also missing the content. You can say content, the content being the color. Get the color from globals. So there it is. Then we pass the following props. So here we passing the following. So here is this function we don't have, and also we don't have the active element. So we can come here and say handle update selected object. So can have it like this, and then you can come here and say const, then you can say equals to an arrow function, just a simple function. And then now we need to actually import the that is the use active element. We execute it like that, then we have the active element like that. Then we just save. So there it is. Okay, so this part here will be shown when we actually have the when an object is selected, but for now we can actually deal with the designs for now. And then you can see it is not that good, so we need to change that one by actually having icon that is size of icon, and then after that we're going to have a variant of ghosts like that. So when you come here, you'll be seeing that this change right here. When you hover, you'll be seeing this this change here. So to remove everything, you can just refresh before we create a delete function. So what I want us to do is now create that is a hover or a hint or a tooltip, so that we can know what we are hovering on. So when you hover like this, we know we are hovering on the tooltip. Actually we are hovering on the color, so something like so. You can see the color, you can see stroke color, you can see stroke width, something like that. So to do that, we can head over to our sidebar here. Then inside the globals, you can create the hint.tsx. Then you can say array fce like that. So let me just copy the prop that we'll be using, and also the imports, just like that. And also let me also actually add them to our hint function here, just like that. So we're going to change everything here to a tool, that is a tooltip provider. Then inside here we are going to continue by having tool, that is tooltip. Okay, we have already imported it, and then we give it the that is the delay, that is delay duration of something like 100. Okay, after that we are going to have the trigger. We are going to say tool tip trigger. So if you just see any changes, if you see any error, know that you have made a typo. So inside here you're going to accept the children like that, and then here we're going to have s child, just like that. And then after the tooltip trigger, that is after the tooltip trigger, we are going to have the tool, that is the tooltip content, just like that. And then inside here is where you're going to have a simple p tag, then we have the label. Okay, then this p tag here, we can give it the following class name, that is font or medium, and then after that we can capitalize it, and then then here we'll be passing a few props. So let me just copy them. So there they are. That is the side. You can see the sides, which is optional, and then you can see align, and then side of that is side offset, and then align, that is align offset. So you can see all of them there, okay, which are optional, of course. And then last three, we are going to have the following class name. Okay, which will be text white, and then bg slate 800, and then after that we're going to give it a border of slate. Actually we can give it zinc 800. Okay, then we can just copy the name here, and then come here. So inside the trigger is whereby we are going to have it, then we are going to have the button inside there. Okay, so we need to pass two things, the first one being the label, the first being the color, then after that we are going to pass the side, which being the bottom. So let's actually import it so that you can see the autocomplete coming from the globus, and then here you can see the bottom. After that you can see the side offset of 5, like that. When you save and come here, you should be able to see it right there. Okay, should be able to see it. Okay, so great. So now I want us to implement the update selected object so that we can actually update something like an element here, can change it color. Okay, so come here, we are going to actually get started by accepting the props, okay, so that we can use them. So the first one being the property. So when you head over to color, so here you will see that we are accepting the property, and then also we are accepting an on change. So an on change is this function here, and then since we are receiving two items, that is the property and the color, so we need also to pass the relevant items so that we can we need actually to receive them here. We don't need to pass anything actually. Okay, so for this one here we are going to need the canvas. So you can say const, can say use canvas, then you execute it, then you get the canvas, like that. So then inside here we are going to say if we have active element. So this one here is important because we don't want to update an null object. You can get an error, but this one here we are going to make sure that we also fix it to make sure that this component is shown whenever an object is whenever we have an active object, but we need to actually protect ourselves also here. So we are going to say also if active element dot type is equals to rect, that is rectangle, and property, okay, is equals to rect. Okay, then we need to do the following. We need to, so here in any case we need to actually we later on we also handle, when you come here you will see that we also be handling the corners, that is the stroke width. You can see the stroke width right there. We'll be handling that also. So that is what we are doing here. So let me just have a simple comment so that you know what is happening. So that is one special case for select object with corners rounding. Okay, we are going to do the following. We are going to say active, that is active element dot set. Then we're going to pass an object whereby it is rx. Okay, then we are going to pass the value. Okay, so we have already the value, comma, then ry, and then you are going to say value. Okay, so when you head over to type, and then when you head over to rect, or maybe something like diamond or rectangle, you see that we have a rx and ry. You can see here horizontal corner radius. Okay, so that is the corner that is the corner roundings that we want to change there. Okay, after that we need to now update the active update the active object if this one here is false. Okay, can also have an else, but since we need also to update the rec in other sections like the background, we should not have the that is the else. Okay, so here you are passing two things. When you hover on the value, you'll see that you need to pass two things: the key, which is the property name, and the value, which is the property value that you want to change to. After that, we need to request re-render, whereby you can say canvas dot re-render all, like that. And then last three, you can actually set active. So here you can say comma set active of element, and you can say active element to active element. Okay, just like that. So when it finishes saving and you hover on this one here, so let's bring it somewhere we can see. So change it to red, so you can see it changing it to red. Change it to something else. You can choose a color here. Okay, can be able to change it to different colors if you want. Later on we will actually handle the stroke color, that is the border. You can see there is some the border color here is not changing. We'll be handling that one on the next part of the video. So let us now handle delete, so that we don't have to keep refreshing, so that we can remove any objects. So this one here we are done with it. I'm gonna collapse it, and then after it here you're going to say delete. Then you're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have the following class name. The following class names, that is the flex, item center, and then we are going to have h full, and then last three justify center. Then inside here we're going to have hint. Okay, and then for the hint we are going to pass the following, that is the label, that is of delete. You need also to pass the side, which will be bottom, and then last 3 side offset, that is of 5. Okay, then it is also expecting that is child, which will be the button. Then inside here we're going to say trash, that is an icon, of course, of trash. Okay, giving it class name of size of 4. Okay, and then for the function, for the button here, we are going to have an on click of delete selected object. So it will be both selected object or object. So let's go with object, and then size going to be of icon, then variant is going to be ghosts. Okay, sorry, going to type string, then ghosts. Then lastly we are going to have class name, which is going to be texts of red 600. Okay, then you can create this function here, so you can also collapse it, and then here you can have function, sorry, can say const, then you can have an arrow function, then when you save you should be able to see a button here. So it is not what I expect. So on our case here, okay, it is the same. I want the text to be also red when I hover, or maybe I can say hover texts red. Maybe I can make it brighter to 800. Okay, so let's see if it have finished saving on our end here. So also maybe we can change this one to, or maybe we can just leave it that way. Okay, it is okay that way. I think it is okay that way. So let us now handle the delete. So to handle the delete, you need actually also to have the, that is both set that is set active, that is active elements, and set active elements. Okay, we need them both. And then you come here, you say if we have canvas, okay, and also we have, sorry, and also we have the active, that is the active element. Okay, then we want to do the following. So that is canvas dot remove this one here, and then we can pass the active element. Okay, so here when you hover on it, you'll be able to see what it does. This one here doesn't have the documentation, but actually it removes the object from the canvas. Okay, so let me actually add it with the documentation so that you know what is happening. And then you can say set active element to null. Okay, and then after that we need to re-render that is canvas dot re-render all, just like that. Okay, so when you save, when you come here, after saving, click on the element, then delete. So now you see you don't have it. So now let's try to actually work on the deleting multiple elements. So here we can say, so this one here is single, I say single object, just like that. And then here you can say multiple objects. Then here we can say, can actually copy this one here, so then we can change this one to that is active elements. And then inside here we can say, if we have active elements dot for each dot that is for each object, then we do the following, that is canvas dot remove. So we remove each object. So now we pass the object, a single object, to the function that is remove. Okay, so after that we need just to repeat everything that we did here. That is set active element to null, and then after that re-render, and then before that we need to do canvas dot, we need to discard active objects, all active object. You can say this card active object, okay, which is actually means we want to deselect the object. So let me just copy this one, copy the one with the documentation on my end, then have it here. So we are deselecting the one with the one that is was selected. So after saving, should actually create another one and another one here, and then this one here, and then this one here. So here we have all of this, so select all of them just like that. Then you can see we have been able to delete all of that. So so everything is working as it should. So let's collapse this one here and then this one here. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically what you're going to be doing now, you're going to be changing the stroke, that is the stroke color, and also increasing and decreasing the stroke width. That is the, as you can see here, the border. If I change this one to something like red, you can see here this has a stroke of black, or the border of black. So we need to change that, and to do that we can do it here, whereby we can just say stroke color. Okay, then now here we can have a div. So similarly it is like this one here, whereby you can just copy it, okay, then paste it here, and then we just close it. Okay, then we have it here. So inside here we are going to have the hovercard, of course. So basically maybe you can just copy this one here. So you can just copy this one here, basically it is the same like that, and then we paste it here. Okay, then maybe let us collapse this one so that you can see what you are doing. So here it is the same as the color one, so what, and also it is the same function, but here what we want to pass is the stroke right there, and what we need to change here is the that is the stroke, so here you should have that autocomplete. Okay, that is the stroke. And then maybe you can just pass let me just copy all of this, and then paste all of this here. So that are the title and also the description that we need to pass there. So you can save and then head back here. Okay, I believe it is done. So can change it is the second one, since the first one is the color. I'm going to change the button in a bit. So here we can change this one to something like maybe blue or maybe green, so that maybe you can see. So you can see whenever I change the color, it is basically changing. You can see blue wherever that is, purple, this one here, this one here, this one here. So you can see the stroke color is changing. Even when I change this one maybe back to something like white, so this one here, I don't know. So this one here, okay, yeah, you can see here whenever I change this one here, it's not changing. It's basically changing. Basically now we can change the button. So for the button, in our case, it is going to be something else. This one here, it's going to be of type icon and type ghosts, and then rounded SM, size of 5, border of 2, and then we are going to have something else here instead of BG, whereby we are going to say dark. In dark screen we are going to have border, that is border white. After that we are going to have border dark. Okay, so this is what we need. So we should be having something like this. Okay, so you must select. So earlier on I believe I wasn't selecting anything, so you can see here. Okay, you can see it is perfectly working, and also this one here, it is perfectly working also. So the next thing that we are going to do is basically we are going to duplicate this one here. Okay, and then we can collapse this one and then open this one here. So we are going to deal with that is the stroke width. Okay, so for the stroke width, I'm going to use an icon. I'm going to use an icon that is BS border, that is border width. Okay, so you already have that one. Then you're going to give it the following class name, that is size of 4. Okay, that is it for that button. And then for the content, we are going to create a component. So let us open our sidebar, then inside the tool here, so you can collapse this one here, and then inside the tool here you can create a new file, call it stroke width. Okay, that is .tsx. Then use arrayfce to spin it up. So basically it is going to accept a few props. So let me just copy the prop that it's going to accept, and basically just one, not a few, just one, which is basically on change. So you can say on change, then here we can have the, so here it is not color picker but stroke width. Okay, then you can just copy the name, sorry, just like that. Okay, then you can use it here. So you can remove all of that, and then here you can say stroke width. Okay, then we import it. So make sure you have imported it from here. Okay, so this one we'll use it later on. So and then you can just save, then you can just collapse it also. So here in a bit you're going to see this, like this one here, and then the stroke width. So inside your stroke width is whereby we are going to get started by I'm going to get started by actually copying every import that we'll be using. Okay, and then actually I have forgotten one, so let me just copy the one. Okay, So this one is global, and then this one here I need to change it to use active element, and then here I need to use active element. Okay, then we'll start with the design part of it, and then we'll finish by actually having the other items. Okay, that is the functionality. So here we'll be using an empty React.js fragment. Then inside here we'll start by having the tool header. Sorry, here we'll start by having the tool header. Okay, so we already have it. So actually not the tool header on this case here. I changed the name to that is Hovercard header. Then I'm going to pass the following props. So instead of wasting time writing all of them here, we just paste them here. So that is title, stroke width, stroke options, description, modify the stroke of your element. Okay, and then after that we are going to use scroll with the capital S, scroll area, so that we maintain the screen of our hover that is Hovercard. So inside here we are going to have a div. Okay, then this div here we're going to give it the following classes, that is padding of 4 and then space of y of 4. Then inside here we are going to have the first thing, which is the label. Then inside here we are going to say stroke type. Okay, and then this one here we're going to give it the following class name, which is text of SM. Okay, then you can just save and maybe inspect and see and check what you have right here. After that you are going to have the buttons. We are going to have the 2 buttons. So inside here is whereby you are going to use a self-closing div like that. Then you are going to give it the following class names basically, which is width of full, and then after that you are going to give it border. Sorry, that is border black, not left black but border black. After that you're going to use rounded full, and then border 4. Okay, so you can check and see what that looks like. So here you can see how it looks like. And then after that we're going to have the following classes here. I'm going to use CN, since we'll be having some dynamic classes. And then the classes that we'll have throughout is the width full, and then h of 16. And then after that justify start right here, and then text left. Okay, and then I'm going to have comma, and then here we are going to have the property. So we don't have the property, so for now we can just leave it like that. We don't have the property used it, so for now we can leave it like that. So you can see the way it is. And then after that there are some props that we need to pass here. The first one being the size of LG, and then after that we need to pass the variant. I believe it is a variant of secondary. Okay, and then after that we need to have style, that is style, an object inside there. And then we are going to have padding, that is padding string, that is padding of So here this one should be outside, padding of 80px, and then after that we're going to say 16px. Okay, so we should be having something like this. Okay, so here so that one expired. So and then the last button that we'll be having, basically we can just duplicate this one here. Okay, so we are going to actually have it the same way. That is this one here with a full border black rounded full, then border of 4, then you're going to give it a border that is border dashed like that. Then for the other classes here we are going to use the same thing, and then later on we'll be having the dynamic classes. So did I save? Yes. So let us just refresh. So after the button we'll be having a div. After the button we'll be having a div. We'll be having a div. So let's check out and see if we need to change anything. Okay, something is very wrong. So here we have the button, and then here we have another button. So let's first finish this one here. You can say class name, and then here we can have padding of 4, and then space of y of 4, and then border, that is border top, and then border gray 400. Then after that we can say dark border zinc 700. Okay, and then inside here you're going to have the label. Then inside here we're going to say stroke width. Okay, say class name, and then you are going to say text sm, and then inside here we are going to have the slider, and then inside here we are going to say step, that is step 1, and then for the default value can say 0, maybe inside an array 0 like that. And then later on value change, we'll be having a function, I can say on with change. You can pass the values, so we need to extract the values from this function, values like that. Then we create this function here. So when you hover here you see values of type number array, so here you can create it. So here you can say const on value on width change equals to narrow function here. And then we need to accept the values, which is of type number array, just like that. So here we have that. So for the second button here, For the second button here, I don't know what is happening. So let's see. Okay. So actually let us deal with the functionalities, and then I just see what is happening here, because it's just a simple button. Like we can have a simple button here. Let's see if that one will appear. Let's see if that simple button will appear. So here it is. So I believe they are flex, so that is not what we want. That is not what we want. So I believe the other button is somewhere on the right here. So that is not what we want. So here, I don't know if this one will work, but maybe you can give this one flex, and then flex call, this flex column. So something like that. So there it is. You can have that flex and flex column. On my case, it actually worked the way it was actually, but this one here is working. So let's continue. So after that we need to actually have a few things, which is something like active element, and then also we need to have canvas. So we can say const extract the active canvas, then you can say use canvas, and then we execute it, then we get the canvas, and then here we get the active element. So first we need to actually get it, use active element, then we execute it like that, and then here we need to have the active element. After that we need to have a use state, so that we can change between the stroke widths, that is the stroke width and then the stroke dashed array. Okay, the stroke dashed array is this one here, the second button. You can see we said it should be dashed, is that one that we call stroke dash array. Okay, so here you can say const an array, then we say equals to use state. Okay, then we have it like that. First we give it property, then we say set property like that. Then we need to give it type. Okay, we need to say key of. Okay, then we say fabric. Okay, dot object like that. Then initially it's going to be stroke dashed it's going to be stroke width. Okay, just like that. And then after that we are passing a value to our slider here. We need to create that value. To create that value, we can do it this way, whereby you can say const, then we can say value equals to, and then we can say property. If you can say property if property is actually equals to property that is stroke dashed array, then we can set the active element dot stroke, that is stroke dashed array. Okay, else then you can set active element dot stroke width. Okay, So if the property is equals to dash, we set the active element dot stroke dash array, else we set it to stroke element stroke width. Okay, so these ones are the current values. These ones are the current values that you have for an active element on the dashed array. So if you console log this one here, it is basically a number. You can see it is a number. So basically, if we initially by creating a rectangle like that, you will see that when you change this one to red, you will see that you already have the stroke width. So that is the stroke width that we are getting. Initially it doesn't have the stroke dashed array, so that one will be 0. Okay, so now we need to before we work on our function, let us first finish with the dynamic designs of these two buttons, and then we can worry about the functionalities a little bit here. So here we can have the comma, and then here we can say property, if property is equals to that is stroke dashed. Okay, then we can say border inside a string because it is a class. So we are saying basically if property is equals to dash array, then this class should be applied. That is border of 2, and then we need to have border primary, like that. And then maybe we can just copy that one also, and then come here and have comma, and then have it like that. So basically it is just the same thing. Then you can remove the space there. So when you come here, you notice that you don't have any. So because initially it is stroke width, so basically it should be the first one. Okay, so let's continue. It will work it out. And then for the default value here, we are going to say array dot is array, then we pass the value. Okay, then we say, so we are checking if it is an array. If it is an array, then we do the following: the value, then we pass 0. Okay, and then else we say value. Okay, just like that, and then else we say 0. And then for the step we already have it, so it is okay as it is. So now let us worry about the function. So here for the function we will be having if property okay is equals to stroke, that is stroke width, then we can do the following. And then we check if we have the active element. Then if we have the active element, then we can do the following. We can say active element dot set, then we do the following. We set the stroke. So to be sure, you can just copy this one here. Remember here you already have the autocomplete, so you are sure that you won't have any errors. We set the stroke with the stroke dashed to something like 0, 0, 0. Okay, so basically we need to return it to the normal state. The normal state is 0, 0. Okay, and then we can say canvas dot render all, like that. And then after that we can say on change, then we can say property comma value comma values. So we are accepting values, then we can pass the first value. Okay, so and then we can say else, we can say on change, then we can say property comma, then we can pass the following, that is the values, the first item or the first number, then also we pass the values, then the first one. Okay, then you can just save. So remember, this one here returns an array, so while passing it here we need to pass the first value, or we just pass the, if it is an array we pass the first value, else we just pass the value. Okay, and then to remove Typescript error we pass 0. So the same for dashed array. Remember to set it in to the initial state. We did an array of 0, 0, so that means inside an array, that means we need to pass 2 values, and then to change them we need to pass the first the value that we have gotten to basically the value that we have gotten to pass to our active element as an array also. Okay, just like that. And then we can use the set property to change between the dashed and the stroke width. So here we can come here and say on click, then you can do the following, have an arrow function, then we can say set active element to that is set property to stroke width. Okay, then we can just copy it, then come down here, then we can do stroke dashed array like that. So with that we are done. Then so it should not be both of them, so something is wrong. Okay, stroke width stroke array. Okay, so here I pasted this one here on this case here I pasted stroke dashed. Okay, and then it is the same thing I have here. So this one here should be stroke width. Okay, yeah, like that. Then you can change between the following. Okay, so here let's start with this one here, then we can increase it. So it is not working. Even this one here it's not working. So let's refresh and check something. If it is not working we need to try something else. So basically let's see if it will work. So you can add any item, and then you can change the stroke color to something else, then can try to change it. So you can see it is working, and then you can change something like this one here, then you can change it like that. Okay, so you need to choose the stroke type first, then you can just change it. Okay, so everything is working as it should. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So we are going to work on the rectangle corners. So later on maybe we can try to actually also add them to other components, but for now the only solution that I found working very well was that of
adding it to rectangles. Okay, so let's continue. So it is going to be just after this one here. So you can just have it like that, and then can change the comment to say rect like that. So for this icon here, we are going to have TB, that TB border, that is border corner iOS. Okay, just like that, and then the size is the same, and then everything else is the same except the hint here, which we are going to give it to corners, so that later on maybe we can change it to something else, or maybe we can it can work for all of them. Then this one here, we didn't change it to stroke color. Okay, then can collapse it. Then this one here, it should be okay. This one here is stroke color, so this one here is stroke width. Just like that. And then here, this one here is stroke color. And then this one here is for color, stroke color, then stroke width, then corners. And then here for the delete, it should be delete like that. So you can save, and then we can continue. So here we are going to create another component, calling it corners.tsx. Then it's going to be RAFCE. Okay, just like that. And then it is going to accept the following props. So basically 2 props, the value, and then the function that we usually pass to our function, that is on change. And then we need to import this one here, coming from Fabric. Then there are other 2 components that we are going to use, so the other one I'll just paste it later on. And then here we can just say corners. Control space bar to actually have the autocomplete. If it doesn't work, we can come here and say import corners from, that is from dot forward stroke, sorry, that is forward stroke from corners, just like that. Okay, and then here we are missing something. So here we are missing the value. So the value is going to be, active element dot rx. Okay, if you don't have rx, we can pass 0. Okay, so with that we shouldn't be having any TypeScript errors. And then we can come here, and we can start by designing it, whereby we give this and first we should check if we have this corners, stroke width, and then stroke color and color. So okay, then continue by giving this one the following class name. The first one being flex call, then after that space y4. Then inside here you're going to use the
that is Hovercard header, this one here. Then we are going to pass the following, that is adjust corner and then adjust corner. So it's just the same thing. That is for the header, basically, where you can just pass the title and it is going to be perfect. So something like that. But we have something, we have a bigger space, so it is good to have both of them. We have a bigger space and we don't want to change that because we don't want to continue having some dynamic classes there, and it is just a simple thing. Okay, and then here we can just use the slider. Okay, and then for the default, that is the default value, we can pass an array of value. Okay, then after that you can say on value change. Okay, then you can extract the values, so you can have an arrow function whereby you can get the values, and then you can have on change like that. Then we pass the property which is rect. Okay, then you pass the comma, we have the comma, and then we say values. Okay, then we pass the value. Okay, something like that. So later on we'll try to change this one dynamically. I don't know if it will work. I did some research but it wasn't working as I intended, so I just I chose to have only one item to just demonstrate it. Later on, if it works, I will just change the functionality however it will be working. So you can close this one here, collapse this one, and then you can come here, select the item, then come here, and then you can just move it here like that. So you can see it is working. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. We are going to now work on the bring, that is bring forward, send backwards, and duplicate. So here the first thing we can do is add another element, something like this, and then we can have it like that because we'll be starting by bringing forward. So we will be bringing this one here forward, and then we can change the color, something like red. So let's do that. Can come here just before delete, and then maybe you can just duplicate this one here, then collapse it, and then here we can say bring forward, something like that. And then here we won't be using any hovercard, so you can just remove all of this, and then we can be left with the hint and the button. Okay, can have something like that. So here for the label we can just pass the description, which is bring forward. Okay, so and the button here, it will be arrow up. Okay, so you already have the arrow, and then for the size we can have it as it is, and then we can have the function here whereby you can say on click. Okay, whereby you can say bring forward, bring forward. So maybe you can just work on both bring forward and send backwards at the same time instead of coming back and forth, or we can just also add the duplicate because they are the same designs. So here we can duplicate this one here, that is holding so let me Ctrl Z, that is holding Shift Alt and then downward arrow key, and then we can have another one there. So here we can say send that is send backwards. that is send backwards, like that. We'll be creating those functions just in a bit. And then here we can say duplicate. Okay, then also for the label, duplicate. Okay, then so this one is duplicate, and then here we are going to change the icon also, whereby it is going to be copy. Copy is going to work, and then here is going to be arrow down. Okay, just like that. So let's copy the function, the name of the function that we'll be creating, and then we move here. Just after this function here, we can start by having the first one, which is bring forward. Then we can say const, then we can have the name of the function like that. Just a simple function for now. And then you can just duplicate this one also, and then have some space here, and then you can change this one to something like, okay, send backwards. Here, send backwards. And then last three you can just duplicate. That is for what? That is duplicate. Okay, so we have it right there. You can save, and then we should be able to see the icons right here just in a bit. So here they are. So duplicate, bring forward, bring forward. Okay, should change that one to bring forward. So this one here is bring forward. Okay, then here is bring. Okay. For the second one, it will be send backwards. Send backwards. Okay, and then you can change this one to send backwards. And then here you can say duplicate. Okay, bring forward, bring, send backwards, and then duplicate. Okay, so now we have the functions. So let's start with the bring forward. So to bring forward this one here, we're going to say if we have the active element, okay, then is when we are going to bring it forward. You can say canvas dot bring. Okay, it should be auto completing bring forward object forward. That is bring object forward. Okay, and then you just pass the, so here it is. So and then you pass the active element. Okay, so my TypeScript here is loading and everything else. So and then after that we can just re-render. Then you can say canvas dot re, that is re-render all. Okay, so here you can have question mark, and also here you can have a question mark to remove the TypeScript errors. And then this one here, I don't know, bring forward, so maybe I had made a mistake. So here it is, you can hover on it. Yeah, okay, it doesn't have any docs. And then now here, this one here, we would like to bring it forward, so you can click bring forward, and then you can see it is working. So send backwards, just about copying this one here and then pasting it here. Okay, and then you can say send send object, that is send object, that is object backwards. Okay, that is send object backwards. Okay, then when you save, so here it is, send object backwards, and then you can see it is working. Bring it forward, send backwards. And then lastly, we can work on the duplicate. Duplicate is the one that is a bit wronger, but it is perfect. Then you can say I can just pass whatever we copied earlier on, and then you can just remove this one here, whereby you can say const, and then you can say duplicate object equals to active element dot clone. Okay, then we execute it like that. Okay, and then after that we can say now we add it to the canvas. Okay, whereby you can say canvas dot add. Okay, so now for this one here, it is a promise, so we need to await. So here you can see it is a promise, so we need to await it. Await duplicate, sorry, that is duplicate. So you can just copy the name here, duplicate. So this one here should be duplicate. Okay, and then after that we can set it as the active element. Set active element. Okay, and then here we need to convert this one into a synchronous function, just like that. And then you can just save. Okay, so you can come here, this one here, and then you can just click duplicate. Okay, and then now you should be having two of them. Okay, and then also this one here, you can click duplicate, then you should be having another one. Okay, so now we have that. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the opacity. So on the opacity part, we are going to have it here. Now we can just say comment opacity. So there are two ways to get the opacity, as we I showed it earlier on during the demo of the video. So here we are going to have this. You can see here this is red, and this one here is red, this one here. So you can just you can just remove this one here. So you can see here is that one is red, but here you can see the opacity is 100 here. Okay, so when you go downwards here, you will see that the opacity will change. Okay, you can see the opacity have changed. Okay, so the same thing here. So you can see the opacity here, and then you can see how you can work with it. So you can be able to work with that to change the opacity of your object, but that one want to reflect on your canvas. Okay, now that is not on your canvas, but on your active that is active object or active element opacity. Opacity is not going to reflect there. It's going to reflect just on the color, because that is the color opacity that you are changing there. But now we need to change the opacity of an object. Maybe you want to change the opacity of an image or something else. So maybe opacity of text. I think this one here, it is the same thing. Can actually, yeah, it is the same thing. So the only difference is that when you are changing the opacity of something like an image, you basically need to work with the opacity itself, not the color opacity. Okay, so let's do that. So here can copy this one here. This is the one that we it is similar, almost similar to what we need. Then you can paste it here. So here is going to be opacity, that is opacity, just like that. And then for the icon, is going to be MD opacity, just like that. And then maybe okay, then now we can create the opacity component RAFCE, okay, just like that. So let me copy the props that is going to accept. So we can say something like that. Then here we can have opacity picker. Then here it's going to have the on change, going to have the property and the value, okay. And then here I'm going to import it, whereby you can just say opacity, okay, or just opacity. And that way you have just imported it, okay. And then here we need also to pass the property. So for the property you can just say opacity, okay. And then for the value we are going to do something different, because it can be null, or basically that means it can be undefined, whereby you can say active element dot opacity, okay, is not equal to, that is undefined, okay. Then we can do the following. So you can say math. So we are doing this, so let me finish, then I can explain why we are doing this. You can say round, then we can what we are rounding, and you can say active element dot opacity times 100, okay. And then here we can have an else in a turn array, whereby you can say or 100, okay. So we are doing this basically because the opacity, the 100% of an opacity in Fabric is basically 1, okay. But in our case we want to have it as opacity times 100, okay, or we can just pass 100, okay, just like that. Then we can move this one here, can have it that way. And then you can work on the opacity here, whereby we can start by having class name, whereby you can have flex call like that. And then you can have space of y of 4. And then inside here you can have Hovercard header, and have autocomplete if we have it. So then here we can pass the title. So let me just copy the two props. That is the opacity, and change the opacity of a selected object. And then you can try to import it once more. Here it was, okay. So now we can add our slider, whereby you can have a self closing tag, which is the slider. And then here we can have the default values or value, whereby it is going to be an array of value, okay. Then we need to import this one coming from component, not radix, okay. And then after that we need to have max, which is going to be of 1, and then we are going to have min, which is going to be of 0, and then step going to be of 0.01. okay, and then last 3 we can have on value change, whereby is going to be values, we get the values, then we say on change. Okay, then we have the property, we pass the property. Okay, then we pass the values. Okay, that is the first value. Then we can just save. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so here you can see the other one, the other opacity color was not working on the stroke, but our opacity here is going to work on the color of the stroke, even on the stroke you can see. Okay, you can see even on this one here. Okay, and when you come back to this one here, you can see you should actually be also be getting the, okay, interesting, you should actually also be passing the we should also be actually be passing the that is the opacity itself. So let me see if this one is going to work. I think there I was confused. I was working with something else that I should not have been working with. So let's see. So yeah, okay, yeah, so yeah, so here you can just pass the opacity if you have it, and if you don't have, just pass 1. Okay, and that one should work. And if you want to work it the way it was earlier on, here you have to make it 100, and then minimum you have to make it something like 10, then step you need to change it to 10. Okay, then you can pass the value. That way it is also going to work. Okay, so I love it more when it is the original way, that is the way you have the opacity, and then you can work with the opacity itself. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now you're going to work on the group. So basically to group to more than two or more than one item together or object. So you can do it just after opacity, or maybe you can just do it, so it doesn't matter really. So we can just say group. Okay, and then we can say, but first let us create the group component. Then you can say .tsx arrayfce, just like that. So here it's going just to accept only one, actually it's not going to accept any props. So here we can just say we just want to show it whenever we have whenever the type of an object is group. So we can say active element dot type. Okay, if the type is equals to that is group, yeah, like that, then that is when you would like to show the group component. So just like that, here it is. And then you can duplicate this once more. We like to show this component also when active elements dot length, okay, is greater than 1. Okay, then we can save. So okay, so here you can use an exclamation mark to get rid of the error. because if it is there, if it is more than one, it is not a must that it be there, but if you want to actually use it to have it something like this, you can say if you have active elements, okay, you can have something like that. Okay, so we can close this one here. So let me just copy every import that we are going to need. Okay, just like that. And then here, this one here, okay, going to be hint. Here is going to be hint. Then here is going to be just like that. Okay, so and then we need also, let us first start by actually designing the our div here, which will host the button. You can say class name, and then you can say flex item center, and then we can say h-full, and then you can say justify center, and then inside here you can have hint, then you can pass the label that is going to be group, okay, and then side, which is going to be bottom, okay, then side offset, which is going to be 5. Then it is also accepting a child or children, is going to be a button. Okay, then this button here is going to accept a lot of props. Then we can just start by size and say icon, and then we can have valiant, it's going to be ghosts, and then you can have the following class names. So let us get a few things here so that we can use them to actually do the following, do a few things later on, all just in a bit. We can say const, and then we get the canvas, which is going to be use canvas like that. Then we extract the canvas, then canvas. Okay, and then also we need also to get const. We need to get the active object. You can actually get it from our store, but here you can just get it from canvas dot get active objects. So here active object basically. Okay, and then here, so we want to check a few things here. It's going to be a dynamic class, okay, which is going to be something like whereby you're going to say active, that is active objects, this one here. If you have active objects, okay, then we can say active object dot type, okay, dot type, okay, is equals to group. So this one here, okay, so let me finish first, and then maybe I can just correct something. Then here let's use CN since we have it. Okay, dot type, okay, it is not getting, so here it is. I don't know, have I made a mistake? Okay, this one should be object. So here it should be active object, not objects. Then here we can change it to object. Then here we can check type, okay, just like that. Then if we have the type, then we can say bg, we can say bg gray 200, and then dark, we can say bg dark hover, just like that. So then inside here we're going to have an icon which is going to be FA layer, which is going to be FA layer group, and we give it the following class name, that is size of 5, just like that. You should be able to see it somewhere here in between these two. Okay, you won't be able to see it because you haven't highlighted anything. So when you highlight it like that, you can be able to do that. Okay, so you can see, yeah, so that we have the active objects highlighted. And then after that, I'm going to have an on click, whereby it's going to say group selected objects. Okay, so now we can create the function whereby it's going to be group selected objects, whereby you can say consts, then you can say just like that. Okay, so inside here, the first thing we are going to do, we are going to get selected objects. So we can say const selected objects. Okay, it's going to be equal to the one that I had wrote earlier, that is dot canvas dot get active objects. Okay, just like that. So you can have it here, but since we are not using it any other place, you can have it there, so that it cannot it cannot run when we run when the component is basically rendered. So after that, you can say if selected objects, if you have selected object basically, and then if selected objects dot length is greater than 1, then we can actually group them. Okay, so you can say const group equals to new, then you can say fabric dot, that is fabric dot group. Okay, then we pass the selected objects. Okay, just like that, and then a comma, then we pass the left, which is going to be 150, then comma, I'm going to have top, which is going to be 100. Okay, and then after that we can actually add the group to canvas, and then also and basically remove the other objects, remove individual objects. So we are going to say selected, or basically let's start by adding. You can say canvas dot add, then we add the group. Okay, just like that, and then you can say selected objects. Okay, dot for each, then you see we get the object, and then we actually remove the individual object dot remove then we pass the object we want to remove. Okay, then after that we can actually set the canvas dot selected, or you can say set active object as the group. Okay, so you can save. After that we are going to work on the ungroup. So this one here is actually for the group. Okay, so here when you select it like this and then you click on the group, you see that it was moved to left, and that is left and top of 150 and 100. Okay, and then you can see that now they are grouped together. Okay, and then here you can see group is who is actually have the, so when you come here you can see the group already has the dark that is the dark background. Okay, so that means active object dot type is of type group. Okay, so now let us work on the ungroup. So whereby you can say if active object, okay, and active dot type is equals to group. Okay, then we can do the following. Okay, so we can start by getting by setting the const, or setting the group to equals to active, that is active object, which is s of fabric dot group, like that. Okay, so remember here we said if it is more than one, we actually want to show it, and then also if it is of type group, we want to show it, which we have just repeated here. Okay, so that means we have protected ourselves on two occasions, and also now we know that the active object is of type group. So now we can continue and say const items is equals to group, okay, dot get objects, like that. So now we have all the objects as of type an array. Okay, now we have all the objects. Okay, so now we say group dot remove, then we execute it like that. We basically remove the group like that. Then we say we remove them from the canvas. Then we say dot, we remove the active, remove it from the canvas. We can say remove here. Then we can pass the active object. So this one here. So this one here. Okay, so which is basically the active object. Also you can also pass the group here. I think it will also work because it is the same as group, so it basically makes sense to pass the group instead of the active object because we want to remove the group. And then after that we can say for, then here we can have it like that. So now here we need to work on getting the individual item or the individual object, where you can say consts. So here you can change this to objects. I think that one is the better name, whereby you can say consts as that is consts objects of objects. Okay, I believe that is the way we do it. Then you can say canvas dot add, then you add the individual objects. Okay, so that is the individual object, which is this one here. Okay, after that now we say canvas dot item. Then you can hover on the item. I think they don't have the documentation for it, but you can say canvas dot size. Then you execute the size, then you say -1. Okay, then you can say dot set, then you can say has controls, then you can say comma to true. Okay, then after that we can say canvas dot this, that is discard active object, just like that. And then after that we can say canvas dot re-render, or just like that. This one here I'm not sure what it does, but basically I don't know what it does to the canvas. Basically I believe up to that point we add the individual object to the canvas. So let's see. So here then we add group. So here we have the individual object. So I want to actually group this one here. So it is also a running process for me also for this part here. So here we group it just like that. Okay, and then we ungroup it. So you can see basically it is also working. Okay, yeah, I don't know what it was basically doing. I don't know what it does. I got it directed from the documentation, this part of the code, to add it to the canvas coming from a group. Okay, and also you can notice that it is actually these ones here are moving even though they were together, something like this. You notice that they will move. Even though the way they was. That is because after the first group, that is the data that you had earlier on. They were overwritten just after getting the data from the individual object. I believe the data that was there was changed just a little bit, and then that mainly is because that is basically that is when you head over to type, you will see that you have left and right. These sections were changed whenever you group and ungroup, so that's why, and that is because of these ones here. Okay, so you can actually remove these ones here, and then I believe that one will work for you. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. Now we are going to work on the text, so it's going to be just after here. Remember, you're going to say text. Okay, and then after that we are going to actually create a text component. Now you can say text.tsx, then you can say arrayfce, then you can remove that one, and then here it's going to accept only one prop. So let's basically import them. I'll just add them. That is the function that we have been adding to our functions, and then also every import that we'll be having, just like that. And then this one here, we can change it to hint. Okay, just like that. And then you can come back here, and then we can say active element dot type, okay, if is equals to, that is I dash text, then we can show the text, okay, and then we can auto import it. Here it is, and then we can pass the function where I can say on, that is update selected object, okay, just like that. Then here this one can be undefined at sometimes, so, and then here this one here you can duplicate it, and then this one here you can say if it is also equal to text box. So remember we have this one here is I text, and then this one here is text. So earlier on I did not explain the difference, I forgot. So but here you can see when I squeeze this one like this, or I reduce that is the size, you can see it is not responding based on the size that it has. But this one here I cannot reduce it to more than that size there, because it will be less than the content that is there. Then when I increase it, it is actually taking to account that the text can actually take more space, okay. So this one here, even though I take it this way, I'm actually increasing the letters, okay. So these ones are the one that will be modifying, okay, at this time. So this one here, reduce it like that. So these ones here are the one that will be modifying here. So let's do that. Let me actually move it, and then I add the one that we have right here. So let's do that, and we can save. Okay, so now you can see we don't have the I text, but when I click on it you can see the text right here, and then when I choose this one here you can see the I text. So you can see we don't see both of them at the same time, so that is great. So here the first thing that we'll do here is actually get the active element, whereby you can say const, then we can say equals to use active element, okay, right there. Then here we get the active. So okay, we haven't imported this one here. Then here we get the active element, okay. So that is the only thing that we'll be having there. We won't be having any functions. And then inside here you can move the text, then we'll be having our item inside our React.js fragment. So then after that you can head over to this to the tools, and then here we need to copy something like stroke color, you need to copy something that uses only a button, which is something like this one here, that is bring forward and backwards. So you can copy this one here, or maybe you can just copy it with also the comment. Then you can just close it like that, and then you can have it here, okay. So you already have the button, and you already also have the hint. So you can change this one to the first thing that we'll be having, which is basically font weight. That is the font weight here. Then we can say font weight, okay. Then for the font weight we'll be using an icon known as FA bold, which is the same thing, okay. Then the size of 4, and then the function we won't be having any, but we'll be having an on click like that, okay. Then also we'll be passing a few props like size, which is the icon, and then after that we'll be having the variant, which will be equal to goes,
okay. And then also we'll be having some class name. The first one being, we want a dynamic one, okay. So we'll be saying we'll be using cn, okay. We already have it. Then you can say inside here we can say active element dot font weight, okay, so as number, okay. If it's greater than 500, then we have the following classes. Then we have bg, that is of gray 200, and then on dark we have dark hoover, dark, okay. So here variant, then here the size, okay. The button, okay, I already have the button size and the button variant, so can remove them. Then we can just save. So and then you can come here and see here, you can see the bold, okay. After that, what we want to focus now on is the function here, whereby we'll be saying, that is inside here, we'll be saying const new value, that is the new value, is equals to, okay. So we'll be saying, so you can basically copy this one here, just like that. If it's greater than 500, then we have the 500, okay, else we have 700, okay. After that we just update selected texts by passing the that is the text weight, okay, sorry, that is the font weight, like that, then comma, then you pass the new value, okay, and then we save, okay. Then we select this one here, then we click bold, so then you can see the background there, and then you can see, then this one here you can see, okay. Then when you click on it once more, you can see you have 500 and then 700, 500, okay. So you can see that one is working, okay. So you can have something like that. So okay, so the next one will be that is it normal or italic, okay. So you can just duplicate this one here, that is holding alt shift downward arrow key. So just collapse this one here so that you can have some working space. So for the a lot of things here, we are going to leave them as they are, except something like this one here. You can say italic, okay. Then here we can say italic, or maybe you can say normal, okay. And then for the icon, we are going to use FA italic, okay. And then for the function, you can just remove this one here, whereby we are going to say const, that is italic. We check if it is italic by saying active, that is active element dot font style, okay, if is equals to italic. So we need to make sure the spelling is correct, that is italic with small I,
After that we say const new value. Okay, then we say equal to is italic. Okay, if it is italic, then we say normal, else we say italic. Okay, then we pass the new value here, and then this one here we change it to font style. Okay, then we save. Then you select one here. It is basically saying it is italic. Okay, so that is because here we are not doing the correct thing. So here we need to check if the font style, okay, we need to check if the font style, not type of string, can remove the brackets here. If types style is equals to italic, can say italic, that is italic, like that. Then these classes can be used. Okay, so you can save that one, then select. So it is already, so this one here is italic, then this one here is not. So when you click like that, you can see now it is italic. Then this one here not italic, not highlighted, and this one here is italic, highlighted. Okay, so great work. So now you can duplicate this once more. So now we can focus on the underline. Can duplicate this one here, just like that. Then you can collapse this one here. Then this one here, it will be about underline. Okay, then here you can just change this one also to underline. Okay, and then here you can check if the sorry, if the you can check if underline. Okay, then you can do the following, then those classes can be applied. So this one I believe it is going to return a boolean. Okay, so that's why we have it like that. Then for the on click here, we do the following, we get the value. Okay, get the value, so we can remove this one here, and then here we can say new, okay, we can say active element, okay, dot underline. If underline, then we can say we pass the new value as false. If not underline, then we can say true. Okay, then we can have it like that. Okay, then you come here, then we have, okay, we need to change the icon, which will be FA underline, just like that. So here we are getting an error saying so lowercase is not a function. Okay, so here we are saying new. Okay, new value equals to that is active element dot underline. If it is true, we pass false, else we pass true. Okay, so here we did not change the property, which should be underline. Okay, so perfect. So we don't have any, so still it is also we can just refresh to get rid of the error. So it is still reading the what we did earlier. So you can refresh to get rid of the error. So we fix this one later on, because we need to provide the height of the header. Okay, so that we don't get that that render. Okay, that issue there. So now we can pass our two texts. So here we have this one here, and then here we have this one here. We make it bold,
we make it italic, then we underline. Okay, then the same thing will happen to this one here. So you can see it is happening both on iText and both on and also on the text box. Okay, so the next one will be strike, that is strike through. So I just duplicate this one here, then I just collapse this, then this one here we can say strike. Okay, strike. Okay, and then the rest we can start by actually saying FA strike through, and actually you can change this one to something like strike through so that we know what you're talking about here, so that we know what you're talking about, that is strike through. So for the strike through, it is also a boolean, so you can check this one here if it's strike through active element. Okay, it should be checking for line through. Okay, just like that, and then here you can also check for line through. So if line through we pass false, else we pass true, then we just save. So here, so also that is because here we did not change the property line through. Okay, so here it is. So okay, so let's see, let's refresh and see. Don't see any issues here. The text you are passing line through, then for the new value you are passing, okay, here we are, it should be line through, not line height. Okay, sorry about that, it should be line through, not line height. So you can add our texts, then we can see if they are all working. So okay, so it should be working. Line through. Okay, line through, line through. Okay, it should actually be working. I don't know why it is not working. So let's refresh once more. I believe everything is as it should. If line through is true, then we pass false, else we pass true, then we pass the value, then we pass line through, then line through here also. So interesting. So it is actually working. Okay, so also when you test on iTexts, so you check if they are all working, then strike. Okay, so now the next one will be that is aligning text. So here you can say, you can actually duplicate this one also here, then close it like that. So for the line through, you can say, sorry, that is for line that is align left. Then here we can change this one to align left. Okay, and then here that is for align left, we are going to check for that is
text align if is equals to left. Okay, just like that. Then the following classes can be applied. And then for the functionality, we can check for the first thing here. We can say const is right left. If it is right left, you can check if it is left. You can say if it is left, active element dot, that is dot text align is equal to left. Okay, then we say, then for the new value, if it is aligned, so you can say if left, if is left, then we'll be passing an empty string, else we'll be passing left. Okay, and then here it should be text align. Then we can just save. Okay, so this one here is the one that you will be able to notice that. Okay, then this one here you can change it to align left. Okay, it is already highlighted, so that is true because you can see everything is on the left. Okay, so on the next one we'll be able, that is how we'll be able to check it if it is false or if it is true. Okay, so duplicate this one here, and then the next one will be center, and then last three will have right. Okay, then you can say center. Okay, and then here you can check for center, and then here we can also check for center, and also here center, like that. So should be having something like that. And then for this one here, you can say center, I guess, like that. Yeah, so when you click on it here, you'll be able to see that one, and then here you'll be able to see left and right. And then now last three we can duplicate this one here and say right, then this one here, and then this one, and this one, and this one, that is this one here. Okay, this one you can say right. Okay, something like that. So this one here should have been right. Something like that. So this one here also. Okay, okay, now you can check this one, the last one. So you can see now everything is working as it should. So this one here you'll only be able to see it when maybe you just, okay, so I think this one mostly works on the text box, but okay, can have something like, okay, so when you have something like this, don't know if this one here is going to work. Okay, then we remove this one and this one here. So maybe we have something center. Okay, something on the right, something start. Okay, so now you can see also it is working there also. So great work. So let's see if we have unfinished business. So on the next part of the video, we'll work on the font, on how we can actually use different fonts on our text. So we'll have it here. That is the font. So let me meet on that part of the video. So let's finish on the text part. So here is whereby you are going to have the font. So you can come here and copy one component that works for us. The stroke width will work for us. You can just copy it, and then come here, then paste it right here. So what we don't have is the font. That is the hovercard global. And then this one here, we won't need it. And then on our sidebar here, we are going to say text font dot tsx. Okay, then you say RACE. Then here we use it, and then I just need to have the prop that we'll be needing to pass to this component. So here we'll be needing to pass that is the function on change, accepting property and the value, and then also the value and the font size. Okay, and then let me just import everything that we will be copying. Every import that we'll be having right here. So we'll be back right there about in a moment. Then here we can have text font, then can have it right there. Okay, so this one here, okay, let's see if I forgot to do something. So let me see if I forgot to do something. Chevrolet down. Okay, it's the one that we are working on right now. So I thought I had forgotten to actually work on any component, but we are just fine. Okay, so here what I want us to do is pass those props that we talked about earlier. The first one being the value, which is the active element dot, okay, that is dot font family. Okay, after that we are going to have the font size. Okay, that is active element dot font size. Okay, then here we need to pass selected texts. Okay, just like that. Okay, so great. So here is whereby you are going to use that icon where we said Chevrolet, or chevron down, actually not Chevrolet, chevron down. Then you're going to give it the following class name. Okay, so you're going to give it size of 4, and then ml of 2, and then shrink of 0. Then before the icon, we are going to have the current font family, or the current selected object, or the select of the object, whereby you're going to use a div. And then inside here is whereby you're going to say active element dot font family. Okay, then class name is going to be a max, that is a max width of custom one, that is 100 px, and then you can say truncate. Okay, so that one there. So you can select, so here you can see it. Okay, they are just the same thing. Then here you can see the font family, or maybe if you want you can just increase it to 200, and then select one. This actually should be serif, but the button is not, is actually we haven't given the button the necessary classes. That's why it is not taking the correct width, whereby it should be w auto, and then it should be px of 2, and then last 3 should be tx of sm. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so there it is. Or maybe you can change this one to something like 150. Okay, so great. So now we can work on the, that is on the basically on the text font. So we have already imported everything that we need, so we don't need to do anything. We just need to come here and just design it and then work on the functionality. So we are going to get started by actually having the hovercard header. Okay, can have it there. Then we can pass the following props as we have been doing. Okay, just like that. Then when you save, you should be able to see some changes. And then this one here, as you can see, it is to change the text font, whereby you will be using a slider, whereby you can have the slider, and then you can have the default, that is the default value, which is of font size. Okay, or 100. Okay, after that we are going to say over, that is overflow, that is over on change, that is on value change. On value change, then we extract the values, then we use on change function. Okay, and then we pass the property being the font size, comma, then we say values, then we select the first value. Okay, then after that we are going to say max of 100, and then min of 10, then step, that is of 10. So this one is the one that we could have used earlier on, but we have used it here. So here you can see we are passing 100, like earlier on we passed 100 instead of 1. So this is how you use it. Okay, so here we have it. So, and then here you see the current font, and then you can increase it. Okay, then you can decrease it like that. So you can see it is working on the that is on the text box. Let's see if it will work here. Okay, let's make it. First we can just delete it and then add another one, so that we have something decent. So here then you can just increase it. Okay, okay, so here you can be able to see it right there. Then maybe you can increase this one here to something like that. and then maybe you can increase the size. Okay, and have something like that. So on the next part here, we are going to work on the font. So we are going to use a scroll area because it is going to be a lot of fonts. Even you can add your own if you have them. I'm going to say scroll area. Okay, so you already have the scroll area, and then the scroll area we're going to give it the following classes, that being h of the screen, that is the VH, that is the screen size that we want it to take, and then space of y of 2, and then margin top of 3. And then inside here we are going to actually copy this one here, or I can just copy, okay, change this one here. I wanted to copy the one that I have, but here we are going to say change the font, the text font. So here it should be change the text font size, and here you can say text font size. Okay, then here we can say change the font, that is the font family. Okay, change the font family. Okay, so like that. So you have something like that. Okay, and then now after that, now we can map over the fonts. So you already have the fonts dot map, then you get the individual font, and you say, then inside here is whereby you're going to use a button. Okay, so okay, it's going to be a button. Okay, then inside here is whereby you're going to render the font. Okay, so just like that. Okay, so you should be having something like that. And then just before here, you'll be having a div. Every font should be inside a div. Then we can have the following classes, that is a padding of 1, and then space of y of 1, and then border bottom. Okay, and then for the button you're going to say width full, and then also you're going to say h of 16, and then also you're going to say justify start, and then lastly you're going to say text left. So, and then here we are going to say flex, then flex call, and then also it is having an error because we need to pass the key being the font, because we won't repeat any font. So here they are, all the font styles. So then you can this border here is not necessary, so you can have it right there, so you can see everything. Okay, then maybe we can increase this one here. You can give it the following classes, that is margin bottom of maybe something like 2. So we have some more bottom size. Okay, it should be, there should be some size here, but it's okay as it is. Okay, or you can just say padding bottom. So yeah, like that. and also I think this one here we should have it right here. Okay, so I believe it is much better this way. Okay, so now what I want us to do now is all about a few things here, a few things that we haven't added, like size and also variant. So let's start with the variant, okay, which is going to be secondary, and then for the size is going to be LG, and then for the classes they are going to be dynamic ones, so you can wrap them inside curly brackets, and then inside parentheses then you can have the CN. Okay, and then here we can say comma, then you can say if value equal to font. Okay, then we can have the following. You can have border, that is border of 2, then else we can have border primary, something like that, and then can have some styles here. But before you have the styles, you can have the click so that you can see what you are working with. But you can say on change, then we pass the property being the font family, comma, then the font. Okay, and then we can just save. And then here we have all of what we want. So it is sheriff right now, Arial black, can see it is changing, and then maybe something different, maybe you can choose Times Roman, you can see Times Roman, then so that one, Geneva, Lucide, Impact, you can see all of that. So you can see this one is working for the that is for iText, and then let's see, can remove all of this, and then here you can try something like this one here, brush script empty. Okay, that one there. Okay, so now everything is working as it should. I don't think we need to actually do anything else. Okay, I think it is working perfectly. We don't need to add anything else, even the styles, let's leave it at that. And then maybe since on my end here, when I click here, you can see even the font family, the fonts are taking, okay, they aren't taking the necessary fonts. So let's do that. Let's do style, then we say font family, then we say font. Okay, then let's see. So they are taking the necessary the classes that they should. Okay, so I thought they were taking, I don't think I think I was seeing some things on my own. Okay, sorry about that, but now it is okay. Now you have it right there, and then this one here can remove all of this, can have it like that.
Okay, can increase the padding to something like 4. Okay, so now it is perfect. So you can see the way it is. Okay, so perfect. Let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically what we are going to do next, we are going to set up a UploadThing so that later on we can actually upload our images. So to do that, you can visit UploadThing.com and then sign up. After you sign up, you need to create a new project. Okay, so click new, create a new project. So we'll choose the new the free version and give it a name Canva clone. Then scroll down, then hit create. Okay, so here can check here, this is the home page, but we need to get the API keys. Okay, whereby we need to copy this one here. Okay, and then inside our environment variables here, okay, here we need to say upload thing. Okay, and that is our key. And then we come back here, you visit the docs. Okay, inside here you will see a lot of things, but on your sidebar is where you need to look at, and then visit the Next.js app. Okay, so to visit the Next.js app, you will see this part here which you have already done using ban. You can add this if you want to use the current version. I don't know which one is it right now, but you can see here the version we need to use the current version, which the one that I used here is the current version. So we need to use that one so that we can be able to use one key. Okay, then you scroll down, then here is where we need to be. So here inside the API, then upload, we need to create a folder called UploadThing. So here you need to create a folder called API first, and then after that we need to create a folder called UploadThing. Okay, then after that we need to create core.ts, that is core.ts. Then we need to copy everything here and paste it here. Okay, so you can leave it as it is. Okay, you can add if you want your users to be able to upload multiple images, or maybe just one image. With the size also you can mention, but here for our case here we can just say we can give them maybe five images at a time. Then for the auth here, you can actually get the auth, but you're not going to do that. You can just leave it as it is. It is very simple, so that we don't complicate anything. Then we close it, then we scroll down, then we need to create a route. So that's how you can be able to access UploadThing. You cannot be able to access it using core.ts, but you can be able to access it using that is route.ts. You can see where you need to create it inside your UploadThing folder. Then you need to create route.ts, then copy everything, paste whatever you have copied there. Okay, then save. Then the last thing we need to do, we need to create a folder on our utils, sorry, not a folder but a file called so here called UploadThing.ts. Then we need to paste everything here. Okay, so here you can see here the method that they are using to access their file core.ts, but you need to change it to art. Then you can save, then close all of that. then scroll down. Then here you can see if you are using Tailwind version 3 or Tailwind version 4. So we are using Tailwind version 4, so we already have this part here. So when you head to P Globals, okay, here you can see we already have Tailwind. Then what we need to copy is this part here, these two lines. Then maybe somewhere here you can just say UploadThing, okay, like that. So here when you click it, I don't know if you can be able to access it, but basically you just need to paste it there. Then you close it, then you head over to our upload that is our uploads. So remember on our project here we have our uploads here, so that's where we need to have the button. So here it is. Just need to copy the import, don't worry about making it a current component, as everything is current component for our case. And then here you can just say add, and then we can just copy this part here, and then here you can change this one to leave, okay, like that. Then in here you can replace all of the upload with this part here. So here it is going to console log whatever you have actually being able to upload. Then here, instead of using alert, let us use toasts coming from Sona. Instead of using alert. Yeah, this is for test purposes, but also we'll still have the same concept here. And then for this one here, you just need to have it as it is. You can check here, you can see just one thing, so you can leave it as it is. So just let it refresh, then you can head back to your UploadThing, then to your files. So here is whereby we are going to see if we have any images. So let's see if the CSS is working. So it is still compiling. So as it compiles, let me pause the video so that I can get the image that I'm going to upload. So it have finished to compile here, and I have my image. But here, as we upload, you can see we don't have the styles. So you can see it is uploading. So, and then you will see a toaster just in a second, right there. And when you visit your UploadThing here, so you just need to refresh it. You can see the file, the image that I uploaded. Okay. So basically, what you need to get the styles, you can choose to not use the Tailwind, and then just copy this part here, and then inside your globals, you can actually remove whatever we had, just have it like that. Then inside your layout, that is your app layout, you can just paste the style, this one here, okay, then save. So for our case, we will be writing our own styles, so don't have to actually do that, but I will just move it later on as we paste our own style, or maybe write them. As we don't have a lot of time to actually write them, there are a lot. So when you hover here, you can see the button now. Okay, so that's how actually you can be able to do that to get the styles. And then also when you upload now,
I think you should be able to see even maybe something else, maybe a spinner, okay. So it finished completing, it finished actually uploading. So yeah, so let's meet on the next part, as now we connect it to Convex, and also maybe we can also add the image to Canvas. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically we are going to continue from here where we pasted these styles from UploadThing. So we are going to remove the styles since we won't be using them, but the most important thing is that I'm removing them because they're actually messing up our code, because I think they are written using CSS, not CSS but Tailwind. I think they are messing up our code, but we need to remove them right now. So I will do that, then I will close this part here. So what we need to do now, we need to create our images table. So we need to do that inside our Convex. So here we'll come to the schemas, then later on we will create the functions. Now we'll say images, okay. Then after that we'll say define tables. Then we have an object inside here whereby we have the user ID, okay, the user ID which is the v.id, then into bracket we say string user. So basically we are getting the users, these users from this table here, okay. You can see we have the users there. And then after that we'll be having images. So that is the images. It will be of type array, it will be of type v dot that is v dot array, that is v dot array dot v dot string. It is the same as saying that is string v, like that. It is the same as this one here. That means we'll be having an array, and then those arrays will be of type string, okay. Then we can just save, and you should make sure your Convex dev is running. I should make sure it is running, okay. And then after that we are going to close it. Then we are going to come here inside our Convex. We are going to create a file, namely images, okay, that is .ts. So inside there is whereby we are going to create our functions. So what you can do, you can head over to the to the designs table. So here what you can do, you can basically copy this one here, because we'll be starting by actually creating our design, okay. So for our case here, we will be we won't be expecting the user ID, as we'll be getting the user ID from this function here, okay. So what we'll be expecting are the images, okay. So we need just to say images, which will be of type v.array. So it is the same as coming so let me close this, then head over to the schemas. So it is the same as coming here and copying this one here, okay, and then just pressing it here, okay, just like that. And then here you can just say, okay, then here you can just say images will be passing just the images. Then here you can see images object does not exist on type, okay, argument dot, okay. So okay, yeah, here we haven't changed this one to images, okay, like that. So we'll be doing that. And then also we'll be having we'll be actually be getting the that is the images. So you can head over to the schema, to the design, okay, then scroll down, copy this one here, okay, then paste it right here. So here you can see basically the same thing we are doing as we are doing with this one here. Will be here I forgot to change this one to images. Okay, let's do that also here, images, and then also here create images. Okay, then here we say get user images. Okay, and then here we'll be getting the user ID. Then if you don't have the user ID, we throw an error because we cannot be able to do this part here. So we'll be querying from the images. Okay, then we'll be filtering where the user ID is the user ID, this user ID here. Okay, then we correct everything based on this filter here. Then we return the images. Okay, so now we are done with that. Later on we'll actually be having update. Let's actually do update so that we don't come back here. So inside the design also inside the design here you can see update here, but we'll be doing something different. You can have it here. Okay, so we'll be saying update images. We'll be just updating the images. Okay, so here we'll be just receiving basically we'll be just receiving the ID, and that is the images ID. Okay, and then also we'll be also receiving the image that is the images. Okay, so here what we'll be doing, we'll first be getting the user. Then if you don't have the user, we throw an error. Okay, else we just update the image. So here update images tab, update user images. So let it be this way here. Then here we can just say update images. Then here we can just return the updated images. So like that. So here we are doing patch of the ID that we are getting from here, and then what are we patching? We are patching the images. Okay, when you come here, you see the images. So, and then we are getting the images from arguments. Okay, so like that. With that, we have been able to actually update the images. Okay, so that is it on that case. And then now we need to head over to upload. Okay, inside upload, we'll actually start by importing everything that we'll be needing throughout. So let me do that. Some of them we don't have them, we'll actually have them later on. Okay, so here, so let the Typescript run, but here this one won't be needing it. So this one here we already have it like that, and then also this one here we'll be having to, will be actually be importing our own. We already have this. Okay, I think everything else is why it is needed, maybe except this one here. We'll be doing our own thing. So because now we don't have a lot of time to do all of this, so I'll just copy all the functions that we'll be using. That is the initializations only, then we'll be writing the function ourselves. So basically here we get the canvas, we get if we check if the user is online, then here we query the users images. Then also here we create the user images as we have been doing to create the designs. Then also here as we have been doing to actually update. So here I will just say replace it with update images, and then this one here will say get images. Then here I can import this one here. So say use network status. So there it is. So
So after this, now we need to design what actually we'll be doing. But before we design, we'll be saying if the user is not online, then we'll be returning returning this. Then this part here, we'll be doing it later on. You can do it this way here if you don't have the user images. Okay, if you don't have the user images here, you can do it this way, but I prefer doing it another way. So let's get started by designing the how we'll be actually be uploading the images and also showing the images. This one here will be the scroll area. Then here it will be height, just height, as we have been giving it 70 VH. Then we need to have it as same as here. So after that, we need to have a div here. Then this div here is going to have the following classes. Okay, so it is going to be flex call. Okay, then also we are going to have a width of full. Okay, then after that, we are going to drop this up there like that. Then before we upload, we are going to have a header, that is a tool header. You can say hover tool, hover card header. Okay, so then this one here, we need to import it. Then we don't have this one, we'll actually be creating that one just in a bit when you reach at a point where we need to create to delete the images. Then we need to import this one here like that. Then here, this one we need to get it from components, global card header like that. Then we need to pass the following. So let me just copy what you're going to pass. Okay, I'm going to pass the title, upload images, description, upload images. Okay, so you can save it, and then here you hover on the images here. So let it load as we continue. Then after that, we are going to have another tool header here just after the upload button. Okay, whereby we are going actually to have just the images as the title and the description, indicating that this one, after this header here, will be just having the images. Okay, and then after this, you're going to say, so as I mentioned here, this one here. Okay, if you don't have the user images, so if you don't have the user images, we'll be actually be rendering now the component, that is no items. Okay, which will be accepting a text of no images to show. Okay, so then after that, so let's first save and see if we have what we need. So it's actually loading a lot, so let's continue. So I'll just duplicate this one here, and then here I'll just remove this one here. Okay, then I will say if the images is equal to undefined, not length but images. So we check the images. If the images is equals to undefined, okay, then it will be showing a spinner. So it will be in a div. Then here we have class name, whereby it will be flex, justify center, item center, and then after that we give it a h of
40 vh. Then inside here is whereby we will be having the spinner. We'll be saying IO, that is IM spinner. Then we'll be having the following class name, whereby it will be a size of 10 and animate spin. Okay, then if that is false, we'll basically be showing a div. Okay, whereby we'll be showing the images. Okay, so I want to make sure that here we have everything that we need. So yeah, so here you can see the button here. We don't have it as we expected to have it. So, and also we are actually not able to see the header. So that is because when you head over to the Hovercard global, so this one here, you can see here we're giving it a Z of 100. Okay, and when you head over to the header, from the design, okay, here okay, so here inside the globals you find the design, here. So you'll see that Z, you are giving it a Z of 30, so actually it should not be giving us any errors. So okay, very interesting. So here maybe this one here, maybe a Z of 10 for now. I do 40. So I do 10 and let's leave it at that. Then if we have any other issues, we'll actually be fixing them then. So for now we can have it like that. For now let us have it like this. Okay, so here, so dot length is equals to 0 if undefined. So this part here is true because we haven't created our tables. When you head over inside your convex, you will see that you don't have any tables. That's why you can be able to see, dashboard, you will see that actually we don't have anything inside the table. We haven't created any instance of the table, so it is returning as undefined. If we had, we actually be returning a length of 0, but now it is undefined. But don't worry, I'll be fixing that. But here we having class name of image grid. Okay, then here inside here we'll be rendering the user images, dot images so don't know why it is not actually. So when you hover on the image, you should be able to see this part here. Since we know that the images are an array, so here we say images, images dot map, then here we say image Then inside here we'll be actually be rendering a div. Okay, so actually for the user images, actually we haven't destructured them the way I should have. When you head over to our images, when you head over to our images here, you will see that we did correct here. We did correct instead of doing unique. When you do unique, you will actually receive an object instead of an array. So here you can see that when you hover now, we are actually receiving an object. Okay, so that is what you should be receiving. That's why it is saying here we don't have the images, or images does not exist inside the user images. So here dot images, okay, like that. And then now here so let us continue. So here we'll be starting with the key, which will be the images, because we'll be having different URLs, and also we'll be having some class name here, whereby we'll be having relative, and then after that we can have cursor pointer, then last three hover p1. Okay, then inside here can actually render the image, here. Then will be the image, and then after that we'll be having some class name of hfit, then after that border, then we'll be saying dark border gray 500, then after that we can say rounded MD. Okay, then after the button we can actually after the image we can actually render the button, so that you can be able to delete the image since you're having relative. So here it should be MD delete, whereby we do some class one class name of size of 8. Okay, and then for the button here it will be class name absolute, then we'll be giving it a top of 2, and then height of 2, and then last three size of 8. Okay, and then after that we can have variant of destructive, and then okay, before can say disabled, whereby we'll be say can say, so here we say delete update pending and pending. Okay, delete pending or pending or update pending. Then after that we'll be having a function. Okay, so let's create the so for now let's create a simple function here to handle delete. You can say const handle image delete equals to a synchronous function. It will be a synchronous function accepting image as a string. Okay, like that. And then also we'll be having another function whereby we'll be saying const handle add image to canvas. Okay, handle add image, handle image add, you can say handle add image Now we can just say add image canvas, okay, and handle delete. And also we'll be having another function that one to handle upload. You can say const handle upload, okay, just like that. So now here we can just say handle delete, and we can pass the image URL. Then also here you can say on click, you can say handle add to canvas, then we accept the image. So now let us actually now check out this part here, this handle image to handle image upload. We'll be doing it inside here, whereby on current upload complete, okay. So here will be console, we'll be removing that one there. Then we'll be saying const, so we get all the images, so we get all the image we get the image URLs, okay. So we say less, so that is the response dot map, we map it, then we get the file, then we want to get the file dot URLs. Instead of doing that, we do UFS URL, okay. So you can hover here and you can see it is of type string array, okay, because you can, as you hover on the file here, you will see it is of type upload. You can see here is of type current upload file data. So those are the those items there, but you just want the UFS URL, okay. And then after that, now we can pass everything to our function and upload, then we pass the image URLs, okay. So this is of type string, okay. So after that, now we can handle that is pushing the images or adding the images to our DB. So whereby we'll be saying if we don't have the images, or images.length is equal to 0, we just want to return, or we can actually, so let's do here images, okay. Instead of just returning, let us toast, and also here let us toast an error. So here it is success, and then this one here should be console.log, okay. Then this one here, just want to say something simple, something went wrong, just like that, okay. And then here it should be dot error. And then here for the toast, it should be toast dot error, no images to upload, okay. And then now we can just return, and then after that we can say if user images is equal to null, okay. Then we do await mutate, then we pass the images, okay. So we pass the images. So here we won't be doing toast images are uploaded, we have already done that here, image uploaded, okay. So then we say else await mutate, then inside here we'll be passing, that is the ID, which will be user images dot underscore ID, comma, then also we'll be passing the images, whereby it will be we'll be spreading all the user images. So here you can check all the user images, then we also spread the
images from our users images, the user images, the uploaded user images. So here we may have made an error, and then here we are getting an error because you hover here, you can see it is of type string and undefined, and then what is expected of us. So we are going to map this with parentheses like that. Then inside there we are going to say, so here we are going to say or an array. That should fix that issue. So you should save. So make sure convex function is running. Okay, and then you head over to your convex dashboard. Okay, head over to your convex dashboard, then head over to your project. So when you head over to your project, you should head over to your data, then that is the images. You can see it is the table is empty, so that's why you are getting undefined. But now we can actually upload the image and be able to do that. So let me pause and then get the image. So now I have the image. So basically when you hover here, you can see that we still don't have the styles for the images. So basically what I want us to do, I will just paste what I was using, that is for the appearance. When you come here for the upload, I will also disable it whenever you are uploading or updating, okay, or even when you are deleting. Okay, then we can just save. Then now you can be able to see what you have right there. So basically now what you need to do, you can just click on it, then I will just click what I want to upload. So when you hover again, you will see that it is not uploading the same thing we were uploading, but you can see the toast here, file uploaded. And when you hover back here, you'll be able to see what we have just uploaded. Okay, so perfect. So when you visit your data, your storage, you should get the image there, and your database here, you should be able to see the image and also be able to see the image. Okay, like that. So what if we were to upload a second image? So hover on it, upload. So I will choose the second one, so give it a moment to finish uploading. So complete, and then right there you saw an image there. So you can see everything is working as we expect it to. So, and when you come back here, you will be able to see you have two images. Okay, like that. So let's continue from there, whereby we'll actually handle let's see, we'll handle delete and also handle that is add to canvas. Let's continue. So what you're going to be doing now is actually deleting the image. So to do that, we will be using this hook we created here, whereby we will be using that start transition, whereby it will be an arrow function inside there. Then inside here is whereby you are going to do all of that, whereby you are going to try, catch, and then you are going to also have finally. Okay, so here if we have an error, we'll be just console logging the error. Okay, then we'll be toasting something went wrong. So and then if we have finally deleted the image, you are going to do const. Okay, then you are going to say update images equals to user images dot filter. Okay,
then we get the image, then we say image if is not it should not be equal the image, not the image ID but the image itself. Okay, so let's do this one here img, then this one here img. Okay, so that we differentiate between these two here. So by doing this we are removing that particular image that we are receiving from as an object here. Okay, so now with that we have the current state of our image. So you can do, if we have the image, the images, that is basically this one here. So you can see, you can see when I click this one here, it is pushing me here. Okay, so if I have those, I would like actually to await mutate, that is update mutate. Okay, so you can see update mutate. Okay, like that. So here we need to convert this one into a synchronous function. Okay, then we can move it here, so like that. So if we do all of that, we can say updated toaster success, image deleted successfully. Okay, now we need to do await, that is await delete image. Okay, so here we need to head over to our sidebar here. We need to create a new folder on the root of our project, calling it actions. Then inside there create a file, namely delete image.ts. okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to convert this into server components. And then we are going to say import ut API coming from UploadThing /server. And then after that we are going to do const. So we can actually do it inside the function. So we can say export, then you can say const delete, that is delete image, into a synchronous function like that. And then here we are getting the image. Okay, so can actually be able to delete multiple images at once, but for our case here you actually need to delete only one image. So we'll be doing const you need to get the image UUID, but if you're getting multiple you basically need to do UUIDs. Okay, then you say files, but I think the function here is still the same, .map. Then we get the function, then we get a single, so here get image. Okay, so actually let's do it. Let me show you how you can actually do it for an array of images, so that you can even reuse it when you are deleting one image like we are doing. So here we'll be saying something like this, images. Okay, then here we'll be saying images, then here we'll be saying you get the image. Okay, then here what we'll be doing, we'll be getting the image. Okay, then we'll be doing image.split, then we remove everything just after that is forward stroke. You can see split a string into substring using the specified separator and return them as an array. so you can see all of that. Okay, then we do dot pop, then you can see what remove the last element from an array and returns it. If the array is empty, undefined is returned. Then we do dot split. Okay, then we split a string into a substring using specified separator and return them as an array, as what you have seen. So here for our case we'll be doing dot pop. That will be enough. After that we'll be just saying or a string. Okay, with that with that we have the UUIDs. Okay, and then after that we'll be doing const delete. You can say delete images equals to await, okay, UITs, then we pass the UIDs. Okay, then here this function here I said we'll create, we do const UTIPI equals to new UTI. Okay, then we just execute it like that. With that you have the right function. Then here you do await APIs like that. Then we do dot delete files, and then you can actually return two things. You can return deleted, or you can just do an array. Then you can say success. So basically let's do this. Let's do try. Let's do try here, so that you can be able to see if we have any issues. Then we move this to the top there. Then here you can return success as true. Then you can say also the message and the data. The data you need actually to stringify it. Okay, that is json.stringify. So like that. Then we do okay. Then here we pass the deleted images. Okay, with that we can actually see the files here. And then here you can just return, you can actually return success false. Okay, just like that. And then when you head back here, you can actually import it like that. Like that, and then here you can just pass the img. So basically remember we actually should pass an array. Okay, so you can have it inside an array. So here instead of doing finally, you can come here, so sorry, you can come here and do const delete image equals to that way. Then we say okay, delete, just say delete. Then we say if delete dot success. Okay, so when you hover on it, so okay, so let me just comment on this one here.
you should be able to see what they deleted. Okay, delete, let's say just say file. Okay, then you hover on it, you should be able to see what it should be returning. Then here I think delete is a reserved word, that why, and you can do .success. If true, then we can do everything that we are doing before. Okay, so you can see it is a boolean. If true, can do that. If we have an error, we can do this, else you can just copy this one here. And then also if you have an error doing all of this, you will actually get this error here. So I just save, then come here. So I will open my UploadThing. Then remember we had 2 files, we still have 2 files. Okay, so there they are. So I will delete the first one, then delete it. So actually it haven't finished loading. So you can see here it is still loading. I hope I haven't deleted anything. Okay, yeah, it was still loading, and you can see now it have falsely loads. Okay, so hover on it. Okay, so now it is finally done. Click, then you can see the buttons are disabled. Okay, then here you can see a toast image deleted successfully. Then here you can see in the net cache for the URL, that is after deleting the image. Okay, then here you can refresh the page. So okay, interesting. So here it did it perfectly, even though there was an error here. Okay, so I don't think I made any. So actually I think I know what is wrong. So let me pause the video. Then I think it is inside the API, then the core. So let me confirm something. Okay, so actually I think I enabled something when doing this thing here. So let me confirm something here, then we will be I will be right back. So let me confirm something first. So sorry, I think actually it deleted the image. I just have refreshed the page instead of just heading over to another page then coming back. So let's do this again. So I haven't changed anything actually. So when you click here, then just delete. Okay, so now you don't have any images. So when you refresh this part here, you see that we don't have any image. Okay, so that's how I was actually to do it. It is actually the same. It's just that I did not refresh this page right here the right way. Okay, so now let us upload another one. We just upload, yeah, so the image was successfully uploaded. Then there it is. Okay, so you can try again to delete. Okay, so we'll see that it is actually working. So you can see here, so here you can see that I did not change anything, is as it was, and also here is as it was. Okay, so what you're going to be doing now is actually adding our image to canvas. So we already have canvas, so just collapse this one here and also this one here. Then we can now do this part here. So we are going to be doing, we are going to do fabric, that is fabric image, okay, dot form URL. Okay, then we are going to pass the image that we are receiving
then you are going to do comma. Okay, then we are going to make the image cross origin anonymous, like that, then like this. So there it is. So we should be having something like that. After making the image cross origin anonymous, so you should be making this image cross origin anonymous, then we'll be saying dot then. Okay, so make sure that you don't actually continue working on it here as it like this. Okay, so you will see that this one here is acceptable. Okay, so don't do that because it won't work. You need to do dot then, because this image have been added to canvas. What is have been left is actually to add it to the it have been added to the that is to the background canvas. That is everything that actually have been rendered on the background canvas. What you need to do is actually add on the front canvas. Okay, so here you need to do dot then you do img. Okay, then we need to do like this. Okay, so then after that, so here what I need us to do, you can be able to add this image. Okay, this image, so you can see it is of type fabric image. Okay, can be able to add it as canvas, add it, then set as active object, then render all. Okay, then you can also be able to do dot then actually dot catch. Okay, then you can be able to console log the error, then toast the error. Then these ones here you can say, if you don't have the canvas, just return. Okay, so with this we actually can be able to add the image to our canvas. Okay, so when you come here and click on the image, okay, so here you can see the image. Okay, with that you have been able to add it to canvas. Okay, and you can actually be able to actually work with it. Okay, but what I need us to do, we need to add creep paths so that we can actually be able to add the to actually have corner rounds, or actually be able to use corners, so like this. Okay, so let me upload another image whereby we can actually be able to work with corners and see what we are actually doing. So let's do this one here. So let's see, so it should be done. Yeah, so with this one here you should be able to see the corners. Okay, so when you hover here you will see that you cannot be able to work with corners. Okay, so we need to do that by actually using creep paths. So you can do const, then you can do creep paths. Okay, then you can say new, so equals new, then you can do fabric dot rect. Okay, then inside an image you're going to have width, whereby going to be image dot width. Okay, then we are going to have some other things, so let me just copy what you are going to have. So going to have that one, so those ones also. Then after that we are going to do img dot set. Okay, so let's actually do what you have been provided. Okay, so you add the creep path, then you do left and top, all of that. So I want to see how it will look like, because when we add an image, it's actually heading over to the top most of the time. So I want to see if that one will change. So let's try this. So yeah, there it is. Okay, so now it is being added at the center. Okay, so actually I'll be using this one here to, you can actually use this one here to add everything. So everything should be added at the center. Okay, so I will change this one here so that we can have this one at my presentation. So let's continue. So now here I will just remove this one here. This one here I will just remove it also. And now I will add this one here. So now it have been added with the rect, that is the clip path. Okay, then hover on it, then you should be able to see. Okay, interesting. So okay, so it is not working as I intended to actually work. So something is actually not working. So let's see, let's debug this one here and see. So okay, maybe just refresh and see. So if it is not going to work, I don't know if I will upload another image that actually I was working with on my Convex here. So let's see if it is going to work now. So basically it is not working, but on my end here it was actually working with this one here. So when I add an image here, you can see here this image here. So for the image here that I'm adding, so the image is actually so big that such that you cannot be able to actually render that fast. So I will actually try to upload another image. I want to see if it is my image that actually it has a different background, that way it cannot be able to work. So let me actually have some other images. So let's see. So this one here actually doesn't have any background. So let me just pause the video instead of wasting a lot of time, then I will show you how I did it. So I'm really sorry about the confusion, because the way I have done it here is correct. So everything here is correct, and also when worrying about the corners, okay, when worrying about the corners, I have just done some research, and I have noticed that I cannot be able to, or we cannot be able to adjust the image radius or the corners using the function that we created earlier. That is when you head over to the index, the tools, then the updates here, this function here, we cannot be able to use it to update our rx and ry. So what we need to do, we'll create another tool whereby we can be able to adjust the image corners and sizes. So
for now we'll stop at that, and then on the next part of the image we'll worry about the settings, and then when we are done with the settings we'll head over to the image, that is the image tools, okay, including the filters and all of that. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So before we handle the settings, basically we need to actually handle some things here, whereby we need to get the design based on this ID here. So basically to do that, we can head over to the header here, inside the design header, then index, then you can just copy or cut all of that. Then here we'll be accepting design, and then here it will be of type, design, and we can say design props, okay. Okay, so and then we can actually paste it inside our page. So here when you get the ID, you need to get the ID as the param, so you need to do that like that. Then we need to import that one, and also this one here we need to import it from Convex like that. Then we need to import the API like that. So here the ID are still getting this error, string is not assignable to type ID. So earlier on I used ID as string, but now we need to make this ID as, and do it like that, I think. Then we can put this ID coming from Convex, okay, yeah, you can see like that. So then now we have the design. So what we'll do what we'll do with the design, we'll actually say if we don't have the design, instead of returning null, we would like to redirect the user to the dashboard, okay, like that. So now after that, what we need to do, so after that we need to get the width, which is which are the design.width and design.height, okay. And then after that we need to pass everything to our, that is to our header here, design, okay. Then here when you hover, you will see design is of type design, okay. So here we'll see you have an error, of course. So publish is declared here, okay. It's from, okay. So here is published. So what we'll do, we'll get all of these props, okay. Then we head over to the types, okay, not those types but types, index types. Then we need to paste everything here just like that. Then we import this one here like that. Then we say design props, okay. This one here, actually let's do this one string, so that we can also be able to actually import it to our project. Like that. You can actually leave it as it was, then you can actually export this, okay. I think you can do export something like that, okay. Then you can be able to use it. Actually, let's do that. Let's see if that one will work, because
Okay, just like that. Then here we import it. Okay, just like that. Okay, and then when you come here, you will see saving. We don't expect to accept savings. Can leave it like that. Okay, now with that we actually now have the width and all of that. Also this one here will also be passing the design, which will be design, so that we can use the design inside our settings. Okay, so that's why I didn't want to continue with the design until I had this section here. So you can repeat the same thing, and it can be of type design. Okay, then you can do import it like that. So then we will be able to pass it to our upload, to our settings here. We'll be accepting it there later on. Okay, and leave it at that. Then here you can see we are getting an error. We are being redirected to the home page, while we know very well that we maybe, okay, let's see. I don't know if we change the ID by mistake, but we have the correct ID here. Okay, you can see how it was working there. So maybe I did something wrong here. So if you don't have the design, redirect to dashboard. Okay, let's do if design is equal to null. Okay, we redirect to the home page, to the dashboard. Let's save that one. So as we save and wait for it to compile, so here undefined. Okay, so you can see here, you can see that it is also undefined. Let's do that. So okay, yeah, now we don't have any errors. So let's click this one here. Now we should be able to visit the page, yeah, like that. Then inside here, here we have the correct div, then we have the header, and then after that we have the div here with absolute. We change this one to relative because when you see here, you cannot be able to highlight some part here. So let's do relative. Then the height, it is the same, width full, and also the others are the same. And then here, after this, here we'll be saying if you have active element is when you will be showing the sidebar. Okay, not active element, but when we are not online, you can say is online. Do we have it here now? So here we can say const is online, then we import it like that. Then when you are not online, we should not be able to use it. And then after that, here you can say if we have active element and also we are online, you can say is online, then we will be actually be showing tools. If those two items are actually true, we'll be able to see the that is the tools. So here, so we are online. Okay, so why am I not being able to see the sidebar? So here now you can see we can actually be able to highlight it now. So let me continue, then I can actually fix that part of the sidebar there. So then after the tools, so here we have the correct code here. Then after this part here, we'll be saying design, okay, is equal to null. Okay, then we'll be showing a simple div which we have used before, but you can actually copy it from there like that. We used it on the upload section. Then else, so let me import the icon. Like that. Then after that, if we have it, we can actually now be able to show that actually we won't be needing the sidebar, that the footer, we won't be working on the footer because we don't have the time. And then now you can be able to see that. Okay, so let it refresh. So as it refresh, we are going to pass here the height, and also here we are going to pass the width. Okay, so and also here we are going to pass width. Okay, so I want to see if I am online. So basically, as you can see, I am online here. Okay, as you can see, I am online here. So basically is online. So it should be, if the user is online, then we should be showing it. So basically not the other way around. So if I'm online, I'll be actually be showing it. If not, actually I would not like to show it. Okay, then the way it was like this. Okay, we need to have margin left of 4. Okay, like that. And then now we can remove it and have something like, okay, so let's add an element here. So now you can be able to see all of this. Okay, and then like that. So the next thing we are going to do, we are actually going to actually use the is online to hide our actually not to hide, but to make the element unselectable, also the canvas unselectable if you are offline. So we are going to say use effect snippet. Let's use the use effect snippet, then do it like this. Then here we are going to call is online. Okay, then here we are going to say if we have canvas, actually let's say out all of this. just return. So we're doing return. If we don't have canvas, we'll be just returning. Okay, and then you can say canvas dot selection, okay, is equal to is online. Okay, and then after that we are going to say canvas dot get active objects, then we execute it, then we say dot for each. Okay, then we get the individual object, then we destructure it like that. Okay, then here we need to close the function like that. So we get the individual object, so you can see it is the individual object, and this one here is an array of objects. Okay, so here you can see it is an array of objects. Then we say object.selectable is equals to online, then object.evented is equals to online. Okay, is online, that is. Okay, so now here we are done with this page here. We have everything we would like to have here. So here let me add one element here like that. Then I'm going to go offline like this. So now when you try to select this one, even though it was highlighted, you can see you cannot be able to do that. Okay, so when I get back online, so like that, so you can be able to highlight it. Okay, so it's actually also so something here, so canvas dot selection is equals to is online, then we get all object, then we say object dot selectable is equals to is online, then the same as object evented. Okay, so here you can see, let's see, so here you can see cannot be able to do anything. So actually it is the same code. Maybe I don't know, I don't think I have made any errors, any mistakes, sorry. So here now you can see this one here is movable. So let me check something. So let me just paste what I have here. Believe I have the same thing. Okay, so let it see, let us refresh. So as it refresh, let us head over to the settings and actually accept the design so that we can continue from there. Okay, like that. Then here you can actually remove all of this. Then close it, then also close the sidebar. Then here you have to import the design props like that. Then here now let's try this once more. Let's try the same item. There it is. Then we go offline. Okay, then we get back online. Okay, yeah, so you can see it is working. So
So great work. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So actually here, even though I changed this back on the way it was, you'll notice that it is actually the same. The code, I did not change anything, so the code was the same. It's just that there was some caching. I don't think it was the code. It was some caching on the project. So even though now I go offline with the code we had earlier on, okay, then come back online, okay, you will notice that okay, there might be something different. Okay, there might be something different with the code. Okay, but this one is very interesting. Okay, so if you don't have, so let's see what we had earlier on. So if we have the canvas return, canvas.selection is equals to online. Okay, then we get canvas.get objects. Okay, then we execute the object, then we say dot for each, then we get the individual object, then we do selectable is equals to online. Okay, then evented is equals to online. Okay, so let's refresh with the same code. Okay, so with the same code, so let's add the circle and let go offline. Okay, let's come back. Yeah, don't know, maybe some catching happening behind the scenes there, but actually I don't think it was the code. So okay, so on the next part of the video we'll work on the settings. Okay, then later on we'll work on the images filters. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So we are going to continue from here, whereby we need to have the design first. So this one here will have the flex and flex, that is flex code. Okay, then also we'll have narrative. Okay, and then in here we'll start by having the global that is the hover global title header. Okay, then we need to pass the headers or the title and description. Okay, and then after that we need to do scroll area. It is going to be a tag. Import it coming from components. Then we are going to do class name, and whereby you are going to give it height of 70 ph. Then in here we are going to have a form. Okay, whereby it's going to say on submit. Okay, on submit. Then I'm going to say const on submit. Then you are going to do it like that. Okay, and then here we are going to have the following class name, whereby you're going to have space y of 4. Okay, like that. So, and actually also you're going to have some padding of 4. Then in here
we're going to start by having a div, whereby this div will have the following class name, which is of space y2. Then after that we're going to have label, import it coming from components. Then in here we're going to say height. Okay, then after that we're going to have input. So I'm going to create two states here, two use states here, whereby you're going to have const. Okay, whereby you're going to have const. Let me just paste them because we don't have a lot of time. Just paste the two use state because we already know what use state are. Okay, then we import the use state hook. Okay, and then after that I'm going to copy the input. Okay, value. So here for the pending we don't have it for now, and then here for the value is going to be height. Okay, and then after that here you can see we have the on change and we have some classes. So I'm going to save, and then I'm going to duplicate this one here so that I can use it for the width. That is the width. Okay, just like that. And then this one here is going to be width. Okay, like that. So, and then after the div here, I'm going to have a button. Then import it from component. Then in here we are going to say resize. Okay, and we are going to give it the following class name, that is width of full, and it will be of type submit. Okay, just like that. So when you come to the settings, you should be having something like this. Okay, so it should be passing the number. So how about we do some math? So we do then we repeat the same process here. It was actually working on the other end with the same styles, so with the same types. Okay, then here now you can see we have the same thing. So here I missed that we needed to have width. Okay, so after the form you're going to have a div. Then inside here you are going to have colors. Okay, so not color, I wrote color instead of color. So sorry, it should be coming from component group. Then we need to pass a few props, including a function that we don't have for now. Then choose color, we'll create it here. Say const choose color, just like that, and then we can actually have something like that. Okay,
So there it is. So now we have all the designs. So later on the next part of the video, we actually work on the functionalities of both of these two functions. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So on the design, we are going to continue on the design. So you can see where I am, that is Convex Designs. So we need to write a function whereby we can actually update our sizes. So you can copy this one here, then paste it here. Then you can say update design size. Then here we can call it update design size. Okay, then here we'll be accepting the ID, and also we'll be accepting height. Okay, and then lastly we'll be accepting width. And then now here we can remove all of this and do height and width. Okay, so sorry, this one here will be float. Okay, and then everything else can stay as it is. Okay, maybe you can change this one here, something like update size. Then here you can say update size. Okay, so make sure your convex function is running. Okay, so then head over to your design, to your settings. So there we need to actually prevent the reload. Okay, then we need to say if we have the designs. So we already know we have the design, so if not, we should have been redirected to the dashboard. Okay, but we can check that, and then we can break the function if we don't have the design. Can say design if is equal to null. Okay, and then after that you can console log the values if you want, but we can say canvas dot width. So here we need to get the canvas, so const can do equals to use canvas, like that. Then here we can say canvas dot, so here you need to get the canvas, so then here now we can get the canvas width. Okay, can say equal to width, then for the same thing for the height. Okay, so but first we can actually also say if you don't have the canvas, just return. Okay, so after that we are going to do await mutate. Okay, then we pass an object there, then we convert this function into acyclic because we are using await. Okay, and then okay, so this part here I don't know why it is not working right now. It was working a little bit on my end, so I really don't know why it is not working right now. But here we can pass ID, whereby you can say that is the design.id and the height, and then also you can pass the width. Then this here we can add a question mark. Okay, so here
So here it is a number. So yeah, so for the mutate we need to have a function for that. We have been doing this a couple of times, so I just paste it here, then I import mutate. Okay, then here we need also to import the API, and then here we need to get that is update design size. Okay, then this one here we need to change it to mutate. Okay, then we need to say dot catch if we have an error, let actually console log the error, and then also we do dot then, so that we can show toaster toasts coming from Sona dot success. Then here we can do toasts something to fail to update the size. Okay, and then after that we can work on the that is on the color. So here maybe we can change this one to something like 700, then we can say resize. So resize updated, then you can see we have the so this part here actually was not updated. So when you head over to the page here, that is the design page here, what you need to do, you need to add with here so that it can actually be able to reload whenever the width changes. Okay, so save on that. Okay, so when you come here and update it once more and change it to something like 900, then resize. Okay, then here you can see now you don't have that issues there. Okay, but here you are still having the same thing here. So okay, I'll fix that later on. So let's first work on the image. So now we have the pending, so can enable this one here, so and also this one here. Then here we can say disabled pending. Okay, then here maybe we can also have it like that. So for the image, we'll be accepting that is the value. Okay, and also it will be accepting property which is of type string, then you can have a comma. Okay, then in here we can say if you don't have the value, we can actually return, and then if value, you can say if value dot includes, so we check if it includes linear or RGB. Okay, but let us check for linear. Okay, then we can do the following. Okay, whereby we'll be using a specific function to do this. We can say const, then we say new value. So okay, new value equals to so we pass, so we'll be using a pass linear gradient function. So when you check, you head over to the lib,
lib. Okay, then utils, then collapse this one here, this one here. So this one here, this is a function that we'll be using to pass what we have. So we have some linear gradient RGB, so we need to actually to get the specific colors, not the linear is some kind of an array, but not an array. We need to be able to do that. So this function here was generated by ChatGPT, so I won't lie to you that I wrote all of this, but ChatGPT did this, so that's why it is on the utils part, whereby you need to copy and paste also, so don't worry about it. So you can generate even a different one using ChatGPT if you don't like what you see. So here we pass the value and also we pass the canvas. Okay, and then now we have the new value, so we can say canvas dot background color equals to new value. Okay, then we can say canvas dot render all. Okay, so then also here we need to do, if you don't have canvas, just return. Okay, so you can get rid of this. Okay, and then here we can say else. You can duplicate these ones here, and then for the new value we can just say value. Okay, so like that. So something here I have seen. So when you can see here, we are resizing. When you do like this here, that means the canvas is outside. When you head over to the page, as I said, we'll correct later. We need to correct it right now before I forget. So here you can see that we have this width here. That is the one that we updated, but we did not update this canvas here. Okay, so we need to update it, and to update it we need to do some re-render. Okay, so after that you just need to do re-render. Okay, or you can just do it after updating the width and height there. So close it. Okay, so you save, and also now we need also to test this one also. So we'll come here and I will update the width to 1240. Okay, and then now you can see when I head back over to something like 900. Okay, now you can see it is heading outside. Okay, so let's do requests render all. Okay, so the last time I did it, I actually did it at the end, and also you can actually try both of them. Sometimes only one works. You can have something like this. So I'll just refresh. So I'll just refresh. So you can see it is still the same way. So here let's do something like, okay, 1240. So you can see the canvas is not taking the whole width. So you can head over to the page here. So I think, yeah, here
we did not update this part here, so we need to do height, and then here we need to do width. Okay, so when you save, you should be able to reload. You should be able to reload and see if you get any changes. So just give it a moment. Okay, so now you can see, yeah, so now you can see it is working. So let's head over to something like 1240. Okay, so now you can see it is working. So basically I did not update that part, so when you update that part you won't have that issues. We did not update the canvas itself. So even now when I head over to something like 900, you will see that it is now working. Okay, so let us now test the color. So you can see the color is working. Okay, so let us test the gradient. So you can see also the gradient is working based on the size. So if I increase the size to something like 1240, then also change the gradient, you can see it is working. So you can also be able to try some other gradients, whereby you can change this one here, this one there. You can add some other colors here, then choose it there, then choose it right there. So you can be able to work with the colors that you want, and maybe you can come up with the gradient that you want. So so that is working very well. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So before we continue, we need to update this function so that it can allow the same gradient here on our objects. So to do that, so here here we need to also to say if we also have the canvas, we'll do that. Okay, I will be doing all that inside an if statement. So here we already have this if statement here, which is perfect. And then we have this part here whereby we are updating the property. So we need to say if type of, okay, type of var is equals of type string. Okay, and okay, so here let's close this one here. So and then and value dot includes, then includes linear. Okay, then is when we can do the following here. We can say const, then we say gradient. Okay, instead of doing all of that, we can say pass, that is pass linear gradient. Okay, then we pass the value, then after that we actually say active, and also we need here to pass the canvas. Okay, and then here set, we need to say set. Okay, we are setting property, so you can use it as an array like that. And then here instead of saying gradient like that, you can say gradient like that. Okay, so and then everything should be inside as an object. Okay, and then after that you can say else, and then in here you can add that one there. And then after everything you can actually re-render and set as active element. Okay, so here you can also do the same thing like this. So it is the same thing as the previous one. Okay, so can duplicate this one here, I'll copy it, then do y, then I just comment on this one here, and then I will have, okay, I duplicate this one here. So it is important that you have both of them, so you can say same as below. Okay, so here you can say array, then here you can have as an object, then make sure you comment on it, so like that. So when you save and when you add an element, so we'll be doing that just in a bit. So I'm waiting for it to finish actually saving. So let's try to add an element like this one here. Okay, then head over to the colors, so let's put it right there, head over to the colors, then the gradient. Okay, so you can see the gradient is working. Okay, so you can choose the gradient the way you like it. Yeah, so also as you notice, let me increase the stroke width here. Okay, then head over to the stroke width color, so this one here, stroke color, and then here you can head over to the gradient, so you can see also the gradient color for the stroke is working. That is the stroke color. So great. So on the next part here, I want us to learn how to lock an image. So to do that, you can actually do it before the color, whereby you can say lock. Then here we can actually say if we have active element, yeah, dot length, actually dot elements dot length, okay, is equal to 1. That is when I want to do this. Okay, so inside here we'll be having a div. So since we have been doing all of this a couple of times, so let me just copy and paste here. Okay, so import this one here, and then also import this one. And then what you need to do is just create this function here and do const lock function like that, then save. So there it is, lock. So you need to write the function now. So you can have lock object, then here you can have if active elements dot evented not elements but element dot evented. Okay, so that means if it is true, then we can say active element is evented dot set. Okay, then we set it to false. Okay, then also maybe you can add selectable to false. Okay, and then after that you can set you can do canvas dot discard active object, then we execute it. Then after that we can say canvas render all. Okay, then we can say else, and we can say active element, we can say, so here we can say set active element to true, because now we are doing opposite of this one here. And then here you can do this. Okay, then you can just save. So here I will click on this one here, then I will click on the lock. So there it is. So you can see cannot be able to select it. Okay, so when you are, so therefore you need to remove this one here so that you can be able to select it, so that you can be able to unlock it. Okay, so let me reload so that we can actually, because now remember we have set it selectable false. Okay, by removing this one here, by removing it here, we actually didn't do anything. Okay, so let's see if the function is going to work. So here we add an object, then we lock it. You can see now we can be able to select it, then unlock it. Okay, lock it, select it, unlock it. So great work. So let's meet on the next part of the video, whereby we'll be working on the image section, so that we can be able to set an image as the background, and also maybe some filters, and also the image radius, that are the corners that we talked about earlier on. So let's meet on the next part of the video.